Hey folks, this is Richard Rost from Access Learning Zone. I was going through some of my old CDs that I found in the garage, some boxes of old CDs, and I found this old seminar. It's a Microsoft Access seminar. It's the first time I recorded a seminar to put online. And this is before the days of YouTube. This is from 2002. And so I advertised it to my local customers in Buffalo, New York, and I had, I think, like 4 or 5 people signed up for it, and which at the time I was like, whoa, I got 4 or 5 people. And I did a live online broadcast, but I was using Windows Media Encoder, so they had to connect into my computer directly. This is 20 years ago, folks. There was no Zoom, there was no anything, all the cool stuff we got today. No live broadcasts on YouTube. So I was quite proud of myself for putting this together. But anyways, if you'd like to see how I got my humble start, this is it. This is the first real seminar that I recorded that I put available for people to watch. The beginning, it's unedited. I just put it all together. It's 10 hours of video. You may have to skip through some dead spots. Like the beginning, there's a couple minutes of just silence. So you just, skip ahead a little bit. But it's good stuff. All this stuff, I'd say most of this stuff is still pretty relevant for today. I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched pieces of it. But yeah, so without further ado, here you go. Let me know what you think about it.
Check, 1, 2, check. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2, testing the sound. If you guys can hear me in the chat room, please let me know. I see we've only got about 5 people logged in right now, so we're going to wait a few more minutes until we get some more people in the chat room, and then we'll get started. If you guys can hear me in the chat room, please let me know. We've only got about 5 people logged in right now, so we're going to wait a few more minutes until we get some more people in the chat room, and then we'll get started. I see we've got a couple more joining in at this point. Good morning, everyone. Still missing a handful of people, so we'll give them a few more minutes. I hope everyone found the directions okay, was able to get here. I see Sue's mentioning in the chat room that she's having a difficult time reading the text on the screen from the video feed. Is anybody else having that problem? If so, let me know. Sue, it could be because if you have a lower speed connection, you might be getting the video is doing its best to display itself. You might want to try closing Windows Media Player and restarting it, and that might clear up your connection a little bit. What I'm going to do at this point, for those of you who are just joining us, is I'm going to put a picture up here on the screen if I can find one. And let me know if that shows up clear. I'm going to open up Microsoft Word here. And I'm going to actually load up the training document so I can go along with you guys here. If you haven't had a chance yet to download the manuals for this course, go ahead and do so now. While we're waiting here. And the link that you took to get here, we'll have a link for the course outlines on it. Go ahead and download those. Or just the first class. You can always download the other ones later. Shelley, yes, I see. Yeah, you certainly can ask a question. Go right ahead. That's what we're here for. while we're waiting, I know it's about 5 after, but we're still missing a few people. If you can see the text on the screen right now, it's a portion of the training manual. You should be able to read the text across the top there where it says Tables 1.1. All data in Microsoft Access is stored in one or more tables. The text in the picture of the table below is a little bit fuzzy even on my screen, so that's just because it's a small picture. But if you can make out the word tables at the very top, you'll be fine. Shelley, you're using Access 2000 and you can't open the sample database. Well, the sample database, I believe, was written in Access 2000, so you should be able to open that up if you got Access 2000. In fact, I'm going to be using Access 2000 here in class today. I will check it, though, after class and make sure. For those of you who are wondering what that means, we have a sample database, an MDB file, which we're going to talk about in a minute, that is distributed in the zip file along with the training manual. And that is a database that includes all of the information that we cover in that class. So you should be able to download it, open it up, play with it. Over the next 6 classes, we're going to be going through a lot of material. And if you decide that you want to, let's say you want to pick up from class 4, maybe you know classes 1 through 3, okay, you can just open up the class 4 database and start working on that one. So you don't have to build the entire database from scratch. Looks like just about everybody is in the chat room. Well, not in the chat room, but connected to the video. So let's get started. My name is Richard Rost. Good morning, and I'll be your instructor for this class. I am a database developer when I'm not teaching. So I've been using Access for about as long as Access has been around. I do have to let everybody know we're having some real high winds here today in Buffalo. And I live in Amherst, New York, which is a suburb of Buffalo. I'm actually broadcasting from my home this morning. And whenever we have really high winds here, our power tends to go out quite frequently. So if we lose connection, just hang out in the chat room for a few minutes, and usually the power will come back on in just a few minutes. So if we do have any technical difficulties this morning, I beg that you bear with us. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what Microsoft Access is. Microsoft Access is a database program. Databases are used basically for storing information. Now, anything can be a database, really. A card catalog can be a database. A recipe book can be a database. Your telephone book is a database. Computer databases allow us to work with very large amounts of information, and they allow us to do so efficiently. Now, if you're used to any database programs from the past 10, 15 years or so, you're going to be quite pleasantly surprised that Access has a lot of great features, and it's really pretty easy to use. Now, Microsoft Access Database, in addition to storing information, allows you to create a nice interface that other people can work with. That may or may not have much computer experience. In fact, a lot of what I do when I'm not training is I'm building database solutions for other companies. And those companies need to be able to have their secretaries or other non-computer literate people be able to enter data, generate reports, and so on. So Microsoft Access allows us to build an interface around our data. Let's talk about the different components that are in an Access database. And just looking in the chat room here, I see that Tony says he's having the same problem. Get a screen saying the current user doesn't have permission to convert any of this database. There may be a problem with that database file then if 3 of you are having problems with it, which is funny because I've been distributing that same file to students in my Access class for about the last year now. So no one has complained about it, and now today we've got 3 complaints. So there's either a problem with that file or something weird is going on. So I will take a look at that database file after class, and I will update it on the website. It possibly might be encrypted, or it might even be a 97 database. I'll take a look at it and get it fixed. Okay, if you're following along in the book, I'm going to start on page 2 real quick, and I'm not going to read this word for word. If you want, feel free to read it after class. It's pretty good. I wrote it myself. I develop all my own training materials. But essentially, a Microsoft Access database has 6 components. Now, some of the newer versions of Access have some other components, like data access pages and some things. We're not going to worry about those today. But there's 6 main basic components that you're going to find in just about every version of Access, going back to Access 2.0. Just looking again in the chat room, Gina, I see that you were, well, you're not going to actually hear this. Let me type in a message for Gina because she says she can't hear anything. Restart Windows Media Player. Okay. Yeah, if you're having any problems, if the audio and video are out of sync, or if your picture's blurry, the best thing to do is try and restart Windows Media Player. All right, the first component in an Access database is a table. And as you can see on the screen right now, a table is essentially what we store all of our data in. Okay? The table that I have there on the screen, if you can make it out, and again, it's a little fuzzy because it's a small picture. Let me see if I can blow it up a little bit for you. That's a little bigger. The table that I'm showing there is a typical customer table, where we have first name, last name, company name, phone number, and so on. Basically like an index card file or a phone book. All of the data in a Microsoft Access database will be stored in a table. Okay. Next we have queries. Oops, I skipped queries. There we go. Queries are used to display data in different ways. A query can be used to sort your records, or to only display certain records, filter them. For example, you might have 500,000 records in your database, and you only want to see the records from New York. So you can build a query to do that. Now again, just looking in the chat room, I'm seeing that some of you are having some buffering problems. I'm going to restart the video feed, and hopefully that will clear things up for a couple of you. Okay, I've restarted the video feed. Let me know if you're still having problems hearing me or seeing any of the video on the screen. You may need to restart your Windows Media connection in order to see my video screen. Okay, I've restarted, and I'm just testing in here on a dial-up connection that I also have here in the office, and it appears to be okay. So I'm going to continue. If you're having problems and everything's not coming through quite as clear, I am archiving the video stream, so you can watch it again after class is over. Then I'm going to continue because we're already over a quarter after. We have a lot of material to cover today. All right, so we talked about tables. Tables are what we store our data in. Queries are what we use to display our data in different ways. For example, you might have 10,000 customers in your database. You may only want to see customers from New York, so you can generate a query to see those customers. All right, later on, we're going to see how we can use forms and reports to view that data in different ways also. Okay, and here's a sample of a form. Forms are good for displaying the data in a way that is friendly for non-computer users. Okay, someone who might be a neophyte and they don't necessarily get looking at a large table with tons of records in it, you can build them a nice, pretty form so they can see just the information you want them to see and present it in a nice, clean, crisp format. Forms are used on screen. Okay, forms are generally not printed out. If you want to print anything out, then we have reports. And here's a sample of a mailing label that we're going to build at the end of class. Okay, a mailing label report. You can generate all kinds of reports. Later on in the course, we're going to be building an accounts receivable, an invoice, a quote, lots of different forms and reports. Then we have two things called macros and modules. Okay, macros and modules. Now, macros aren't used much anymore. Macros are pretty much for backward compatibility with older versions of Xmas. Macros are used to automate repetitive tasks. Open a form, go to this record, print it out, move to the next record, and so on. However, we have something much, much better at our disposal than macros. We have the next item, which are called modules. Modules contain advanced programming language. Okay, Visual Basic. Okay, we have the entire power of the Visual Basic language at our disposal. Okay. Now, once you've determined that you know all the different parts of Access, the next thing to do is to plan your database, lesson 2. Okay? And I say before sitting down behind your computer, it's important to plan out your database on paper. I generally will sit down with a piece of paper and or a whiteboard or chalk or whatever you have at your disposal and actually plan out the database on paper. The first thing to determine is what tables you need. Okay? Now, the tables are basically where you're storing all your data. And you want to try and break up the tables so that like types of data are together. For example, you may have a table to store customer information, right? First name, last name, address, all that stuff. You might have a product table to store all of your product information. Okay? An order table to track your order history. An employees table to track your employees. Okay, and I have a couple others. There are a tasks table to store, who needs to do what, a list of tasks, and vendors. And those are just some tables. Those are sample tables. And of course, the benefit for developing your own database is that you'll be making your own tables up. You can store whatever kinds of information you want to. Once you determine what types of tables you're going to need, the next thing to determine is what fields you want to have in each table. Now, field is just another term for a type of data. Okay, first name, last name, phone number, fax number. Those are all different types of fields. Okay, and you're this is something that's easier to show you than to explain to you. But you want to break down each table and list what fields, what types of information you want to store in each table. All right, let me check on the folks in our chat room here. All right, now I'm going to close this down here, and I'm going to actually open up Microsoft Access at this point. And if you're going to follow along at home and you're actually going to use Access, and you want to flip between the video window and the class, that's fine. But what I suggest you do is just sit back, relax, and watch the course first as I'm presenting it. And then if you want to, like I said, later on you're going to have the video on the website that you can actually log in and watch later. And that's when I would suggest you sit through it again and actually follow through the examples, or just go through the examples in the book. The examples in the book are pretty much exactly what I'm going to cover in class. When you first start Microsoft Access, you're going to be asked if you want to create a new database or open an existing database file. Okay? Today we're going to start with a blank Access database. Now there's this thing down here that says Access Database Wizards, Pages, and Projects. I'm going to skip over that. The Access Wizard is an evil wizard. All right, we have good wizards and bad wizards. And in this particular case, the Access Wizard, Database Wizard, is a bad wizard because it'll build a database for you, but it's not going to show you what it's doing. Okay? So we are going to start off with a blank database so we can learn how to build a database. So I'll click on Blank Database, and then I'll hit OK. All right, now we're asked for a file name. Okay, new file, new database. It's asking us to give us a file name. Unlike a lot of programs like Word or Excel, where you build a file first and then save it, in Access you have to save it first. You have to give it a file name first. So I am just going to come down here and where it says file name on the bottom, and I'm going to type in Rick's online web seminar database. Now you can type in whatever you want for your file name. Okay, but I'm going to save it as that. And I'm going to come over here on the right hand side and I'm going to click on Create. That will create for me a blank new database. And here we go. Just trying to center everything nicely in the window for you. Okay, I see that in the chat room, people are still having a little bit of trouble with buffering and such. Again, we are having some high winds here today in Buffalo, so that might be affecting our internet connection speed. I'm looking in the list of connected users, and I see that everybody pretty much is signed on, and most people don't appear to be having any throughput problems. Some of the slower connections might be. But again, if you're having problems, try restarting Windows Media Player, and you might even have to restart your internet connection. I know that's tough, but sometimes if you connect, especially if you're connecting over dial-up, you may need to actually log off your internet provider and log back on again. You may have a poor connection. Again, I'm testing it here with a dial-up connection exterior to the one that I'm broadcasting on, and it appears to be coming through okay. But again, yes, you can follow along using the PDF document if you can only hear the audio or such. Okay, so now I have a blank database, and as you can see over here on the left-hand side, we've got tables, queries, forms, reports. Pages are something they added to Access 2000 called Data Access Pages. And we're going to talk about those a little bit later in the course. They're essentially a way of putting your data on the web, but they don't work very well. And I don't really use them myself. Microsoft fixed them up a little bit in Access XP, but they're still a little buggy. Then we have macros and modules, and we'll talk about those starting in Class 3. So today we want to start by building a basic customer database. Okay, we're going to store information on our customers. Now for class, we're going to pretend that customers are generally companies. All right, so we're going to make it so that our customer data is company-centric. If you're building a database that's centered around people and not companies, you might have some different fields, but for the most part, your database should be the same. Okay, so I'm going to click on Tables here, and I'm going to come up on the toolbar and click on New. This is where I go to to open up a new table. Now when you go to building a table, you got a bunch of different options over here. You have data sheet view, design view, table wizard, import table, and link table. Data sheet view essentially is to start building a table by typing in the data first and then defining it. To me, that's a little backwards, so I don't really use that. If you want to do it that way, you might as well use Excel. Design view allows us to design the table first. In other words, to specify the parameters for the table so that we know what information is going to go into it, what fields we have, first name, last name, and so on. That's my preferred method for building a table. We also have a table wizard, which is an evil wizard. And the table wizard essentially lets you answer a couple of basic questions, and then it pops a table up for you. Again, we're here to learn how to build a table, so we're going to skip over that. Import table and link table are used for getting information from another data source, and we'll talk about those in class 5. So for today, I'm going to start off with design view, and I'm going to hit OK. Then you get the table designer. Okay, let me center this properly on the screen here. There we go. There's 3 columns: field name, data type, and description. The field name is the name of your field, okay? First name, last name, and so on. Data type is what kind of information is going to be going into that field, and description is pretty much just for you. If you want to specify, some descriptive text about what that field is for, and we'll see an example of that in just a minute. I'm going to start off by typing in a field name. I'm going to start off with first name. This will be the person's first name. Now notice I didn't type any spaces in there. You can type in spaces if you want to for your field names, but I prefer not to. And the reason why is because when you start getting into macros or modules and programming, if you have spaces in your field names, it becomes much, much more difficult to manage your code, because you have to remember to put brackets around everything, and there's some other rules that apply if you've got spaces in your field names. So in my field names and in my table names and form names and such, I'm going to avoid using spaces. In fact, the only non-alphanumeric character that I usually use is a hyphen or an underscore. All right, so first name is my first field. I'm going to hit Tab. That'll move me over to the next column. And here you can see it says data type, and text is the default option. Let's take a look at all the different options for data types here. Let me drop this little box down. And there's all of our different options. We have text, memo, number, and so on. Let's talk about briefly what all these are. Text is essentially any printable character. ABC, 1, 2, 3, spaces, dollar signs, exclamation points, and so on. Text fields can be anywhere from 1 to 255 characters in size. We'll talk more about the limits of the different fields in a bit. For now, I just want you to know what's what. Memo fields are essentially really big text fields. They're great for storing any kind of text. Directions on how to get someplace, a review, general notes. Most tables that I build will have at least one memo field in them. Okay. Number is the next one. Pretty self-explanatory. Any normal number, counting number, 1, 2, 3, negative numbers, okay, floating point numbers, even with decimal points. We'll see the different types of numbers in a bit. Date time fields. Okay, date time fields are useful for storing either a date or a time or both. Okay, a date time field can be both. You can store either January 1st, 1980, or you can store 4:15 p.m., or you can store January 1st, 1980 at 4:15 p.m. It can be a combination of both. Currency. Okay, currency is a dollar amount. It's a special type of number field that's been optimized for storing dollars. An auto number is a special kind of number that starts at 1 and counts up. And this is good for IDs. For example, assigning a customer ID or a invoice number. Okay, it's a number that you don't have to worry about maintaining. The system will just automatically assign it the next number. Yes/no field is basically a true/false field. Yes, no, true, false, on, off. Okay. An OLE object, if you know what OLE stands for, object linking and embedding. All right. Anything basically you can cut and paste in Windows can be an OLE object. Usually this type of field is used for a picture or maybe a sound clip. But if you're building an employee database, you can make an OLE field to copy and paste the picture. Scan in the picture with your scanner and copy and paste it into an OLE object. All right. Hyperlinks are used to jump people from one location to another. You can hyperlink to a website, to an email address. You can hyperlink to another document or even another database. I personally don't like the way that they handle hyperlinks in Access, so I usually use a text field to store things like web page address and email, but you can use them, and we'll talk about them a little bit later in the course. Lookup Wizard is an evil wizard. We're not going to use it today. Maybe I'll talk about it a little bit later, but we're going to do something better than using lookup wizards when we get into class 3. All right, so for my first name field here, which one of these data types do you think would be best suited? I'd probably say text. Okay, so I'll pick text in here. Now down on the bottom is a whole bunch of other options. Field size and format and input mask, and we'll talk about these later. Okay, for now we'll just leave these all at their default settings. Okay, over here on the right we have description. This field is optional. All right, if you want to put in here, this is customer's first name, you can do that if you want to. Generally, I use a description field to explain any ambiguous fields. For example, in a few minutes we're going to make a field called active. Well, what does that mean? Does it mean the guy likes to exercise a lot? No, it means that we're going to send him our newsletter and he's going to get our faxes and all that stuff. That's what active means. So you, in the future, if you're the only person working on the database, may need a reminder as far as what this field is for. Or if you work on databases in a team, this is good for helping out other people to understand what your fields are for. Okay, I'm going to tab down to the next line here, and we'll type in another field name. We got last name. We'll leave that as text as well. Okay, how about the company name? And you can see a list of these on page 12 of the handout. Company name, again, no spaces. We'll leave that as text. Okay, we got phone, address, city, state, and zip. Phone. I'm going to leave phone as text as well. Now, the reason why I leave it as text is because, well, first of all, you might come across a phone number like 1-800-FLOWERS. Now, I want to have to stop and find a phone, and then to look, okay, F is 3, L is 5, and then have to type in the numbers. So you might want to type in an alphanumeric phone number. The second reason why is because text is just easier to deal with. If I had my choice of working with text fields or numeric fields, I'd pick text fields. And you'll see why when we start getting into a little bit of programming. Text is just easier to work with. My general rule of thumb is if it's something that you're going to be calculating, use a number. All right? If you're ever going to take the sum or the average of a group of phone numbers, probably not. All right? Same rules apply for zip codes, social security numbers. If you're ever going to be doing math on those numbers, then go ahead and store them in the database as a number. If not, if you're just storing a value that happens to be numeric, but you're not going to be doing any math on it, then store it as text. It's easier to deal with. So I'm going to store my phone number as text. And then we have our address fields. We have address. Now you can do address 1, address 2 if you want to. I usually just sneak them all into one address line. City, state, and zip code. Now again, if you're doing Canadian zip codes, you need to obviously be able to have letters. Okay? Also leading zeros. Some of our American zip codes end in a 0, or begin in a 0. So if you stored that as a number, you'd lose that 0. So that's why, again, text is important. Now, I've broken the address down into address, city, state, and zip. You can break it down into as much or as little detail as you feel is necessary. Okay? I have some clients that just have address 1, address 2, and that's it. I have other clients that break it down into street name, street number, type of street, city, state, zip, zip plus 4. So you can break it down into as much detail or as little detail as you wish. Okay, I'm going to scroll down here a little bit. After zip code, I'm going to put in a notes field. We'll make that a memo. Notice I just hit M there, and it pops in memo. You don't have to drop the list down every time. Now, generally, just about every table I put a memo field on, a notes field, because you could have notes associated with the customer, notes associated with your employees, notes associated with your products, each product, notes associated with each order, even with each line item on each order. Okay? Don't overuse memo fields, Don't make, don't put like 10 memo fields in a table, but to have a memo field on each table is not going to hurt you at all. Memo fields are great in that if you don't use them, they don't take up much space. But as soon as you start using lots of memo fields, your database is going to explode. It's going to get really huge. We'll talk about conservation and making sure your database is optimized in the future class. Okay, I'm going to put in employees, and we'll make that a number field to store the number of employees. Notice down on the bottom here it says long integer. Again, we'll talk about these different types of numbers in a bit. Then we have, let's see what we got here, customer since. Oops, I can spell today. Customer since. That's going to be a date time value. So I can track how long each customer has been with me. Then we've got credit limit. Whoops, wrong field. Tab, credit limit. I'm trying to look between the book and the screen here. Okay, the credit limit's going to be a currency value, so people don't go charging up in my store. And then finally, I've got my active field, and that'll be a yes or no value. Is the person active? And here's where you might want a description, right? Will receive newsletters. Now that description field will also show up in another place. It will show up in the status bar on the bottom of the screen for our forms. So don't type anything in there that you wouldn't want the user seeing. But I generally use it for like a reminder for what that field is for. Okay. Any questions? Pop them into the chat room. Feel free to type in your questions at any time, and I'll try to address them as soon as I can. Okay. I haven't seen any complaints from people coming in the last couple of minutes, so I'm guessing everyone's not having any problems with the class. Now I see there are more people connected to the class video stream than there are people in the chat room. So if you haven't joined the chat room, come on in so I can see who's here. All right. Now we've got company name, we've got first name, we've got last name, but we really don't have a unique way to track each individual customer. I could refer to a customer as Joe. I could refer to a customer as Joe Smith, all right, but I might have, 50 Smiths in my database, and I might even have 5 or 6 Joe Smiths. I might even have 2 working for the same company. So what we really need is we need a unique way to reference each specific customer, and we're going to do that with an ID number. Okay, and I'm going to call it customer ID. And I'm going to make that an auto number. And the benefit of an auto number, again, is that it'll start at 1 and just count up. So every time I add a new customer, he'll get a new customer ID. Start off with 1, 2, 3, and so on. I don't have to worry about maintaining those numbers. And we're going to use those auto numbers to form relationships between our different tables next week, or next class, Monday. Okay? For example, I might have customers, and those customers have orders. So I need a way to reference on the order which customer it is. And I'll do that with a customer ID. Okay? Now, as a matter of form, I like to have the customer ID at the top of the table. And the reason why I do it last is so I can show you how to move these things around. Here's how you move a field up or down. Notice the little gray boxes here in the column. If I take my mouse and I move it right over that gray box for the customer ID and click, I've highlighted that row. Okay, now I'm going to move my mouse here. Take your mouse and now click again on that same spot. Notice how you have a white arrow this time instead of a little black arrow. Click and drag, and you can drag that box straight up to the top of your form and let it go. And there we go. That's how we move fields around inside the table. Now, the fields don't necessarily make much difference what order they're at, what order they are in the table, because we're going to rearrange them on the forms anyways. But just as a matter of proper database form, I like to have my IDs at the top. Okay, I'll show you that again. One more time. Let me drag it down here. Let's pretend the customer ID is here, and I want to move it up top. I'm going to click on that box. Notice I have a black arrow. Click. Let the mouse go. Don't hold it down. And then click and drag it straight up. Okay, Chell is asking in the chat room, can access through a checkbox, such as answering a question like the student lives with mother, father, or both. Yes, we can do checkboxes. Checkboxes would essentially be yes, no values. Okay, for example, down here at the bottom, our active field, okay, will be a checkbox. You'll see this in just a minute. Okay. I see Keith and Lisa are still having problems. Bad audio, DSL connection. That's unusual to have bad audio with a DSL connection. Again, Keith, I would recommend try restarting Windows Media Player and see if it comes in any better. The rest of you appear to be doing okay, and my little dial-up connection that I've got over here is doing fine as well. So the rebuffered stream will sometimes be a lot clearer than the live stream is sometimes, depending on the connections. Okay, so I've got my table already set here. Now I got to save my table. So up here on my toolbar, I'm going to click on my Save button, and it's going to ask me for a table name. Okay, I'm going to type in customer T, no space there. I like to end all of my tables in the letter T. All right, you'll see why when we get into programming later. Again, it's easier if you don't have spaces in here, so just customer, no space T. And the capital T will indicate to me later this is a table, as opposed to maybe a query, which I'm going to end in Q. My forms are going to all end with F. My reports are going to all end with R. Okay. Shell is asking in the chat room a drop-down box selection. Yes, we're going to be doing drop-down boxes next week. Or excuse me, on Monday. It's class 2. Okay. Where you pick a list from a value, or pick a value from a list of options. That's going to be called a combo box, and we're going to cover that in the next class. Okay, I'm going to hit save. I'm going to hit OK here. That'll save my table. Now it's going to yell at me, and it's going to say there is no primary key defined. What does that mean? It says although a primary key isn't required, it's highly recommended. A table must have a primary key for you to define a relationship. A primary key essentially is that one unique value in the table. Okay, that one unique field that no two records are going to share. Now we know that it's our customer ID, but we haven't told Access that. So Access has no clue that that's our primary key. So it's going to say, do you want to create a primary key? Now I'm going to say yes. And what happens is if you take a look at the top of the table here, notice next to customer ID there's a little key in there now. See that little key symbol in there? All right? And you can do this manually if you want. Right up here in the toolbar there's a little picture of a key. But the thing is I personally never remember to do that, to actually click on the key. So I always just save the table and let Access yell at me. And that works for me. Okay? But now Access knows that that field is our primary key. And what exactly did it do? Well, if you look down at the very bottom here, we'll talk about this more in a bit. You see there's a field down here that says indexed, and it says yes, no duplicates. Indexing does a couple of different things for us, but for today, just keep in mind that indexing prevents duplicate values. So no two customer IDs can be the same ever. Okay? All right, so now that I've got my customer table all set, I'm going to close it with the X in the upper right-hand corner up here, and then I'm back to my database window. Notice now I have a customer T. There's my customer table. All right. Now it's time to go ahead and actually put some data in. So I'm going to double click on my customer table. That'll open it up. There it is. I'm going to just resize this window here so it fits. There we go. All right. And now you can see it looks like a little spreadsheet. Okay. And now we just type in our values. So I've got customer ID. I'm going to hit Tab and type in the first name. I'll put myself in first. I'll type in Richard, Tab, Rost, Tab, company name, Macron, Tab. Notice how the column doesn't quite fit the word company name. So I'm going to click right here between where the columns meet on that line. See how my mouse changes from a down arrow to a double pointing arrow? I'm going to click there and drag it to the right a little bit, and then I'll resize that column, just like in Excel. Okay? So I've got company name, tab, phone number. Now, I want you to get in the habit of just typing in the phone numbers without any hyphens or dashes or parentheses. 716-837-4685. All right. I'm going to show you next week how we can format that phone number to appear any way you want to. So if you want to see the parentheses around the area code, I'll show you how to do it later. But all we want to store in the table are the digits. Okay? It goes down to conservation of space. If you've got 5,000 records in there and each one of them is wasting 3 characters on 2 parentheses and a dash, well, you're wasting a lot of space. So we'll talk more about that next week. Tab, our address, right? P.O. Box 1308. City, Amherst. State, New York. Again, next week I'm going to show you how we can limit it so the state can only be 2 characters. Zip code. Notes, right? You can put anything you want in here. Employees, I'll put 100. Right? Customer sense. Now, customer sense is a date-time field. So we have to enter in a valid date or a valid time. Okay? I'm going to type in, let's type in 1190. Okay, 1/1/90. Notice that it got converted into a 4-digit year. That's because my Windows settings are set to display 4-digit years. Next week I'll show you how we can change that setting. All right, but you can type in things like March 5, like that. Notice how it converted it to the current year. All right, if you just type in like 9/1, it'll convert it to the current year. All right, if I type in 5/1/80, it'll convert it to 1980. If I type in 5/1/30, it converts it to 1930. But if I type in 5/1/29, it converts it to 2029. 1930 is the cutoff year. Okay. If you type in anything from 30 to 99, you get 1930 to 1999. If you type in anything from 0 to 29, you get 2000 to 2029. Seeing that Sue in the chat room here is having a lot of buffering problems still. I can only guess today, folks, that it might be because of the high winds here in Buffalo again. I've noticed that when we have real high winds like this, my internet connection sometimes gets slow too. So I can only apologize, and like I said, we'll have the class available for replay so that you can replay it at your own convenience, and it should play without any buffering at all. All right, credit limit to dollar amount. I'll type in 5,000 for myself. Okay, active, yes or no. There's your checkbox, right? Yes or no. I can use the space bar to check it on or off, or you can use your mouse. Okay, and I'll tab down to the next line. And I'm going to go ahead and enter in 2 or 3 different customers. Okay, so I'll type in Joe Smith from XYZ Corp. Okay, 101 Main Street, Buffalo, New York, 14220. 50 employees, customer sense to 185. Let me fix my customer sense here too. 8190, let's say. Credit limit $200. Active, yes. Let's put in a Bill Watson from LMNOP Inc. Okay, he's at 205 Park Avenue in Houston, Texas. I have no idea what the Houston, Texas zip code is. Let's say he's got 5 employees, customer sense 3-1, and a $50 credit limit. One more. Let's put in Sue Jones. Let's put in Sue Smith from IBM. Okay, 101. Let's go 123 Main Street, Armonk, New York. Okay, 5,000 employees, customer sense 1-1, and a 0 credit limit, then inactive. Okay. Okay to use periods for the phone number, Sue asks. Yes, you can if you want to. Again, for now, I strongly suggest you just type in the digits. All right, I will show you how you can format this phone number to appear any way you want to later. Okay, but for now we're just going to type in the numbers. All right, so now I've got my customers in there. I've got them saved. When you move from record to record, by the way, when you move, let's say if I'm editing Joe Smith, let's say he wants to be called Joseph. Notice over here on the left I got this little pencil. The little pencil means that you're editing that record. Okay? As soon as I move off of it, watch what happens. the pencil goes away, and now I've got that arrow. Right then and there, that record was saved. Okay, so the record is saved as you move off of it. Okay, so we've got our table built. We got some records in it. Now, let's go ahead and close this table. It's going to ask if you want to save changes to the layout of the customer table. I'll say yes. That's because we changed the column widths and such. So we changed the layout of the table. All right, and now here we are back at our customer T. Now, let's pretend instead of 4 customers, and then we got 40,000 customers. All right, and I only want to generate a list of customers who are from New York. So to do that, yes, we can do some filtering inside the table, but that involves knowing how to actually use tables. And we'll talk about some of those advanced things we can do with tables next class. But I want to be able to give away so that my boss, who knows nothing about computers, can come in here and just quickly generate a list of customers from New York. So to do that, we're going to use a query. So I'm going to come over here and click on Queries. And now I've got the queries open here. And I'm going to come up here and click on New, just like we did with tables. Got a bunch of different ways to build queries. Design View, Simple Query Wizard, Cross-Tab Query Wizard. Some of these query wizards are handy. We're going to use the Find Duplicates Query Wizard in the future class, if we have time. It's one of our optional topics. But again, the query wizards will build the query for you. The Simple Query Wizard will, at least. But it's not going to teach you what you're doing. All right? I'm going to come over here and click on Design View and then hit OK. Now, in the background here, I'm going to move this window out of the way. In the background here, this is where our query is built. Okay? Here, we're asked to, it says Show Table. What tables do you want to use in your query? Okay? Now, we only have one table. So I'm going to pick Customer T here, hit Add. And notice, I'm going to slide this out of the way again. Notice how it added the customer table to our query. So now I can use that customer table to build a query with. Okay, I'm going to come over here and hit Close now. And here's my query. This is the Query Designer. For those of you who have some prior database experience, you may have built a database query using SQL. All right, well, essentially, the Query Designer builds the SQL for you. Now, what we basically have to do is go through our table, pick what fields we want to use in this query from this list, and bring them down here. For example, let's say I want to build a simple query to just sort my customers by last name, let's say. Okay, so here's the fields we want up here. I'm going to take first name. I'm going to click on it, hold the mouse down, and drag it down here and drop it. And there we go. There's first name. Now let's do last name. I'm going to click and drag it over here into the second column and drop it. And there we go. So now I've got first name and last name in my query. Now, let's run the query to see what we get. I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to click on this little exclamation point, little red exclamation point that says run if you hold your mouse over it, and that will run our query. And there we go. That's the information we asked for, first and last name. Now be careful, because this information is live. Okay, you can make edits and changes and stuff in your queries, and it will affect the data that's in your tables. All right. Now, we asked for first and last name. We got first and last name. They're not sorted yet, though, are they? So let's come over here and notice this little T square. Click on the T square, and that'll put you back into design mode. There we go. Now I'm back into query design. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and sort this. Okay. Notice down here, next to last name, all right, it says field, table, sort, show, criteria, and so on. Here's the row we're concerned with right here. It says sort. I'm going to come right over across in the sort row below where it says last name. I'm going to drop, so if you click in here, you get this little drop-down box. I'm going to drop this box down. You got ascending, descending, not sorted. Now remember, ascending has nothing to do with the back of a donkey. So dry humor for you there. I expect to see everyone rolling on the floor laughing in the chat room. So I'm going to pick ascending. It should sort my names in ascending order. I'll come up top again, and I'll click on the Run button. And there we go. They're sorted in ascending order. Now, the problem is, though, that the last name's sorted, but what about the first name? All right, Sue Smith should come after Joe Smith. Well, we didn't tell it to sort by first name and last name. We only told it to sort by last name. So again, let's go back into here and click on the Design View button, the little T square. And let's sort this by first name and last name. So I'm going to come over here and click on the sort under first name, drop it down, and go to ascending. And then I'll run my query one more time. Here we go. No, now wait a minute. Bill Watson's on top now. What's going on here? Well, unfortunately, in Access queries, sorting goes from left to right. Okay, from left to right. So that means we have to put last name to the left of first name. Okay, I'm going to hit my T-square again, go back into design mode. There we go. All right, yeah. See, I see you guys in the chat room there. You guys have a sense of humor. Okay, so I need to move the last name column to the left of the first name column. Here's how you do it. Notice the gray box across the top of the column, right up here. I'm going to move my mouse there so that I have a downward pointing black arrow. Click on it, and then drag this to the left, and there we go. Now that takes some getting used to. I'll show it to you again. Okay? I'll go backwards this time. I'll click on the column header for last name. Okay, drag it to the right, and then drop it there. Sue's asking, what do you click on after you do, I'm assuming, run the query to get it back? All right, once you run your query, to get back to design mode, you click on the T-square right here. Okay, the T-square. You can also click on View and then Design View, and it'll take you back into Design View. All right, so now we need to move that the last name to the left of first name. So I'll click, let it go, let the mouse go, drag it back to the left, and drop it. And now when I run my query, you'll see that they're sorted by last name and then by first name, and Joe Smith is now above Sue Smith. That's how we do sorting in our query. I'll click on the T-square one more time to get back to here. Okay, any questions? Pop them in the chat room. I'm noticing that it's about noon. We're going to run a little late, folks, because we had some difficulties today, and I know some people are having some buffering problems. So class is probably going to go about 20 minutes late. If there is anyone that has to leave early, that's fine. Again, the class will be available on the website to view later if you need to, and I will email everyone the location. Okay, Sue, you don't see the P-square? It's a T-square, Sue. It's if you run it. Okay, you should see it right here on your toolbar. It's a T-square, like an architect uses with a little pencil. Okay, if you don't see that, you might be missing a toolbar. All right, click on View Toolbars, and you should see one that says Query Data Sheet. All right, if you don't have that toolbar on, then you won't have that T-square. Okay, View Toolbars, Query Data Sheet. Lisa says you can't open the sample access. I understand, Lisa. We had this discussion at the beginning of class. There may be a problem with the sample database that came with it. You don't need it for class. In fact, the sample database that came with the class materials is the database when we're done with the class. So you're actually better off starting from scratch and building what we're working on here. Okay, so there we go with our first sample query. I'm going to come back into Design View here by hitting the T-square. Okay. Now, we've got our first name, last name in there. We've sorted them, so that takes us past page 23. Now we're on page 24. Let's save our query. I'm going to hit the Save button. Looks like a little floppy disk here. It's going to ask for a file name. I'm going to type in Customer Q. Now you can see the benefit of using T's and Q's. Okay, T's for tables, Q's for queries. All right, let's hit OK. That'll save it. Notice it says Customer Q. Okay, and we're all set. We've got our customer query saved. Now the benefit of saving the query, if I close this now, is that the boss, who knows nothing whatsoever about databases, you can now tell him, okay, go into queries and hit customer queue, double click on it, and there we go. Okay, so he can run the query without any knowledge whatsoever of how to build a database. All right, now let's build a second query. Okay, page 25. Let's say we want to take this query and we want to modify it a little bit. I only want to see the customers from New York. Okay, I only want to see the customers from New York. Now, I don't want to redo all that work that I just did. Okay, so I'm going to make a copy of this query here. How do you make a copy? Well, I like to right-click on things. There's 4 or 5 different ways to cut, copy, and paste. But I'm going to right-click, go to copy, and then right-click anywhere in here, right, anywhere in the white area, and go to paste. It'll ask you for a query name. I'll call this customer 2Q, let's say. And there we go. Now I have 2 customer queries. Let's open up customer 2 and go to design view here, design view T-square, and let's make some changes to it. I'm going to move this up here a little bit so you can see it. Okay, the boss has come to me and said, all right, in addition to first and last name, okay, I want to also have the phone number and the state. Okay, Sue, I see that you have to leave. Again, I'll email everybody where the remainder of today's class is so you can watch it at home. You can scan to any portion in the class that you want, so you can just scan right to here. All right, have a good one, Sue. So I got last name, first name. I want to add phone number, so I'm going to find phone number from the list. There it is. Now, if you don't like clicking and dragging, which I hate clicking and dragging, you can double-click on phone number. See, double-click, and it drops it down in the next available column. Let me resize these so we can see what's going on here. Resize. All right. Now, we also want to limit it to state. I only want to see the people from New York. So I'm going to bring state into the query, double-click. There it is. Now, down here where it says criteria, okay, I only want to see people from New York, so I'm going to put in New York, NY, for the criteria of the state field. Okay, press enter. Now, when you press enter, notice that it puts little quotes around New York. That's fine. All right, quotes because it's the actual word New York. All right, now run the query. And I see that I've got just my New Yorkers in here, and it looks to me like I might have lost my broadcast feed. Hang on one second, folks. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, no, we're still broadcasting. Okay, sorry. Okay, so when you run it, now I see I only have people from New York. Okay, let's go back to design view. And now let's say I only want to see people from Texas. Well, let's change this from New York to Texas, and then run the query. And there we go. I only see people from Texas. Okay? Now, if you want to make one for each state, obviously you could sit here and copy and make 50 of these. But let's say I want the user to be able to input whatever state they want to see when they run the query. Well, in order to do that, all you have to do is come down here in the criteria field. I'll delete that. And just type in whatever you want the prompt to say inside of 2 square brackets. And here's how it looks. Left square bracket, right? Enter the state, right square bracket. Those are square brackets now, not curly braces and not parentheses. You've got to use the square brackets. Now when I run my query, look at that. It says enter the state. If I type in New York, I get my New Yorkers. Right? I'll go back into here. If I run the state, if I run it again and I type in Texas, I get my Texans. So now my query is interactive. Now I can have anybody run this and they can get anybody they want from any state. If you type in a state that doesn't exist, like Pennsylvania, you get no records. Okay. T-square. So now I'm going to save this and then close it. Now I can tell the boss, okay, go run the customer 2Q. He'll run it. It'll prompt him for the state. Type in New York, and there's his data. So now we built our first interactive query. And later on in class, I think in class 3 or 4, we're going to build an actual menuing system for our database so that we'll have a nice, pretty, click here for this, click here for that kind of interface. Okay? All right, so that's criteria, lesson 8. Let's say you want to only see people from New York who are active. Okay, we got our active field there, right? Well, I'm going to come back in here. I'm going to get rid of this enter the state for now. I'm just going to put New York back in here so I have to keep typing in New York. But if you want to limit it to only active people, let me resize these columns. Notice if you want to resize multiple columns together, watch this. You can highlight them together like that, click and drag, and then just resize one of them, just like in Excel, right? Resize one of them and it'll resize all the ones you had selected. There we go, there's state. If you want to see the active people now too, let's find active and bring active into our query. There we go. Okay, and if we want it to be that they have to be from New York and active, I'll come down here in the criteria field and type in here true. Okay, true, yes, on, those are all valid responses for true. Okay, false is false, no, 0 even, right? Yeah, yes, no, true, false, on, off, 0 and 1, or -1 technically. All right, so now if I run this, we only have the New Yorkers who are active. All right, now here's the criteria row. The way this works is a cross. All right, and is a cross is an and condition. So these people have to be from New York, and active has to be true. Okay. If you want it to be from New York or active, that's what the or row is for. You just simply move this down. All right, I'll delete it from here and move it down to here. We'll talk more about this in the next class. So now I'm going to see people who are from New York or people who are active. If I run this, I get everybody because the guy from Texas is active. See? All right, we'll talk more about this or condition in the next class. All right, so we talked about parameter values, page 30. Let's get the forms. All right, I'm going to close down this query here, save changes, yes. I'm going to click here on forms, and I'm going to click on new. Again, you have a whole ton of options to build forms with. And again, the purpose for building a form is so that you can present your data in a nice, pretty interface. There's form wizards and auto forms and all kinds of stuff. Most of these are evil down here, but we're going to pick design view. Now, before you hit OK, I want you to come down here, drop this little drop-down box, and find customer T. It's asking us where does the table or query that this form is going to get its data from. Now you can build a form either off of a table or a query, but we're going to pick the customer table so that we get all of our customer information. All right, I'm going to hit OK. And this is the form builder. Okay. Now the form builder has a lot of different components to it. Okay. You got a big blank empty region here. And then we have this little window that popped up. It's called our name list. I'm seeing a little bit of buffer lag here. And I'm going to actually restart the video feed. Actually, folks, what we're going to do is, because we are still having some pretty nasty weather here in Buffalo, and the winds are pretty high, and I do notice that a couple of our users have to leave for the day because we're running late. We're going to pick up class 2 here, starting with forms on page 33 on Monday. And on Monday we're going to plan on going a little bit long. We'll go an extra 15-20 minutes on Monday to make up for the extra time. But I think probably the best thing to do for today is to just end class here for now, and hopefully on Monday we'll have some better luck with the connectivity. I'm going to be here for the next 5 minutes or so to answer questions. I'm going to close down this forms window, come back to the database window. So today what we covered how to build a table, how to enter our data into the table, how to build a query, okay, how to make that query interactive using criteria, okay, and then next week, on Monday, we'll pick up with building forms and then a basic report. We'll do a mailing label report, and then we'll get into the class 2 material. Okay, so if you have any questions, now is the time to ask them in the chat room. And I'll wait around for another couple minutes, and if there are any questions, great. If not, we'll see you next week on Monday. Chella, yes, I did answer your question. Let me see if I can. Let's see here. The thing with the checkbox, if you look at the table here, if I open up the customer table, here, I'll watch. Yeah. When I have my customer table here, notice that if I scroll over to the right, the active box here comes in as a checkbox. Okay, and yes, we can make checkboxes on our forms as well. Okay, and we're going to see how we do that on Monday. Okay. All right, Chella, Tony, Andrew, Tara, and Gina. You guys are left in the chat room. I'm going to be signing off now. If you have any questions, feel free to email them to me, or I'll be in the chat room for the next couple of minutes. My email address, again, you can send them to richard@amacron.com or training@amacron.com. Either one, I get both. And I'll be sending out an email in a few minutes as far as where the class stream is, so you can watch the rerun, as Tony puts it. All right. So I'm signing off now, and again, if you have any questions, send me an email, richard@amacron.com. Thanks, and I'll see you all on Monday. I apologize in advance for my sniffling. I got a little bit of a cold today. Let's go ahead and start the video archiving. There we go. I hope that those of you who missed the first class had a chance to watch the archive from class 1. Rose, I see your message in the chat room there about getting an error when you log into the outlines. Your line was chopped off, so go ahead and retype that. We'll see if we can help you with that. The outlines are stored in PDF format, which means that you need the Adobe Acrobat on your machine in order to view them. The Adobe Acrobat's a free download from Adobe's website, and I believe there is a link to it on that page. Once you got that installed, you'll also need WinZip. The outlines are fairly large, so we've compressed them down with WinZip, so you actually need 2 programs to view them. And again, WinZip is a shareware program, so it's a free download. Let's get started with the class. Let's see if I can find my Microsoft Access database that we started in the last class. Okay, here is my database. Let's just take a quick review of what we did last class. We started off by building this customer table. We named it Customer T. Again, I like to end all of my tables in the letter T. And if I right-click on this and go to Design View, I'll see the design of the table. We created a customer ID, which is an auto number. A bunch of text fields. We got first name, last name, company name, and so on. Address, city, state, zip. We've got the number of employees. We've got a notes field, memo, number, a date time field. Number can be a date or time or both. We have a credit limit field, which is a currency value, and an active, which is a yes or no value. Try to get one of all the popular types of data types in here. Up here on the toolbar, this little button can switch between Design View and Normal Table View. There we go, there's our Normal Table View. And we entered in some basic records, right? First name, last name, and so on. 4 or 5 records is fine. Then we built a query, actually a couple of queries. We got our customer queue, where all we asked for was last name and first name. And we sorted them by last name and first name. Remember that query sort left to right. Our customer 2 queue, where we also limited it by state. And remember the parameter query that we typed in, where inside of square brackets we can type in enter the state. And then when we run our query with the run button up here, it will prompt us for the state. Enter the state. Type in New York and press enter. And there we go. That's how we can make an interactive parameter query. Now in today's class, we're going to pick up with lesson 1, and we're on page 32 of the book. Creating a new form. Now forms, again, as a reminder from last class, are used to display our data in a way that is more user-friendly, especially if you have someone who isn't very familiar with how to use a computer. And we're going to create, first let's create a basic form to store our customer information. So from the database main menu, I'm going to click on Forms, and then New. Now you can use these buttons here if you're wondering what these little shortcuts are. I personally don't use them, but that's only because I'm used to the older versions of Access. I've been using Access for a long time, and I'm just used to clicking on it, clicking on New. And I get this window up. There's a bunch of options: Design View, Form Wizard, Auto Form. There's a bunch of these. We're going to take a look at some of these later in the course. But let's stay with Design View for now. We're pretty much always going to use Design View for now. Before you hit OK, drop this little box down, and it gives you the option of selecting where your data comes from. All right, now notice we've got a list of tables and queries here. Customer T, Customer Q, and the Customer 2 queue. See why that T and Q is important? So you know which one you're using. For now, let's pick Customer T. So we have Customer Table, and we'll hit OK. Now when you do this, you're going to get a blank form, that's this thing, and you may or may not see this list of all your fields, called a name list. Now I'm going to shut it, just in case you're missing it. Right up here on the toolbar, there's a button that says Field List, or Name List it's called. So if you don't have that list of fields, click on that, and this field list will pop up. Now essentially what we're going to be doing is taking these fields and moving them over to our form and arranging them in a way that you want to see them. Now I'm going to slide this guy over here for now and move the form back into place there. And the first thing that I like to do is I like to change the background color because I don't like to deal with this gray. It's very hard to work with this gray color. So the first thing I'm going to do is change the background color. And here's how we change our background color. I'm going to click on the background itself, notice that this detail band here has darkened. And right here on the toolbar is a little paint can. That's our background color, our fill color. If you click on the paint can, you get the color in the paint can. And notice my background just went from a light gray to a dark gray. Well, if you don't want the gray, you can drop down the little arrow next to it and pick from the color palette. And I'll pick, let's go light green. Alright, so now I've selected the light green for my background color. It's easier to work with than gray. Okay. Resize this. There we go. Now the name of the game is to take these fields one at a time and to bring them over onto our form. So I'll start off with customer ID. I'll click on customer ID, hold it down, and drag it and drop it, let's say, right about there. And again, excuse my sniffling. Notice now that I've got two different components to this box. There is a label and a text box. Now the label is just text to view. That's all. That's what you're going to actually see on the screen. But in this text box, this is where your data is going to go. Okay? So when you're looking at your records, you'll see the customer ID there, number 1, 2, 3, or so on. Let's bring over another couple fields. I'm going to take first name, click on it, drag it, and drop it right about here. Now don't line it up with the label over here. Line it up underneath the text box, and there we go. So now I've got customer ID and first name. Alright, let's try one more. Last name, click on it, drag it over here, line it up with the first name field, and drop it. And now I've got 3 fields on my form. Let's see what this is going to actually look like with some data in it. Alright, so I'm going to just come up here on my toolbar. And see this button right here? Very left of the toolbar. It says View. Click on that button, and it'll take you to the Form view. Alright, Form view. It says Form 1 Form. That's fine. Now notice that we actually have data in our text boxes at this point. Okay, you can actually see customer ID 1, the first name Richard, last name Rost. To move between the records, let me bring this up at the bottom here. To move between these records, you can use these little buttons on the bottom of the form, kind of like a CD player. This goes to the first record, previous record, the next record, the last record, and a blank new record. Now notice it says 1 of 4. That means we have 4 records in our table. Remember, because a form is just displaying the data in a table in a different way. Now if I want to move to the next record, I'll click on the next record button, and it takes me to Joseph Smith. Click on it again, Bill Watson, and so on. If I want to add a blank new record, I click on the last button. And now I'm at 505, a brand new record. Alright, let's put the rest of the fields on our form. So I'm going to go back to Design View. Now my toolbar's got a little mushy up here. There we go. The Design View is the little T-square. So I'm going to click on the T-square. And now I'm back in Design View. Now, you can bring these fields over one at a time if you want to. But you can also bring them all over at once and then just rearrange them however you want. I prefer doing it the latter. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete these fields that I have in here. I'm going to just simply click out here in right field somewhere. Click and drag a box that touches all of these fields. Let it go. And now notice that they're all highlighted. At this point now, if they're all highlighted, I can simply hit delete on my keyboard, and they're all gone. In the chat room, Gina's asking, why are we creating a new form? Well, we're creating a form. The purpose of a form is to, again, lay out the data in a way that is more user-friendly for your end user to work with, or for you to work with. And the reason why I say that is because as we get a little more advanced, we're going to be seeing how you can use forms to automate processes with command buttons. You can use them to display data in ways that would be very difficult to do with tables alone. All right, such as when we do our order entry system, we're going to be doing a form with a subform inside of it. As far as why are we creating a new form this way, is I like to show people how to build forms from scratch without using the wizards. You'll find that once you get the hang of it, it's actually faster to build it without a wizard than it is to build it with a wizard. So I hope that answers your question. Now, how do you bring all these fields over? Well, if you want to bring over just a couple of fields, you can click on the first one, hold down the Shift key on your keyboard, and then click on the last one. So I'll click on address here. And notice how it highlighted all the fields between customer ID and address. Now, if I wanted to bring those fields over, I would just simply click and drag them over and drop them on the form. And that's how you can bring over multiple fields. Now, to bring them all over, I'm going to delete these. Hit delete. To bring them all over, all you have to do is double-click up here on this title bar. I'll double-click now. Double-click. Whoops. There we go. And now notice that they're all highlighted. If I scroll down, for example, all of them are highlighted. Now, while they're highlighted, I can simply grab one of them, drag them over, and drop them. And that's how we bring over multiple fields. Now that we got all the fields on our form, we can get rid of this field list or the name list. I'm just going to close it here with the X. And now we need to move these around. Now, while they're all highlighted like this still, if you move your mouse over any one of these text boxes, notice how I get a hand. All right, if you have a hand, then you can move that whole block of stuff around together. Watch, I'll click and drag them up and drop them. And there we go. See how I move that whole block around? Now, if you want to just move individual items around, then you have to highlight just those individual items. All right, so I'm going to click just over here in the right, off in the right field somewhere, and notice how that unhighlighted everything or deselected everything. If you want to move just, let's say, the customer ID, you can click on it and in one motion drag it and let it go. Thank you. Okay, that's how you move just a single field. And now I'll move it back. Now, notice how it's highlighted right now. If it's highlighted, all you have to do is move up here so you have a hand. Usually you want to move on to the border of the box, but not on one of those edges. I'll talk about the edges in just a minute, these little corners and edges. Okay? Get the hand right there on the edge and you can drag it back. It's a little tricky. This really does take practice. This is going to be something that I'm going to show you the techniques, and then you're going to have to practice this on your own before tomorrow's class, because you really kind of just have to do it to get it. Watching it's tough. So after class, I strongly suggest you practice this a little bit. One more time, I'll show you that again. To move a box that's not highlighted, simply click on it and drag it with one motion. Okay? If the box is already highlighted, you can click on it by grabbing the hand right there on one of the borders and then dragging it and letting it go right there. Okay? Now, there's a whole ton of techniques for moving these things around. And I'm going to probably just have time to show you some of them, but you'll discover the rest as you're going along, because they're not very difficult. Let's say I got first name here, and I got last name here. Let's say I want to move last name up and to the right of first name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the label for last name because they're not going to fit right next to each other. So I'm going to click on the last name label. This is the label. And I'll hit delete on my keyboard. And now it goes away. Now I can take that last name and move it up and to the right, the right of the first name field. I'm going to click and drag it over here. And there we go. We got first name and then last name next to it. Try to conserve some space in our form. Now obviously I have to change this label, right? Because it just says first name. So what you can do to change a label is, watch this now. I'm going to click on it once. That'll highlight it. Notice now that my mouse is turned into an eye pointer, like in a word processor. At this point we can simply click and then edit it like a normal word processor. Maybe I'll go name first, comma, last, like that. And then press enter. The labels on the left can have whatever you want in them. Okay? Now, company name, let's slide company name up. Click and drag it up. There we go. Excuse me. Now, here it says company name, but it's all kind of smushed together because it's a field name. And I told you before not to use any spaces in your field names. But these labels will be actually be visible on the form by your users. So I'm going to click on here and just edit this and put a space there. Remember, that's just a label. That's what shows up on the screen. That's the field name, company name, in the text box. All right. Now, company names can be kind of long. All right, they can be a lot longer than just the first name or last name. So I want to make this box wider. I'm going to click on the box, move my mouse to the right side over here, where there's a double arrow. I'm going to click and drag to the right, and there we go. I've resized my company name field. And again, let's just move to the edge here, click and drag, and that'll resize. You can also grab the corners, but the corners are used for making these things taller. All right, like this edge would be to go taller only. This corner would be to go wider and taller. That's what the little buttons around the edges and the corners are for. All right, so now I'm going to slide phone number up, click and drag. Address, click and drag it up. Again, addresses can be wide, so I'm going to widen it out, click and drag. Now, city, state, and zip, we can probably smush all that together on one line, right? So I'll click and drag city up. There we go. I'm going to take state and delete its label. Delete with the keyboard. Slide it up over here. And then shrink it. Because it only needs to be 2 characters, right? Click on zip code, do the same thing. And there we go. Beautiful. And now we can change the label, right? City, comma, state, comma, zip. Now again, if you're dealing with international customers, you might need more fields, and that's just a matter of putting them in your table and putting the fields, like country or county if you want county, or province if you're in Canada. All right. Now, notes field is next. I'm going to take this notes field and slide it over here, just for the time being. I'm going to take the label. I want to put the label on top of the notes field. How do you do that? Well, notice how the upper left-hand corner of each of these boxes is bigger than the rest of the little boxes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move over here to the notes label and move my pointer right over that box in the upper left-hand corner. All right, now notice how I have a finger instead of a hand. No, not the finger, a finger. Right? Going to click and drag it up here, and notice how the finger will move the label and the text box independently of each other. Now if I were to go back and get the hand, right here, now they'll both move together. And we'll do something with this notes box in just a minute. I'm going to slide employees up. Customer sense. Let's see what else we got here. Credit limit will slide up and active. Active I'll move over here in this little empty spot. Now notice how I got a lot of blank space at the bottom of my form. Alright, I'm going to scroll down. If you move your mouse right over that bottom edge, notice how it turns into a double pointed arrow. We can click on it and drag it up, and that'll get rid of some of that empty space. You don't want to try and conserve the space on our form. Now I'll scroll back up to the top here. What are we going to do with that notes box? Well, here's what I like to do with the notes boxes. I'm going to slide the note box up here. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, right about to there. And I am going to come up here to my colors. Let me widen this out a little bit. I'm going to give the background like a light yellow color. Here's the foreground color, the A. Works the same way as the background color. This is the liner border color. We'll leave that alone for now. And the last one over here is the liner border width. Now if you drop that one down, you can see different sizes here. Okay, actually there should be one more. Let me widen this out a little bit more. There it is. The last one is the special effect. Now the normal special effect that you get is flat, but if you drop this box down, let me widen this out a little bit. There we go. There's a bunch of different special effects here. Flat, raised, sunken, etched. Here's one I like to use for the notes fields. Click on that one. And there's a cool shadow effect. Makes this look like a little piece of sticky paper. Alright. So there's my basic customer form. It's got all the information that our table has in it. Let's save this form now. I'm going to click right up here on the Save button. And I'm prompted for a name for this form. I'm going to type in customer F. Number F as in form. And then we'll hit OK. Now let's take a look at the form with some data in it. Again, I'm going to click right here on the View button all the way to the left. And there's our form with some data in it. Okay, I can come down to the bottom down here and use these little buttons to move between the records. Record 2, record 3, and so on. Notice how some of these fields are lining up to the right and others are lining up to the left. Well, we can fix that with our alignment buttons, right? Let's go back to Design View. Design View is this little T-square here. Alright, and what we'll do is we'll highlight the boxes that we want to change. Now I'm going to do it by drawing a box. Watch this. Click over here in right field where there are no fields, drag it, and then let the box go, just so it's touching the fields you want to modify. And notice how these guys became highlighted. Now I can use my alignment buttons just like in Word, right? Align left, center, and right. I'll hit the Align Left button. Now, one of the things I don't like is in here, the field names don't show that they've changed. But if you go back to Form View, you can see that they've changed. Our customer ID needs to be adjusted too, right? Customer ID, left justify, and then back to Form View, and there we go. Now, if you want to add a new record, it's simply a matter of, let me bring my bottom of my form up here. There we go. It's simply a matter of going to a new record here, click on this New Record button, and typing in the new record, right? First name, Peter Wilson, and so on, right? 123 Corp, Oh, notice how I jumped over here to notes after I typed in my zip code. Typed in my zip code and jumped over to notes. I want notes to be last. Okay, that's called a tab order. When you type in data and you hit tab to move to the next field, that's called adjusting your tab order. And we'll show you how to do this in just a minute. Let me come back down here to employees. 4, customer cents 1190, credit limit, let's say $500, and active will be yes. Now let's adjust that tab order. Let's put the notes field last in my tab order. How do we do that? Well, right up here in the toolbar, we're going to click on View, and then now I can't see it here, but we need to click on the little chevron on the bottom. Oh, I'm sorry. We need to be in Design View first. Let's go to Design View. There we go. And now we should be able to click on View. And here it is, Tab Order. Where is it? Chevron. There it is, Tab Order. See those little chevrons? I hate those little chevrons. Those little chevrons, the downward pointing arrows on the bottom of the menu. Microsoft put them in there to hide the menu features that aren't used that often. Well, I find them annoying. I wish you could just leave them. Well, actually, you can. There's an option in the options to turn them off, but I leave them on for class. I'll click on Tab Order. Here's a list of all the fields on the form. Notice Notes is right there. And we want to get it down to the bottom. So how do we do that? Well, we click here on this little gray box, and that highlights Notes. And now I'm going to click and drag it straight down and drop it on the bottom. And that's how we move these things around. You can't hit the auto order button on the bottom, but that will arrange them all going top to bottom. So Notes would actually fall in after last name. So that's bad in this case. If you only have one column of stuff, auto order is not bad, but here we have 2 columns. Now I'll hit OK. Go back to Form View, and notice now as I tab around, tab, 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 and Notes is last in my tab order. Any questions? Now's the time to drop them in the chat room. Any questions on tables, queries, forms that we've covered so far? Let me have them, and we'll address them as we can. Well, I've kind of jumped around a little bit in the book. Let's see, we've covered pages 32 through, let's see, up to 37, covered the colors, talked about entering data on your form on page 41. We added a new record and, of course, deleting a record. Last thing we haven't talked about. Let's say you begin adding a new record. I'll go to the end here. And I start typing in Sean Peters. And then I realize, oh, wait a minute. I don't really want Sean Peters in here. How do we delete Sean Peters? Well, we click on this gray bar over here. See it? There's the gray bar. Click on it and hit delete on our keyboard. It'll say you are about to delete one record. Hit yes. And away it goes. Okay. Any questions? How's the video feed today, everyone? Give me some feedback in the chat room. Let me know how the video's coming through. Hope it's coming through a little better than Friday. All right, the next thing we're going to talk about are reports. Now I'm going to close this form. So I want to save changes, yes. All right, now notice in my list of forms, I can see that I have a customer F now. And I can instruct people, if they want to work with the data, they can double-click on customer F. In fact, later on, in class 3 or 4, I believe, we're going to actually build a menu interface. So when the people open up your database, the first thing they see is a menu with a list of buttons on it. Click here to open this form, customer form, click here to go to the order entry system, and so on. All right, I'm going to close this. And now we're going to go ahead and build a basic report. We're going to actually use a wizard. All right, we're going to use the mailing label wizard to generate mailing labels. Now the reason why this is a good wizard is because you don't want to sit there laying out mailing labels by hand. It's pain in the butt, I've done it. So the mailing label wizard is a good wizard. Let's say we want to make mailing labels for all the people in our database. We're going to click on Reports, New. Now from the list, we're going to click Label Wizard. And then we're going to select where we want to get the data from. So in this case, again, customer T. The reason why there's queries here is because you can build a little, a query to show a small set of the data. For example, let's say you wanted to generate mailing labels only from people from New York, for example. You build your query with the address information from the people from New York. You do your limiting, or you put a parameter in there if you want to. Then the query will feed the report. But for today, we're just going to build it with customer T. And then we'll hit OK. OK. The label wizard starts. First thing you have to do is pick what label you want. Now, I use Avery labels myself. So from this list of manufacturers, I'm going to pick Avery. And if for some reason they default to metric, I'm going to come over here and click on English. And now you'll see the Avery numbers that are in use by most office supply stores, or if you buy actual Avery labels themselves. I personally like the Avery 5160s, which is the sheet that gives you 30 per page. You get 3 columns with 10 labels each. Hit Next on the bottom. Next, you're asked for the font size, the font name. I'm going to stick with the default, Arial 8 point. Let you get 4 rows on your label. If you go any bigger, you only get 3. So I'm going to stick with Arial 8 point. Next. Okay, now we have to build what's called a prototype label. In other words, we lay the label out once, and then Access goes through and builds all the rest of the labels for us. All right, and how do we do that? Well, what's the first thing you want on top of your label? Usually the person's name. So I'll come over here and click on First Name, and then I'll click on this little button in the middle, and that'll bring the first name over to the prototype label. Now between the first and last name, what do you need? A space. So I'll hit the space on my keyboard, and then I'll bring over the last name. So here's last name, click, and there's last name on the prototype label. I'll hit Enter. That brings you on to the next line. Company name is next. Now if you don't like having to click on it and hit this little button in the middle, you can simply double click on company name. There we go. Press Enter. Right after company name. Enter. Now we need the address. Enter. And then our city, state, and zip. So city, space, state, space, and zip. And again, if you're making international labels, your labels may differ. I'm going to hit Next at the bottom. Now you're offered the option to sort your records in the report. If you're doing bulk mail, you might want to sort them by zip code. So I'll come down here and pick zip code. And then by address. Because bulk mail permits, they give you a discount if you have them sorted by zip code and then the address. Because the numbers in the address, I guess, make a difference. All right, next. What name would you like for your report? I'm going to call this Mailing Label R. Mailing Label R. And then I'll hit Finish on the bottom. And there we go. There are my mailing labels. As you see, my mouse pointer has now changed into a little magnifying glass. I can click, and that'll zoom me out. All right, or click again, and it'll zoom me in. Notice how on this particular one, I've got all 6 mailing labels here. If I did have multiple pages, let me resize this a little bit here so we can see it all better. If I had multiple pages, there are little buttons at the bottom, right down there, to go between the pages. Page 1, page 2. Obviously, you'll fit 30 on a page here. Hold on one second, please. Sorry about that. Now across the top up here we have some different options. Obviously here we can go back into design view with the T-square. The T-square is going to show us this. That's the design view for the report. Now we're going to be doing more with manually designing reports in a little bit in the future class. But as you can see, you can come in here and do some basic stuff. Now pay no attention to what this trim and all this stuff is. But if you wanted to bold this line here, you can click on that, and then hit bold on the top. You can make some basic changes. Be careful not to change the border, because that's sized perfectly so the labels fit. So don't go changing the borders. All right, but if I go back here now, this little piece of paper, that's the print preview. There we go. Notice how I've bolded the company name. So at this point, if you want to make some basic cosmetic changes, go ahead. We'll talk more about customizing these reports in a future class. Okay. Up here we also have, you can view them 2 pages wide, 4 pages wide, and so on. You can change your zoom here to 100%. You can actually send these out to Word. All right. So if you want to, do some really wacky formatting on these, you could generate the report here. Hit this button, and this will publish them out to Word. We'll talk again more about this later. All right. Now that we're done with this, let's hit close. You want to save changes? Yep. And now we have a mailing label R report. Okay. Now, this is the end of class 1. We're a little bit behind schedule. What I'm going to do, folks, is just so that we can keep the archive straight, I'm going to actually stop the video feed for a second, and this will allow me to save this particular video feed with the class 1 material. I'm going to restart the video feed. If you get bumped, just go back into the link that says begin class, and then we'll start restreaming the video again. It might not bump you, it might. So just bear with me for a second here while I restart the video feed for class 2. Okay, and we're back. Let's make sure that everyone stays with us here. Okay, I'm looking at my screen here because I'm dialed in with a different machine here to watch the feed myself, and I've got audio, but I've got no video. So I'm going to restart my video feed and see if this fixes the problem. Okay, folks. Yeah, I had to restart my video feed. It restarted okay, but I only got audio and no video. So if you can't see the database window on my screen, go ahead and restart your video feed now. Andrew in the chat room has asked, on form design, is there a way to define fields as display only, such as customer ID? Yes, there is. We're going to be talking more about the form properties. If not today, then definitely in tomorrow's class. The customer ID field is an auto number field, so it can't be modified. All right, auto numbers cannot be changed; they can only be viewed. So you don't have to worry about that for an auto number field, for a customer ID. Now, some fields like company name or whatever, you might want to lock them so that no one else can change them. And there is a property that you can set on form controls, text boxes and such, called locked. And we'll talk about that in a bit when we go over some of these form properties. All right, so I will answer your question, just not right now. Okay, let's go back to tables here, beginning of class 2 now. And I want to talk a little bit about the advanced table properties. So I'm going to go into design view here on my customer table. I want to talk a little bit about some of these properties on the bottom that we kind of mentioned in the last class. First thing is field size. If you take a look at, let's ignore the auto number for now, but let's take a look at first name. And then look at the field size property. Notice down here on the bottom, it's set to 50. What does that mean? Well, that means every first name can be up to 50 characters long. However, I don't know many first name fields that are 50 characters long. So that's an awful lot of wasted space. Most first names, I would say, are probably anywhere from 10 to 15 characters, so 20 should be plenty. So I'm going to change this to 20. Now, obviously, you want these to be big enough to fit the largest values in your table, but you don't want them to be too big. If I've got 1,000 names in my database, and I waste 30 characters or 30 bytes of space on 1,000 names, that's 30,000 bytes or 30K kilobytes that I've just wasted just for blank spaces. Okay, now that's only one field in one table. If I've got 20 fields and 30, 40 tables in my database, you can see where you can start talking about several megabytes or hundreds of megabytes of space being wasted just for blank spaces. So what you want to do is you want to go down your tables and you want to optimize them. All right, last name, for example. I'd probably go a little longer for last name, maybe 25 or 30 characters. Company names can be pretty long. All right, Smith, 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 and Smith. LLP. So we'll leave that at 50. Phone number, I'm going to set mine to 10. All right, 3-digit area code, 3-digit prefix, 4-digit suffix. That's 10 characters. Again, we're not going to save the little dashes and stuff in the table, just the numbers. And again, if you have international customers, you have customers around the world, you need different phone formats, then you need to set aside the number of characters for your field size that's appropriate for you. Address, 50 is good. City, well, maybe 30 for city. State, I'm going to set to 2. And again, this will take care of U.S. and Canada. But if you have European addresses, this might not work for you. Set it to whatever is appropriate for your business. Zip code, I'm going to go 6. Now, if you want to store zip plus 4s, then make it 9. All right, 6 handles U.S. and Canada. Now, see, I don't do any bulk mailing, so I don't bother with zip plus 4s, personally. All right, if you do a lot of bulk mailing and you have to store zip plus 4s, you got 2 options. You can either make it a second field, right, have a zip and then a zip plus 4 field, or you can just lump it all into one field, make your field size 9 or 10. Again, that's kind of up to you. All right, notes don't have a field size. Numbers have a field size, but it's not like text fields. Notice how this one says long integer. All right, let's drop this box down here. If you click in the long integer field size field, drop that box down. There's a whole bunch of different types of number field sizes. All right, if you look in the book on page 4 for class 2, you'll see a little chart that has all the different field size ranges in them. There's byte, integer, long integer, single, and double. Now they've added a new one called decimal in Access 2000. All right, you can use it if you want to. The most common settings are double and long integer. All right. Basically, the difference is long integers are used for non-decimal and non-floating point numbers, counting numbers like 1, 2, 3, and then negatives. And doubles are used for anything with a floating point. Okay. Personally, I use singles instead of doubles. Let me explain the difference. If you look in the book, bytes Okay, the top one here, bytes, are integer numbers, and they're really tiny. They only take 1 byte of storage, and they're good for ranges of values from 0 to 255. So if you're storing something, where you've got a lot of data, but they're really small numbers, like let's say number of children, okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, numbers like that usually will fit into a byte. All right, and they take up the least amount of space. Next we have integers. Integers are roughly plus or minus 32,000. So they're a little bit bigger numbers. Okay, and they take up 2 bytes of space. So they're twice the size of a byte as far as storage conservation. Then we have long integer. Long integer is the biggest of the integer type values. It's roughly plus or minus 2 billion. Okay, if you look in the book there. And they take up 4 bytes of space. So they're 4 times the size of a byte character. Now, generally, for most databases, you want to give yourself the flexibility of holding numbers that are more than 32,000. So that's why generally you stick with long integers. Okay. Now, our database here, we have number of employees. We could probably squeeze that into a regular integer. However, if you have a really big company, like General Motors, someone might try typing in 50,000 and they won't be able to because the number's too big for an integer field. That's generally why you stick with a long integer for things like that. If you know positively, without a shadow of a doubt, that your number's going to be small, let's say under 1,000, then you can sneak it down to an integer. And again, the only real concern here is storage space. Storage space on your disk. All right. Obviously, if you have lots of integer fields, if you can sneak them all down to byte fields, you'll have the storage space. Now you might be thinking, well, I got a huge hard drive, storage space isn't a concern, but the bigger your database gets, the slower it runs. So if you have a really, really big database, it's going to run really, really slow. All right. Then we have our decimal type, or our floating point types. We have single, double, and decimal. I'm going to skip decimal for today. Let's just talk about single and double. Singles, if you look in the book, it says 3.4e38. What does that mean? Well, that's 3.4 times 10 to the 38th power. Basically a 3 with 38 zeros after it. So that's a pretty big number. Okay, and negative 3.4e38 means 1 over that. 1 over 3 with 38 zeros after it. So it's going to be a pretty small digit number as well. 0.000003. Singles will fit the needs 99% of the time. All right, because as you can see, doubles are much, much larger. They're 4.9e324. That means roughly 5 with 324 zeros after it. Astronomically huge numbers. All right, I've never needed to use a double for that much storage space. So I'm going to stick with single for most of my floating point numbers. Excuse me. Now, for number of employees, I'm going to probably go with long integer, which is what it was before. All right, and down here, notice a field called default value. I'm going to change that to 1. Doesn't make any sense to have the default value or the starting value to be 0 for a number of employees, right? Let's start that off at 1. That means if I don't type anything else in, it's going to be a 1. All right. Now, just talking about field size also. Auto numbers do have a field size. There's long integer and replication ID. We're not going to talk about replication IDs. Don't mess with it. Just leave it as it is. All right. So in case you see that, don't play with it. Let's talk about the format field. Let's take a look at our phone number. Here's our phone number. And I promised earlier I'd show you how to display these numbers with the little dashes in them. Well, let's try this. Down under format here, I'm going to click on the format field. I'm going to type in using little @ symbols. That's over the 2, right? Shift 2, @ dash, @ dash, @ Okay? Now I'm going to save my table. Now, notice it's going to yell at me. It says some data may be lost. That's because I modified some of my field sizes, right? I took, like name, for example, first name down from 50 down to 20. So what this is basically telling me is if I have any fields that are more than 20 characters long, they're going to get chopped off. But I don't. So I'm going to say, do you want to continue? Yes. Okay, I've saved it, and now I'm going to flip over to table view. And notice my phone numbers now. Notice how they display with the little dash in there. Now those little formats are great for displaying data a certain way, like on report, or maybe in a read-only text box on a form somewhere. But if you try to edit one of these, watch what happens. If I click in here, look at that. The dashes go away. And that kind of makes it a little confusing, especially for new computer users. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to design view here. Instead of formats, I'm going to get rid of this, highlight it, hit delete. We'll talk more about formats in a minute. There's a thing down here called an input mask. Now, input masks work a little bit differently, but they basically show the data a certain way, and they force you to enter it a certain way. So try this one. Watch this instead. 000-000-0000. I'll hit tab. And notice it throws some backslash characters in there. That's okay. You can ignore those for now. We'll talk more about those in a little bit. Go back to form view. Save the table, yep. And now notice that I've got my phone numbers in here. But if I click on one of them, notice the little dashes stay put. In fact, if I were to delete one of them, let me just delete one of these. I'll tab over to here, hit delete. Notice I got these little underscores in there with dashes. An input mask shows you, and in fact forces you, to enter in the data in that particular format. Right? In this case, digit, 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 dash, 3 more digits, dash, 4 more digits. Okay? And that's the easiest way for new computer users to handle seeing that. And again, the benefit is I'm not wasting space in my database by storing those dashes. Plus, I'm also forcing all of my users to enter in phone numbers in a uniform format. You're not going to have some people that forget area codes, for example. Now, where do I get these characters and such that I'm having to type into the input mask? So let's go back into here. All right, input mask and format. Both have very lengthy help files associated with them. So if you click on format here, for example, and hit F1 on your keyboard, okay, there we go. The Windows the Access Help System pops up here. Let me try and get mine under control. It's not letting me move mine. I apologize. Mine is maximized on my screen, and so I can't easily move it. Let's see here if I can grab the corner. Unfortunately, this Windows Media Encoder that I'm using to broadcast the class with has some limitations. And one of them is it limits my control over some of the windows. There we go. I think I got it. That's better. All right. So here's the format property help. When you click on F1. And there's a whole, I strongly recommend you read through this. We're not going to cover all this stuff. But if you click on, for example, here's date and time data types. All right. Here's all the date formats. I'll demonstrate one of these in a minute. Short dates look like that. And here's all the characters you can use. And I think some of these are in the book if you look on page 7. All right, D is the day of the month. DD is the day of the month in 2-digit format. 3Ds is the first 3 letters of the weekday, and so on, right? Here's all they know. M is for month, Q is for quarter, H is for hour. All right, if I were to back up here, here's text and memo data types. Here's the one I had you type in earlier, right? The little asterisk, or excuse me, the ampersand. No, it's not even an ampersand. It's an add symbol. I'll get it right one of these times, right? It's a text character. Either a character or space is required. All right, so if you type all those in your format field, they can type in either a character or a space, and it is required. If you want them so they're not required, you can use the ampersand instead of the at symbol. Let me demonstrate some of these. Let's talk about the customer sense field. Let's come down here. Here's customer sense. And if I come down here in the format field, now you can pick a format from the list. Right, here's medium date, short date, long date. Any one of these you want to pick. All right, or you can type in your own. I can type in mm-dd-yyyyy, and I'll get that. Watch. Save table, yes. And where's my date? There's my date. If you want it a different way, let's say you wanted it YYYY-MM-DD. And now it looks that way. All right, so that's what the formats do. We'll talk more about these when we get into reports. The problem with these is that they can be confusing if you don't use a standard format. Okay, so usually for something like where the data entry is, I would leave it as a standard, maybe a short date. All right, let's see. There we go. It's easier for them to type it in this format. And then later on, you can display it however you want to display it. All right, it's about 12 o'clock, and for those of you who maybe missed part of last week's class, we're going to go to about 12:30 today. If you can't stay with us to 12:30, that's fine. The archive, again, will be available on the website probably by about 1 o'clock. I will email to everyone where the archive is, so if you can't stay for the rest of the class, then you can watch the archive before the next class. All right. Any questions, by the way, feel free to drop them in the chat room, and we'll try to answer them as soon as we can. All right, so that's format and input mask. There's a whole bunch of different input mask wizards, too. For example, if you have Social Security numbers and all that, you find input mask. Here's a little dot, dot, dot. That's a little wizard. Oh, only works with text or date type fields. Let's find a text field here. There we go. Input mask. I don't use the wizard myself, to be honest. There we go. Here's some sample input masks, right, that they build for you. Phone number, Social Security number, zip code, password. Right? You can generate these all by hand if you read the help file. See how they work. I'm going to hit cancel. All right. Default value we already took a look at when we changed the default value for the number of employees. Let's say our credit limit, though. Here we go. Credit limit defaults to 0. And let's say I want this to default to $5,000. I want any new customers to have a default $5,000 credit limit. So I'll just simply put a $5,000 there. Now, that will not change any existing records, even if they're blank. Okay? That'll only affect new records that you add to your table. Okay? So it's default value. Validation. Let's say, if you look down here a little bit lower, there's a validation rule and validation text. Validation rule limits the values that can be put into this field. For example, let's say you don't want any of your employees to give people credit limits more than, let's say, $20,000. So I can say this validation rule, okay, the credit limit has to be greater than or equal to 0 and less than or equal to 20,000. And then I'll tab or enter. All right, and now if I were to go, let me save my table. All right, again, I'm getting an error message. Data integrity rules have been changed. Existing data may not be valid for the rules. This basically is saying that I added a validation rule after I've already got data in there. So whatever data is currently in the table might not conform to this rule, so you have to check it manually. I'll say yes, continue. All right, now if I scroll over here to credit limit, let's say I take this guy's credit limit and try making it 50 grand. I get yelled at. It says one or more values prohibited by the validation rule. All right, not a very friendly message. I'm going to hit escape now. So if I want to give a friendly message, that's what this validation text is for. They violate the validation rule, right? And you can say in here, credit limit must be between 0 and 20,000. And now if you do that, let's find the same guy. Try changing it to 50,000 again. I get my custom error message. Okay, a little more user-friendly. I'll hit OK, and we'll change this to, let's say, $5. All right. You can also, if you don't like typing it out this way, this is more of a mathematical way to do it. You can also use a special word called between 0 and 20,000. All right, that's valid. That's a special access keyword, between. It includes the endpoints. All right, between 0 and 20,000. We'll see that more when we get to queries. In the book I talk about allow zero length and null, lesson 1.13. Where is it here? Let's see. Let's go to a text field. We've got allow zero length and required. Zero length strings, we're going to talk more about this when we get to programming in lesson 5 or 6. So I'm going to kind of skip this for now, but zero length string is basically a string with nothing in it. All right, which is slightly different from null. And again, we'll talk about this concept later. What I want to talk about now for a minute is the required field, required values. You can make it so that certain fields are required, although I generally recommend to really think hard about whether you want to do that or not. And here's my reasoning. Let's say you have a telemarketing firm, and your people are forced to have to get the person's name. And one or more times it may happen where they talk to the person and they forget to give their name. Now, if the database doesn't let them save the record without a name, what's going to happen is they're going to type in junk. They're going to type in Joe Smith. All right, or if it's a phone number field, just 2222222. All right, and employees will do this. This is just speaking practically from experience. So, in my opinion, it is better to have no data than it is to have bad data. I would rather the user not type a name in or not type a phone number in than to just type in junk to get by the validation rule. Because it's easier later on, speaking as a database administrator, it's easier later on to go through and find all the records that are missing data than it is to go through and find all the records with bad data, because that you have to do one at a time. And you could easily generate a query later on to, give me a list of all the people that are missing phone numbers. And we'll do it next time we do our mailing labels again. We'll go through and do a query that will show all the people that don't have zip codes. All right. So just speaking practically, use that required option with care, because again, people will type in junk just to get by it. All right. So let's go ahead. I'm going to save my table one more time. And now we're on to indexing. Indexing, down the bottom here, it says indexed. Let's take a look at our auto number field up top, the customer ID. This one says yes, no duplicates. What does that mean? Well, indexing does two things for us. All right. Number one, it prevents duplicate values that we kind of already knew when we did our auto number last time. The second thing that it does for us is it speeds up searches and sorts. So if you've got a table with, let's say, 10,000 customers in it, and you want to get a sorted list based on last name, if your table is indexed, that list is already kind of built for you. So Access can spit it out much, much faster. If last name is not indexed, then Access kind of has to go through and sort them on the fly. What happens is when you say, yes, I want to sort, yes, I want to index by something, let's say, again, hypothetically, last name, Access maintains a little sorted index table. It's out in the computer's memory. You can't see it or access it, but it's there. And every time you add another customer, it resorts this list. The benefit, again, is when you do a search or a sort, the list is already sorted in the computer's memory, and boom, it can pop it out for you nice and quickly. The downside is that when you add new records or when you make changes and updates, it has to resort this table. However, most databases do a lot more data retrieval, data lookup, than they do storing new data. Okay, there are exceptions. For example, that telemarketing firm that I mentioned earlier, they might have people that are entering in records all day long, and they do a report to summarize that information maybe once a month. So that would be a situation where you would not want to index anything, because it would actually slow the database down to be doing indexing. But for the vast majority of databases, you're looking up information more often than you're saving or changing information. And if that's the case, you want to go through your tables and you want to index the fields that you think you're going to be doing searches and sorts on. For example, customer ID, definitely. Okay, it has to be index number one because it's our primary key. But let's talk about other fields like first name. Do I ever think that I'm going to be doing sorts and searches often based on first name? Probably not, so I'll leave that not indexed. Last name, though, I probably will. All right, so I'm going to come down here to indexed. Let me slide this up a little bit so you guys can see it better. Come down here to index, drop this down. I'm going to pick yes, duplicates okay. All right, make sure you got duplicates okay selected. Otherwise, you're only going to be allowed to have one Smith or one Jones. All right, so you want to be able to index them and have duplicates okay. Let's take a look at the next one here, company name. Index it, definitely. Yes. Duplicates, okay. All right. Phone number. Now that's kind of up to you. I've got clients that, they index the phone numbers because they do a lot of searching and sorting on phone numbers. All right. Indexed, yes. Now duplicates okay or no duplicates is kind of a question for you. If you want to make it unique so that no two customers can have the same phone number, maybe that's how you track them, then you could set it to no duplicates. But again, that's a question that's kind of up to you. Address, I probably wouldn't. City, probably not. Maybe state, right? Maybe. That's again up to you. Zip code, again, it depends on what kind of report you're generating. If you generate a lot of reports based on zip code, then possibly. Hold on for 1 minute, folks. I think we've lost our video feed here. I've lost my connection to the chat room. Let me just re-log back in here. I seem to have lost my connection to our chat room. I can't tell if everyone's with me, although I see people still connected to the video feed. Let's pause for just a minute while I try to resolve this. I'll be right back. Very strange. Looks like our web server might have lost connection, but I can see that you're all still connected to the video feed. We actually broadcast classes from a different server than our web server is on. So if you've lost connection to the chat room, I have too. And hopefully the folks over at our internet provider will get that resolved as soon as possible. We can continue with class, though. We just won't have a chat room for the remainder. So if you have any questions, send them to me an email. Actually, I won't be able to get email either because our email is on the same server as the web server. So we'll just have to see when this comes back. But let's continue class because I can see that you're all still connected to me. Where were we at? We were at zip code. Indexing, again, that's up to you. I'm going to index this for duplicates, okay. Let's scroll down here. Notes, don't have an index field. Employees, probably not. Customer sense, probably not. And neither credit limit nor active. So I think we're good as far as indexing is concerned. All right, so again, you want to index the fields that you're planning on doing sorts and searches on. All right, and then I'm going to save my table and close it. And that'll bring us back out here to the main database window. All right, moving on, lesson 2, using multiple tables. If you want to track, let's say, what products this customer has ordered. All right, I've got my customer table here. Got information on all my customers, and I want to track what products this customer has ordered. Where would I store this information? Well, I could probably store it in the notes field. All right, but that eventually is going to fill up, right? Eventually the notes field will fill up. Notes fields can only hold at most 64K or 64 kilobytes, 64,000 characters of information. So eventually they will fill up. So that's a bad idea. In addition, I want to be able to track, I want to do some reporting on these products as well. I want to be able to know what date they were purchased, what price they were purchased at. So it doesn't make sense to store product information in my customer table. Okay? And we will be building a product and an order entry system in Class 3. For today, I want to build a contact manager. I want to track every time I talk to each of these customers. All right? Every time, let's say, Joe Smith calls in, I want to be able to know, okay, May 1st, talk to Joe. He's interested in buying a computer. Call him back next week. Next time he calls in, May 4th, we talked about it. Yada, yada, yada. Call him back in 2 weeks or whatever. And by doing that, I can generate contact history. So every time he calls, we make a note of it in the contact log. And then if any of my other employees pull up his record, they can see what was talked about. Okay? How do we do that? Well, we can't store that contact information anywhere in the customer table, so we're going to need a new table for it. So I'm going to close my customer table, and I'm going to go to Tables, New, Design View, and I have a blank new table. All right? Now, every table that I build, I like to start off with the ID field. So I'm going to start off with my contact ID. Whoops, contact ID. I can type today. All right. Contact ID is going to be an auto number. That's going to be a counter. Just every contact gets an auto number. Every product gets an auto number, product ID. Every customer gets an auto number, customer ID. Every order is going to get an order number, right? Order ID. I'm going to have every table with its own auto number. Okay? Now, whenever I'm building a table, I like to ask myself who, what, where, why, when, how, why. So the first thing I'm going to figure out is who. Who is this contact with? Now, I could say Joe Smith. I could say XYZ Corp. But none of those are really good for tracking the who. What I want to know is what customer ID is this contact for? Because the ID is unique. No two customers will have the same ID. Right? And this way I can track specifically what customer it is. So I'm going to have the next field, customer ID. All right, now here's the tricky part. Customer ID is an auto number, but it's not an auto number in this table. Right? Because if I assign an auto number here, it's just going to start popping new numbers in there. So I am referring to a number on a different table. So in this table, I have to make it just a regular number, specifically a number of type long integer. But that's the default. If you're using Access 2.0 or earlier, the real old version of Access, the default number type was double. So you need to change that to long integer. Now, for now, we have to type in those customer IDs as we're typing in our sample data into the table. But you'll see later on that in Class 3 you'll be able to pick from a list of customers. Who is this contact with? All right, next field. The date. I want to put in here contact date. In the book, I use just the word date, and I wish I hadn't, because date is actually a reserved word in Access. All right, so I want to put contact date in here. I don't like using the actual word date. Okay, that'll be a date time field. Now, wouldn't it be nice if I could have that contact date default to today's date? That'd be great, wouldn't it? So now I'm going to come down here to the default value, and I'm going to type in equals date, open, close parentheses. That's a special function that will allow you to have today's date, whatever the system clock is, your computer system clock, will pop right into there automatically. If you want to get more specific than date, there's also another feature, another function called now. Actually, now might be more appropriate for this one. Now is the date and time to the second. I just noticed, folks, also that our web server is back up, so if you want to hop back into the chat room, you should be able to get in again. Yes, I can get in. Okay. Yeah, I see a bunch of you are still in there. Maybe it was just me that lost connection. All right, I see Andrew was doing some testing, right? All right, I'm back in the chat room now, so if you have any questions, go ahead and present them. All right, so now we'll force the default value for the contact date to pop in the date and time, the current date and time. All right. Finally, some notes. What do we talk about? Notes, memo field, and then we're done. Let's save the table. I'm going to save this as my contact T. T for table. Again, there's no primary key defined. So do you want to define it? Yes. Okay, and what happens is it pops in a little key, just like last time, for the auto number. All right, now, close that. We've got two tables now, contact T, customer T. All right, let's type in some sample contacts. I'm going to open up the contact table. Here it is. All right, now, again, for right now, we need to type in some sample data. All right. I like to have sample data in my tables while I'm working with them, because then I can see what it's going to look like, especially when you're building forms. It's handy to have the information in there. Now, for now, we're going to have to cheat and type in customer IDs. All right. Doesn't matter what they are. This is just sample data. But later on, I'm going to show you how you can make it so you can pick from a list of customers. All right. So let's say, hypothetically, all right, customer 1 calls in. There's a date and time. Populates in there nicely for us. And some notes, right? Talked about a computer. We'll call back next week. And you can make these fields as big or small as you want. Okay? A few minutes later, right, customer 3 calls in. Contact date and time, right? Asked directions how to get here. Okay? A couple minutes later, next customer calls in. Customer 2 calls in this time. Okay? Inquired about a widget. Okay? Customer 1 calls back at this time. All right? Asks more questions about that computer. Okay? Let's say customer 4 calls in this time. All right, wrong number. And so on. Let's say customer 1 calls in again. Okay, wants to buy. So you can see how you can start generating a history for each of these customers. Here's a call from customer 1. Here's the next call from customer 1. Here's the next call from customer 1. Right, based on the customer ID. But you can see each one of these has their own unique contact ID as well. Now, if you want to generate reports on this stuff, we can. We'll show you how to do it later. But you can just come right in here into the contact table. Let's say you want to sort these by customer ID. Hit the little sort button here, A to Z. Right, see that little A to Z, Z to A, sort ascending and descending, right? Boom. Now I've got all of customer 1's contacts together. The contact IDs are really, in this particular case, meaningless, but we might need them later on. All right. So that's how we can store virtually an unlimited amount of information on each customer using a contact history table. We'll do the same thing with an order history table, and the same thing with other fields. Now, how do I link these two tables together? Well, I got some customers in there. I got some contacts for these customers. How do I link them together? Well, we're going to link them together using queries. And here's how. Let's say the boss wants us to generate a report of all the calls, all the contacts, but he also wants to see the name and phone number of the customer with that contact so you can print it all out. Here's how you do it. We'll go to Queries, New, Design View. Here's our query builder again. Remember this from last time. Now we have two tables here that we can bring into our query. All right. So I'm going to pick Contact T and hit Add. Notice how it pops in the background here. customer T, hit add again, and notice that one's in the background as well. And now I can close this little show table window, so I'm going to close that. All right, so there's our two tables in our query. Notice the little line between them. All right, here's my list of contacts. Here's my customers. Notice they're joined at the hip, right here. Customer ID over here in the contact table is joined to the customer ID in the customer table. Notice how Access saw that the names of those fields were the same, because they're spelled identical, and it made a relationship between them, which in this particular case happens to be the right one. All right. If it's not the right relationship, we can delete this little line here by clicking on it. Watch that, and hit delete. See that? I deleted the relationship. Okay. If you want to make that relationship manually, just click on one of these, drag it across, and drop it on the other one, and that'll create that relationship. And we'll talk a lot more about these relationships as we go on here. Now all we do is bring in the fields that we want. So I want, let's say, the contact date. I want the notes. I want, from over here now on the customer table, I want the customer ID. Let's just say we want the company name and the phone number. There we go. Let me resize these a bit so they all fit on the screen here. Okay. Contact date, notes, customer ID, company name, and phone number. Let's save this query. I'm going to save it as my contact with customer info queue. We're not going to be using this again, so whatever file name you use doesn't matter. I'll hit OK. I'll run it, and there we go. We got the contact date, the notes, the customer ID, which I can shrink this up, the company name, and the phone number. And that's how we work with two tables that are related together. Excuse me again for my sniffling. The regular rules apply for any sorting or parameters you want to put in here. All right, it's approaching 12:30. If I could, I see that we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7 students. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 8 students still with us in my client connection window here, and I see that there's about 6 of you left in the chat room. If you wouldn't mind, please give me a show of in the chat room here who would like to go for another 10 minutes and who has to leave early. And if everyone wants to stay, we'll go on with another lesson or two here, and if not, we'll pick up where we left off tomorrow. But just in the chat room, just sign in and let me know who wants to continue for a few more minutes. I'm going to take a pause here and grab a glass of water, and I'll be right back. If you have any questions also, now's a great time to drop your questions in the chat room, and I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Looking at the chat room here, I see a couple of you want to go ahead for a couple more minutes. Keith's got to leave. So why don't we actually call it a day? Because I don't want to have to inconvenience anybody. Starting early tomorrow. Actually, Keith just left, but I don't want to inconvenience anybody though. So why don't we we'll pick off where we left off tomorrow here. Starting early would be a good idea, except I know we have some people on the West Coast. So starting at earlier than like 8 o'clock for them would be inconvenience as well. So why don't we go ahead? We'll plan on doing tomorrow again. We'll go for an hour and a half from 11 to 12:30. And we're at a great spot to stop. Lesson 4 in the book, Advanced Query Sorting and Filtering. And if anybody has any questions, I'll be here in the chat room for another 5 minutes or so, and we can pick up where we left off tomorrow. So if you have any questions, now would be a great time to ask them. I'd like some feedback also. How was the class today? How was the connection? How was the video, the audio? Let me know. I know we had some problems on Friday as far as the connection was concerned. Tomorrow's class, again, we'll have all of this information up on the archive. Just to review the schedule, we've got class tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then class 6 is going to be on the 21st, which is next Tuesday. Now, class 6, the reason why I kind of broke them up is because I unfortunately have some of the classes already scheduled in those spots. But class 6 is kind of the only one that really doesn't have to be followed with the rest of them. 1 through 5 kind of go one after the other, but class 6 is where I tie up a lot of loose ends, so you don't necessarily have to have them all in order. Andrew says the connection was good today. That's great. Andrew, are you on a dial-up connection, or are you do you have high-speed internet connection? I noticed I haven't gotten really very many complaints today at all as far as the connection was concerned. So I made some changes on the server over the weekend, did some optimizations. Screen updates sometimes a bit slow. Yeah, that can happen, unfortunately. I'm doing my best to try and move the mouse slowly on the screen to make sure that the video is easy to follow. But I'm streaming this at a format that's optimized for 28.8 modems. I found that works best because when we start getting 10, 15 people watching the stream, sometimes it can really lag out. I see Charles says the buffering was bad. 4-second lag, missed some critical cursor moves. Ouch. Maybe I have some more optimizations to do. Try the archive, Charles. Once I get the archive up, I don't know if you were able to watch Class 1's archive at all, but let me know also. Let me know tomorrow if the archive is also bad as far as buffering is concerned. Because if the archive views properly, that tells me that your internet connection's okay. If the archive does not view properly, then that could be a problem on my server as well. Let's see, question regarding the labels report. I do not see that I have the Avery label choices. Which version of Access are you using, first of all? When you go into reports and go to new, under the label wizard here, if your screen looks like this, then you should, down here where it says filter by manufacturer, all right, you should be able to drop this down and see Avery in here. Andrew, I see you're located nearby in Niagara Wheatfield. I don't think that should have much of a difference as far as the lag is concerned, but it might. Our internet providers might be close to each other. Switching to English, there's a place to add that to the list of choices. Yeah, you can add your own. You can customize these. If you have Access 2000, make sure that you have done a full install, because some of these might not install if you do like a minimal install. But if you click on Customize over here, you can create your own labels. All right, unit of measure English, label type sheet fed, hit New. You can actually specify the labels that you want here. All right, give it a name. All right, specify these dimensions just by clicking right in here, and you can just literally take out a ruler and measure these, and you can set all these different parameters. All right, but again, if you have Access 2000, you should have Avery labels in your list of options here. Even the older versions, 97 had those. I don't know if 95 did or not. I kind of skipped over Access 95. Access 95 was one of those versions that everyone was leery about, so no one switched to it. I'm going to hit cancel. Any other questions, comments, thoughts, ideas? I'll have the archive posted up on the server in about 20 minutes. So if you have any questions or so after that, send them to me an email. You can send them to richard@amacron.com or training@amacron.com. Either one. I get them both. And if not, we'll see you tomorrow. Again, I'll be here for another couple minutes. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat room. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Same time, 11 o'clock. Again, plan on going to about 12:30. And have a good day. We'll see you. Yeah, I'm just starting the record feed here. There we go. I want to make sure the class is archiving properly. All right. Class 2, page 21, Advanced Query Sorting and Filtering. Today we're just going to show you some advanced query techniques. We're going to use just our customer table and show you some advanced tricks. Let's go ahead by creating a blank new query. So I'm going to click on Queries, and then New. Design View, of course. From our Show Table window, I'm going to pick my customer table and hit Add. We'll leave out the contact table for now. I'll hit Close. And here we go. One basic query. We got the customer table in here. Now let's say the boss wants to see all the customers that are from New York and have credit limits of at least $200. All right, so let's bring down the company name field. Let's bring down the first name and phone number. First name, phone number. Yeah, let's bring down the state and the credit limit, since we're going to be limiting by state. And then finally by credit limit, which is there. Now, the boss wants to limit them by all the people who have $200 credit limits that are from New York. So that means my state criteria has to be what? NY. Remember that's in the first class. The credit limit should be set to greater than or equal to 200. And now if I run my query, again remember using a little exclamation point up top here, there we go. I see all the people who are from New York and have at least a $200 credit limit. That's lesson 4.2. Now, let's say I want to see all the people who have who are from New York who have a $200 credit limit. All right, let's go back to design view. I briefly mentioned these in the first class, but notice the OR rows down here on the bottom where it says OR. Okay. The OR changes the condition. All right. Going across is an AND condition. This says show me all the customers who are from New York and have a $200 credit limit. If you want to make it OR, you just simply drop this down. Now you can cut and paste. I'll cut and paste, right? Control X to cut. Click down here, Control V to paste. Or you can retype it. There's 4 or 5 ways to cut, copy, and paste, right? You can right click and go cut, copy, and paste. You can pick off the menu up here, right? Edit, copy, and paste. You can use the toolbars if you want to, cut, copy, and paste. I prefer the keyboard myself. I'm a keyboard freak. I like to use Control X to cut, Control C, right? I'll put them in the chat room. Control X is cut. You don't want to write these down. Come on, chat room. There we go. Control C is copy. And Control V is paste. Very important. I use those all the time, especially when we're doing our form design, because we can copy and paste stuff around in our forms. So now if I run this, I should get everybody from New York or everybody who has this credit limit of $200 or more. Let's run it. In this particular case, that's roughly the same set of data. If you want to cheat, let's cheat. Let's go back to our table for a minute and cheat here. Let's open up our customer table. Let's see who we got here. Okay, here's our guy from Texas. His credit limit's 50. Let's move him up to 500. So we should, let's see here, there we go, yeah. Let's make this guy here from Pennsylvania. There. Because now he's from Pennsylvania, he's a 5,000. Let's give him a $100 credit limit. Sometimes it's necessary to go through your data and just fudge it a little bit to make sure what you're doing works. It's better to change your data a little bit to make sure that your stuff's going to work before you actually start using it in a production setting. All right, let me rerun this query now. And there we go. We got our guy from Texas with the $500 credit limit. And we've got the guy from Texas and our New Yorkers. All right. Now, let's say we want to be able to see anybody from New York or anybody from Pennsylvania or anybody with a $200 credit limit. Well, to do that, there's a couple ways you could do it. Okay? I see in the chat a couple of you guys are complaining about missing some of the video. It might be because I'm moving my mouse too fast. I'll try and slow my mouse down a little bit. If you want to see anybody from New York or anybody from Pennsylvania or anybody with a $200 credit limit, here's one way to do it. Click here after New York and type in or Pennsylvania. You can put and or conditions here right inside one box. And if I were to run this now, you can see I get my guy from Pennsylvania. All right, back in design mode. The other way you could do it is to simply move this stuff down again and utilize another OR row. I'll take this 200 here, cut it, and paste it to move it down. And I'll take this Pennsylvania, I'll just chop it off, and put it there. See how this is going to work? It's going to give me anybody from New York or anybody from Pennsylvania or anybody with a $200 credit limit. And if I run it, there we go. And again, to test it, I can come back, change my data accordingly, and make sure that I get what I'm supposed to get. All right, any questions? In the book, if you have the book with you, if you look on page 24, you'll see a sample query there that I have. And that sample query, if you just read it with me, lesson 4.6, which is one more example, that query is going to show everybody from Pennsylvania or anybody from New York with a $200 credit limit or any company whose name is ABC Data. So any of those three conditions can be met. All right. Let's close that query down. We don't need to save it. I'll say no to save changes. Now let's go ahead and build our contact form. Now the contact form is basically going to be a place where I can enter in every contact that came in. However, I don't want to have to know my customer IDs. I want to be able to just pick from a list. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Forms and then New. Design View, of course. And this time I'm going to come down here and pick my Contacts table. My Contacts table. I'll hit OK. And I get my blank form designer and my name list. Remember from the last class, if you don't have your name list, it's right up here in the toolbar. Name list or field list. I think I keep calling it name list because in one of the older versions of Access it was called the name list. Remember, the first thing that I like to do is change my form's background color. So I'm going to click on the background, come up here to the color palette, drop this down, and I'll pick, let's go with light blue this time. All right. Now we're going to take the fields and bring them over onto our form. So remember my trick from the last class, I'm going to double click on the header of this name box, double click, that highlights all the fields. Then I'm going to click and drag them onto the form. Click, drag, and drop them on the form. Now while they're still highlighted, I'm going to move my mouse over them until I get the hand. I'm going to click and drag them up into the corner a little bit, just to flush them up in the corner there. Is this better? I'm moving my mouse a lot slower. Can you guys follow along with me a little bit better now? Let me know. All right, now I'm going to close this field list because I don't need it anymore, so I'm going to hit the X over here and close it. And I'm going to shrink up some of the space here. Let's just shrink up some of the space of this form. There we go. We don't need that much space. I'm going to save this form as my contact F, my contact form, contact F. And I'm going to close it and reopen it up and take a look and see what it looks like with some data in it. So I'm going to close it and then reopen it, contact F. And here we go. Well, the first thing that I notice is some of these fields are lining up to the right. So we'll have to correct that. The contact date also is lining up to the right, and it's also too wide to fit in here. So we'll have to widen that field out a little bit. Let's move to the next record. And I'm going to click down here to move to the right. That'll move me to the next record. And the next record again. All right. Now if I want to add a new contact, as you can see here from the list, I'll have to know what the customer ID is. All right? I want to avoid that. I want to be able to pick from a list of customers. Okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to put a drop-down box, or what's called a combo box, in Access here. It's called a combo box because it's a combination of a list box and a text box. So let's go back to design mode, the little T-square, remember. And the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my toolbox. Actually, let's take care of these fields here first. I'm going to highlight all these fields, and then I'm going to left justify the text right up here. Left justify the text. There we go. And let's widen them out just a little bit so we can see those dates in there. Remember how to widen fields out using the little blocks right on the sides or on the corners. I prefer the sides. Now, this customer ID, I want to replace that with a combo box. I'm going to leave this one here for right now, just so I can demonstrate what happens when we actually use a combo box. All right. Where do we find combo boxes? Well, up here on the toolbar, there is a little hammer and wrench, it looks like almost. Click on that, and that'll open up this toolbox. Whoops, I docked it accidentally. Let me pull it back down here. On the toolbox, there's a whole bunch of different tools or controls. You got labels, text boxes, option groups, and so on. All kinds of stuff on here. Right here, this guy, that's called a combo box, and that's the one we're looking for. Combo box lets you pick from a list of values. Now, we're going to be building a whole bunch of combo boxes in class. Probably at least 5 or 6 of them. So if you don't get this one the first time through, don't worry. They'll make more sense to you after you've done them a couple times. In fact, if you go through and watch this archived class tonight, it'll make more sense the second time through. All right, so what am I going to do first? Well, let's click on the combo box, and let's drop it on our form. I'll drop mine right here, right next to my customer ID field. And when I do that, a wizard starts up. Combo box wizard is a good wizard. The combo box wizard basically will ask us a couple questions, and we'll build a combo box for us. And this is good in this particular case because you don't want to be building a combo box from scratch. All right? Now the first thing it's asking you is, how do you want to get the information or the list of values in your box? Okay? You can have the combo box look up the values in a table or query. In other words, get the list of stuff from another table or a query. That sounds good. You can type in the values that you want. And that's okay sometimes if you have a list of options that never changes. All right? Or you can find a record in your form based on a value. You're never going to use that last one. Just erase it from memory. Okay? The second one you're going to use almost never. So you're almost always going to pick the first option. I want the combo box to look up the values in a table or query. All right, let's hit next. Now, which table or query should provide the values for the combo box? Let's think of what the box is going to have in it. I'm on my contact form, and I want to pick a customer from a list of all of my customers. So which table is going to fill this box? Which table is going to provide the list of values? Well, I'm going to get a list of customers from my customer table. Let's hit next. Now we're asked to pick what fields we want to bring into the combo box. The first field you bring over should always be the ID field for that table, because that's the actual value that we're storing in our contact table, right? I'm not storing the company name or the last name or the first name. I need to actually store that customer ID. So the customer ID should be the first field you bring over. So we're going to bring it over here from the available fields over to the right here where it says selected fields. So I'm going to click on this little single arrow that'll bring the customer ID over to the selected fields. Now the next field you bring over is going to be the visible field. In other words, when you're looking at the box while it's closed, which field do you want to see? Let's say company name. Let's say again that my database is company-centric. It's built around companies. So I'm going to pick company name and again hit the single arrow. That'll bring it over. And now I've got company name after my customer ID. So the company name should be the visible field. Now you can bring over as many additional fields as you want. Those additional fields will only show up when the box is open or drop down. Alright, so let's say I'm going to bring over the first name field and the last name field. And those, I just double clicked on those. Alright. Let's hit next. Now you're given the opportunity to resize the columns in the box if you want to. You can make the company name box wider by simply clicking and dragging on the border between them. You can make the first name and last name columns shorter if you want to. Alright. Notice it says hide key column recommended. What does that mean? It knows that that first column is your key column. Alright, and it knows that it's your primary key. You don't really care to see it. But it actually holds the value for the box, right? Gamma Crown's going to be number 1, XYZ Corp number 2, and so on. And again, that's the value that we're really interested in. The rest of the stuff is just for your benefit. If we check that box off, notice you'll see the customer ID there. But then that's also what you'll see in the box. So really, this isn't helping us much. So we want to leave that checked on. We want to hide the key column. All right, let's click Next. Now, here's the tricky part. When the user picks a value from this list of customers, so we're picking a customer ID, remember, what do you want to do with it? Do you want to hang on to it and do something with it later? No, not in this particular case. We will be doing that in the next class. But here we want to store the value in a field. And if we drop this box down, which field do you think it should go in? We got contact ID, customer ID, and contact date. Let's take a step back and again think of what it is we're picking. I'm picking a customer from a list of all the customers. Right? I'm picking a customer ID from a list of customers. So which field do you think we should store that value in? Well, if you said customer ID, you are correct. Right? I'm picking a customer from a list of customers, and I want to store that customer ID in the customer ID field in my contact table, right? Because I'm working with my contact table. Those fields that you see here in this list, those are the fields for my contact table, right? So I want to store the customer ID in the customer ID field in the contact table, which is how you can pick from a list of options, right, from one table and store that value in another table. All right, so we've got our customer ID selected. Let's hit Next. The next thing that comes up, it says, what label would you like for your combo box? The label is that little guy that goes next to him, right? I'll just put in here customer, colon, and then I'll hit Finish. And there we go. We have our little customer ID. Slide this up a little bit here. All right, now just for the sake of argument here, I'm going to put this customer ID down here on the bottom, just so you can see how it behaves. All right, because if you note, this here combo box that we built for the customer ID is bound to the same field that this field here is, right? That the customer ID field is up top. Change one, the other should change as well. Let's see how it works. I'm going to come up here and click on Form View again, right? This little button right here. Remember the Form View button. And notice the combo box has Omicron in it, whereas the customer ID has a number 1 in it. Okay? Let's change that value. I'm going to drop this box down and pick another value. I'll pick XYZ Corp. Notice when I pick XYZ Corp, what happens? The customer ID switches to number 2, because the combo box and the customer ID field are both bound to the same field in my table. As I change one, the other is updated. Right? Same thing here if I were to change customer ID to 3. Let's change it to 3. I'll hit Tab, and look what happens. It's updated to LMNOP Inc. So one updates the other. All right? Now, we don't need this customer ID field sitting here. All right, so I'm going to get rid of it. Let's go back to Design View. And I'm going to click on the customer ID field and hit Delete on my keyboard. Now I'm going to take the customer ID combo box. I'm going to click on it and drag it up into place here and let it go. And then I'm going to resize it so it fits in this spot. While I'm at it, my label's a bit chopped here too. I'm going to click on that and resize that just a bit so you can see that colon. And now, let's go back to Form View and see what we got. And there we go. Customer, contact date, notes. All right. Let's spruce this up a little bit. Let's go back to Design View. I'm going to take my notes field and get rid of this toolbox here. I'm going to take my notes and do that same trick that I did yesterday with it, right? Come over here, give it a yellow background. Let's give it the special effect for the shadow. There we go. I'm going to also, let's say, slide it over here on the right. So I'm going to shrink it up a little bit, like that. And I'm going to slide this over here. If you have any questions, now is the time to drop them in the chat room. There we go. Notes. Actually, in this particular case, we can get rid of the little label that goes with it. Delete. Slide it up. And then I can shrink up the form on the bottom there. All right, any questions? We'll pause for about 30 seconds here. Give you a chance to ask any questions you want in the chat room. So that's how you build a combo box. And again, this makes a whole lot more sense the second time through. So I'd suggest watch this lesson again tonight on the archive, and it should make more sense. We're going to build more of these combo boxes too as we're going along. Now let's go ahead. I'm going to close this. Save changes, yes. And I'm going to open it up again. And there's our basic contact form. Another thing that I like to do also is notice how the contact ID is white. I like to take fields that the user can't change and make them gray, just as a matter of personal preference. So I'm going to come back up here to Design View again. And I'm going to click on the Contact ID field, come over to my color palette, drop it down, and pick gray. There we go. And that just kind of visually cues the user that they can't change that. Okay? Also, let's take a look at our tab order. Remember this from the last session. If I hit tab from here, what happens? It jumps down to contact date. Then it jumps over to notes. And then finally it jumps over to customer. All right, why is it doing that? Well, the tab order, remember the fields go into the tab order in the order that they were added to the form. And since I put the customer combo box in last, all right, that field unfortunately is last in my tab order. So to adjust that again, remember, let's go to Design View. We're going to click on View and then Tab Order from my menu. Here's our tab order. Now notice at the bottom down here we have Combo 4. That's because when we create a combo box, the wizard doesn't give it a good name. It just calls it combo and whatever control number it happens to be. We'll see in one of the future sessions, I believe next class, how we can go in and actually change these names and stuff. So what I need to do is I need to highlight Combo 4 with my mouse. And then I'm going to click on that same spot right here and drag it up. Let's put it up after Contact ID. Then I'll hit OK. And now I'll go back to Form View. And if I hit Tab now, I should go to Customer ID. Tab, there we go. Tab. Tab again to the notes. And there we go. Tab again brings me to the next record. So I've fixed my tab order. All right, any questions? Drop them in the chat room. Now, what I'd also like to do is put a button down here on the bottom of my form to close the button. All right. Yes, I know that you could just hit the X in the upper right-hand corner. But this, number one, is good for users who don't know about the X in the upper right-hand corner. Yes, they are out there. And secondly, it's good if you want to control what happens when before they go to close the form. Forcing them to click on your little stop button, for example, or your close button. It also is a good introduction for me to show you how to build command buttons. So let's again go back to Design View. Here we are. I'm going to make this form a little bit bigger. And once again pull up my toolbox, which again is right here. A little hammer and wrench. Click on it. And I docked it again. Let's pull it down. There we go. It's easy to accidentally dock this thing if you drag it up too close to the toolbar. It'll then sit docked on your menu. So if you see this, when you go to open your toolbox up, that's just because it's docked. Right? And to pull it off, you just grab the left-hand side over here, where the little handle is, click and drag and it pulls it off. Alright, the command button is right here on the toolbar. Not to be confused with toggle buttons, which are up top here. Those are toggle buttons. We do not want to use those yet. We'll see how those work later if we have time. Down here is the command button. Alright, the command button, we're going to click on it, bring our mouse over to the form, click again, and the command button wizard starts up. The command button wizard is a good wizard. There are a whole bunch of preset functions that the command button wizard knows that you can use to do certain things. For example, here we have record navigation, which is moving between the records, right? Find record, find next, go to first record, go to last record, and so on. Right, the next category is record operations. Add a record, delete a record, print a record, and so on. Form operations. Right, open form, close a form. There's a whole bunch of them, right? Report operations, and you can feel free to go through and play with these if you want later. Nothing that you can do with these buttons will really break anything, so feel free to experiment. I'm probably only going to cover maybe 4 or 5 of these different buttons over the sessions that we're going to be doing, because once you know how to use 1 or 2 of them, the rest of them pretty much all fall into place. Like here's a button here under application that says run Excel. You click on this button and it launches Excel. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to close this form. So I'm going to go to Form Operations and then pick Close Form. Alright, Close Form. I'm going to hit Next on the bottom. Next, it's asking you, do you want to see a text or a picture on your button? Here's a little sample of the button over here on the left. What do you want to see on the button? Well, if you pick text, right there, notice how the button face now says Close Form. Personally, I like to use pictures when I can. Sometimes you can't. Like you'll see when we build our main menu, we're going to have to use text. But I like the stop sign myself. That just tells me, stop, close the form, get out of what you're doing. There are a whole bunch more pictures. If you click on the Show All Pictures box on the bottom, you'll see a huge list of pictures. That's all the pictures Access has. And you can also pick your own. If you click on the Browse button over here, you can browse and use any Windows bitmap. So if you're a frequent Paint user, you can draw your own little buttons in Paint and then bring them into your buttons this way. But I'm going to pick the stop sign, and then I'll hit Next. All right, what do you want to name the button? A meaningful name will help you refer to the button later. Let's call our button Close Form, no spaces. That's the name of the button. And then I'll hit Finish. And there we go. Let me slide this up. We've got a Stop button on our contact form. All I'm going to do is click on it, drag it over here to the right, let it go, bring the bottom of the form up a little bit. And now I've got a button that will allow me to close the form. I'm going to close the form manually here with the X. Save changes, yes. And then open it back up again. Alright, now I'm going to click on my Stop button and see what happens. Ready? Here I go. Click, and it closed it. Check. 1, 2. Check. Charles, you're seeing that you have no audio. I've got audio here. Is anybody else experiencing no audio? If so, you won't hear this message. Try restarting. Okay. We'll pause for a second while we can. Okay. I see Sheila and some other people are saying they've got audio. So Charles, it must be just your machine. I would suggest try closing Windows Media Player. And of course, you're not going to be able to hear what I'm saying, so I'll type it in the chat room. Charles, close Windows Media Player and restart. All right. So what do we do here? Well, we built a command button in our contact form that allows us to close the form down. All right. I'm going to go through one more time and build another command button. Do the same thing on my customer form that we built in the last class. We'll put a stop button right down here in the bottom. All right. So I'm going to go to Design View. Bring up my toolbox. Excuse me. I'm going to click on the command button. Drop it down here in the bottom. Same basic operations we're going to do as the last time. Form operations. Open a form. I'm sorry, close a form. If we're doing close buttons, I'm thinking of the next one. Next. I'm going to pick the stop sign. Next. Give it a meaningful name. Again, close form is fine. And then finish. And here's my stop button, which I'll slide over here. And then we're done. Let me close the form so it changes yes. Let's open it up and see what we got. Oh, there we go. There's our form with the stop button on the bottom. I'll click on the stop button and I close the form. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Questions? Okay, next we're going to build a main menu form. Now, menu forms are basically forms that don't have any data in them. All right? Essentially, it'll be a form with some buttons, maybe a label or two on it, but no data. And we can use these to build our own menuing systems. Okay? How do we do that? Well, let's go to Forms, New. We're going to pick Design View, but this time we're not going to put any data source in it down here on the bottom. Just pick Design View and then hit OK. And there we are. Big, blank, empty, open form. I'm going to resize it a little bit here. There we go. And again, change my background color. Let's go with a deeper blue this time. We'll go with the sky blue. Now, what are we going to put on this form? Well, I want to put on this form, let's put a label on there first. The label can be found on the toolbox. Here's our toolbox again. Right there, the AA is the label control. All right, the label control. I'm going to click on the label control, then come over here and click somewhere on your form. And now I've got a blinking cursor. I'm going to type in main menu and press enter. going to make this box a little bit bigger. And let's change the font and stuff and make this label a little bit bigger. Let's come up here and change the font. I'm going to pick Arial for my font. And let's change the font size. Let's make the font bigger. Let's go like 16 point. There we go. Maybe bold it. Resize the box a little bit. Let's go with a different color. How about dark blue? There we go. That's how you build a label. Remember, labels are the little guys that go next to the text boxes, right? They just show up on the form, no data goes in, and that's what you see. All right? Now, we want to make a couple of buttons on here, one to open up our contact form and one to open up our customer form. And again, we'll use command buttons to do those. So I'm going to come over here and pick the command button, drop it on the form, and the command button wizard starts up again. In this particular case, I want form operations, open form. Now we want to open a form. Then I'll hit next. Which form do you want to open? Well, I'm going to say the customer form in this case. Next. Now, what do you want to display? Do you want to open the form and find specific data to display, or do you want to open the form and show all the records? Let's show all the records. Next. Do you want text or a picture? Well, in this particular case, picture doesn't help us. So let's go to text. And in my box here, I'm going to type in customers. Then I'll hit next again. Give the button a meaningful name. Let's just call it customers. And then finish. And here's my button. I'm going to resize it a little bit and bold it. Here's my button to open up my customers. We'll do the same thing again to open up the contacts. Toolbox, command button, drop it on the form. The wizard starts. Form operations, open form. Next. This time I want to open up the contact form. Next. Show all the records, that's fine. Next. I'm going to put text on this button. This one here I'll have say contacts. Next. Give it a name. Contacts is fine. And finish. And once again, I'll slide this button up, resize it a little bit, maybe bold it. And there we go. Our main menu is starting to take shape. Let's save our form. Hit the Save button. I'm going to call this my main menu F. I'll hit OK. And then I'm going to close it down and open it up again from my database window. And there we go. All right, let's see. Sheila's got a question here. My office has a database that someone else created that really doesn't use all the functions we need. Should I try to add features, fields, etc. to it, or should I create a new database from scratch and try to transfer the data from the old one to the new one? That's a very good question, Sheila. I get that all the time. That really depends. It depends on how well that other database was built. I will tell you that from personal experience, I go into a lot of companies where maybe someone on staff or a previous database developer they've hired has already started something for them, maybe they weren't happy with it. So what do? Well, I would tell you honestly that about 9 times out of 10 I rebuild it from scratch. Because a lot of times it's easier to rebuild the database properly than it is to try and fix a poorly working database. it usually takes me longer to try and figure out what they've got going on than to just rebuild it myself. So my advice to you is wait until you finish this course, okay, first of all, because right now you know a little bit, but when you're done with the whole thing, you're going to know a lot more. So wait until you're done with this course, and then make the decision at that point whether you want to scrap it or try and fix it. And again, it's hard to say. If it's really not doing what you want it to do at all, then I would say rebuild it. If it's doing what you need kind of so-so, and you can fix it maybe just by adding some fields and changing a form or two, then it might be worth it to keep it. I don't know the scope of the database, how big it is, how long you've been using it, how much data is in there. But that's a very good question, and unfortunately there's no cookie-cutter answer for you. But I will tell you, just speaking from my personal experience, that I'd say 9 times out of 10 when I go into a company like that, I end up rebuilding it, especially if it's a database the company plans on using long-term, for a mission-critical application. So I hope that answers your question, although it's not much of an answer. Okay, so any questions on that main menu form that we have there? If so, let me know now. We're going to do one more button. I want to do a button on my customer form that I can use to show the contacts for that customer. Okay, in other words, I'm going to click on my customers form, my customers button here. I want to put a button right down here on the form that I can click on to show just the customers, or excuse me, just the contacts for that customer. All right, how do we do it? Well, let's again go into Design View. Design View. Open that up a little bit. Let's pick a Command button again. Command button. Drop it down here on the form somewhere. And my Command button wizard starts up again. All right, form operations, open form, next, customer, excuse me, which form are we going to open here? We're opening contact. I'm trying to watch the video stream as I'm doing this, so I'm getting a little sidetracked here. We're opening up the contact form from the customer form, right? I'm on the customer form. I want to open up the contact form. All right, next. Now, what do I want to display? Do I want to show all the records, or do I want to find specific data? In this case, I want to find specific data. I want to find just the records, just the contact records for this customer. Next. Now, which fields contain matching data the button can use to look up information? In other words, what field on the customer form is the same as what field on the contact form? Well, what links these together? Customer ID. Customer ID. Hit this little button in the center of them, and there we go. Right, customer ID is linked to customer ID. Notice down here it says matching fields. And then I'll hit next. Now, what do you want in here? Text or picture? I'm going to go text again. Change the text to contacts. Next. Give it a meaningful name, contacts, and hit finish. And now let me slide this up so you can see it. Right down here we have a contacts button now, which I'll slide over here. Let's close it. Save changes, yes. And let's reopen the form again. I'm going to open up customers by clicking here on the main menu. Now I've got Richard Rost Amicron. I'm going to click on contacts, and I should just see the contacts from this company. Let's click on contacts. Here we go. Notice down the bottom it says 1 of 2 filtered. Right, and here's a customer. If I go to the next record, right, same customer, and that's it. I only see the 2 records from Amicron, 2 contact records. Okay, if I were to close this, and go to another record. Let's go to Joseph Smith and hit contacts. This is one of one filtered. See how this works? Close it. Okay, so now we know how to do that. Now, one thing to note here on the main menu form, we've got this big gray bar on the side here, the record selector, and we've got these navigation buttons on the bottom. Normally, if we have no data in our form, we wouldn't want to see those, right? So yes, we are going to take those off of there. I'm going to show you how in the next class how to turn all that stuff off. Okay, let's see. Lesson 7 tab order we already covered, so that's going to actually finish Class 2. Hooray, we're on to Class 3. All right, now let's get a show of hands, if we don't mind, in the chat room. How many people want to continue on to 12:30? And how many people want to quit now and just resume with the next class tomorrow? We'll pause for a minute. I'm going to grab a glass of water. If you would, please just let me know in the chat room how many of you would like to continue on to 12:30. I see a lot of you want to stay. A couple of you have to leave. What I'm thinking is the next class begins our order entry system, and I almost don't want to cut that class in half, like we're going to end up having to do if we continue on today. So what I'm thinking of doing is, instead of trying to squeeze each class out to an hour and a half and inconveniencing some of the students, how would it work best if we just schedule a 7th class day? Would that work better for everybody? Again, let me know in the chat room. I'll wait a few minutes. Let me know if it would be better for all of you to just go with the hour a day and just schedule a 7th class. I'm almost thinking that would work better because then I won't have to cut class 3 or 4 in half. Well, just judging by the chat room, it looks like everyone's good with the 7th class. So what we'll do is we're going to stop today's class right now because the next lesson, lesson 3, is the order entry system. And again, I really would not want to break that class up. So we'll resume. Our next class, I believe, is tomorrow, right? Let's see. Yes, tomorrow the 15th. We'll start that class with with lesson 3, the order entry system. And what I'll do is I'm going to I'll schedule the 7th class date, and I'll email it around to everyone, and let everyone know. As of right now, we're going to be meeting tomorrow at 11 and Thursday at 11, and then the next class after that was scheduled for Tuesday the 21st. And I'm going to try and do some juggling on my calendar, try and squeeze in a 7th class next week as well. So what I'll do is I'll schedule that date, I'll email it around, see if it works for everybody, and in the meantime, before tomorrow's class, I would suggest go ahead and review today's class again in the archives. I should have it posted by 12:30. And I'm going to do some tweaking. What I'd like to do is I'd like to change some of the settings in my broadcast software here, and just see if I can get the class feed to come through a little better. Because I noticed that some of you are still complaining that we're having some lagging video. The audio seems to be coming through okay, but the video seems to be lagging. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop my broadcast feed for right now. I'm going to change a couple of settings. I'm going to restart the feed. So if you want to help out and you want to hang out in the chat room for a few minutes and just let me know how this turns out, that'd be great. If not, if you got to go, this will be the end of today's class, and we'll see you tomorrow at 11 o'clock. So I'm terminating the feed right now. And again, if you want to hang out in the chat room and test the new settings with me, that'd be great. If you have any questions also, anything we covered in today's class, on the advanced queries or the combo box or the command buttons, let me know. And I'll be here for a few more minutes. Video stream, so hopefully today's class should be a little clearer for everyone who's attending. Let's get my database opened up here. All right. In the last class, we learned how we can relate two tables together. We built a contact with customer info query. I'll open that up. And in this query, we have contact information in addition to company information. And we link those two tables together with a relationship in our query. In today's class, we're going to start an order entry system. And we're going to build an order table to store information on our orders. We're going to build an order detail table to store all the detail information, the line items for each order. And next class, we're going to build a product table, an actual printable invoice, and so on. So let's get started. Order entry system. First, we need a table to store information on our orders, on the orders as a whole. So I'm going to go to my tables, click on New, Design View, of course. Now this table is going to be our order table, and it's going to store information on orders as a whole. So what's the first thing that I put in every table? An order ID. Right, my auto number should go first. That's the counter, the unique value for each order, the order number. Then we have to ask ourselves again, who, what, where, when, how. So let's talk about who. Just like in the contact table we had to have a who, we also need one here so we can tell what customer belongs to this order. So I'm going to refer to it as customer ID. And remember, that's going to be a number. It's an auto number in a different table. So it's got to be a regular number here. Next, how about an order date? Whoops, I'm in the wrong place. Tab down, order date. That'll be a date time. And again, remember from last class, we can come down here to default value and set that to equal date, open, close parentheses. That's our date function. That will cause the date to automatically populate in there. All right. How about a due date for when payment is due? Now down here in default value, what I'm going to say is equals date, open close parentheses, plus 30. All right. Let's say by default we give all of our customers net 30 terms. So our due date is going to be date plus 30. Default, of course, you can change it if you want to. Dates work kind of strangely. Actually, it's not strange if you think about it. A single unit is a full day. So if I say date plus 1, that's tomorrow. If I say date minus 1, that's yesterday. If I wanted to say 12 hours from now, that'd be date plus 1/2, right? 1/2 of a day. If I wanted to say 1 hour from now, I could say date, or excuse me, now it'd have to be, remember the now function? All right, date is the full date. Now gives me to the minute, which is the second actually. Now plus 1 would be tomorrow again at this time. Now plus, and if I divide it like this, 1/2, we'll let access do the work, right? Now plus 1/2 would be 12 hours from now, half a day. Now plus 1 divided by 24 would give me 1 hour from now. All right, see how that works? Fractions of a full day. But again, for this one, I want equals date plus 30. We'll talk a little bit more about dates and stuff in a little bit. In the chat room real quick, Sheila's asking, would you always suggest naming files using the F, R, T, etc. to designate type? I'm assuming, Sheila, that you mean T for tables, R for reports, F for forms, and Q for queries. That's a Rickism. That's something that I do because I find that it's easier to keep everything together, especially when we start getting into programming and you start seeing that it matters where your data is coming from, and so it helps to know whether you're dealing with a table or a query. So I put the T and Q on the end just for my own personal benefit. Sometimes you'll see it done in some books you might get. Instead of seeing customer T, you'll see it as TBL customers.
Everyone's in the office right now.
Oh, there goes my answering machine. Okay. Likewise with forms. Instead of seeing customer F, you might see FRM customers. All right. So again, it's just a matter of personal style. Okay. Save changes now. Your second question, also, if you set up the database, is it easy to add queries and reports later? It most certainly is. And you'll see that we'll be adding queries and reports and forms and stuff as we develop this database. So there's really no point at which you can't go back and add queries or add reports. All right. So there we've got our order date, our due date. Let's see what else we're going to put in here. Paid. All right, whether or not this is paid, we'll make that a yes or no value. I'm going to default the value down here to no. Okay, I want to make sure that it defaults. The default normally is no, but I'm going to make sure that it's no. Okay, sometimes you just want to make sure. And then finally, I'm going to throw a notes field in here. We'll make that a memo field. Now, are there other fields we could throw in here? Sure. And we're going to actually add some afterwards. We're going to add a bunch of fields even after we've been working with this, because I like to show you that a database is an evolving project. It's not something you're going to set in stone once and then it's going to stay that way. You're going to make a table, you're going to build a form off it, you're going to add fields to it later, you're going to make changes to the form. So we're going to, this table is going to be changed several times before the course is over. All right, time to save our work. I'm going to hit the save button. Save this as order T. It's my ordered table. Okay, no primary key defined. You want to define one? Yeah. And there we go. So I can close that table. So now we have an order table. Now, in that order table, I have information about the order as a whole. All right, I've got who it is, the date, whether it's paid or not. Where am I going to store the actual products that were purchased on this order? I've got nowhere to put them. And again, that goes back to the whole concept of having to have two tables, because just like we can have a customer with an unlimited number of contacts, we also can have an order with an unlimited number of products on it, or line items, right? We have no idea. It could be 1, it could be 50, hopefully, right? So we're going to need a second table to store our detail items. So we're going to make another table called order details, our order detail T. So again, tables new, design view, of course. Okay. Now, this table is going to be for the order detail. So the first thing is going to be order detail ID. That'll be my auto number, my primary key. Right? Each line item will have its own unique number. Okay. Then we have an order ID, because I have to know what order this line item belongs to. Okay, just like we have to know what customer a contact belongs to, and we have to know what customer an order belongs to. Here we have to know what order this line item belongs to. Okay, this will be the number here. This will be my, it's called a foreign key, in case you're curious. One of those database terms that you don't necessarily have to know. It's called a foreign key. All right, then we have, how about the description? Okay, of what product we're purchasing. Notes. So they have notes. We can have an unlimited number of notes. All right. Quantity. Okay, that'll be a number. Now, I'm going to make this number, I'm going to make it a single. Come down here. Field types, right? Remember to drop this down. Remember, byte, integer, and long integer are counting numbers, whole numbers only, right, and integers. Whereas singles and doubles allow us to have fractions. So I'm going to pick single. I don't quite need a double, so I'll pick single. Remember, doubles are huge. I'm going to also set my default value to 1, right? So that when I add a product to my order, it defaults to 1 instead of 0. Kind of silly to have it 0. Okay, quantity. We have also, how about unit price? I'll make that a currency, so I know what the unit price is. Now, what about things like extended price? All right, which would be the quantity times the unit price. Do I have to store those in my database? The answer is no, because you can calculate that on the fly. right? The extended price is always the quantity times the unit price, so we can calculate that as we're going along. There's no need to actually store that in the database. All right, we are going to add some things in the future like sales tax and that, but for now, this is good. Okay, let's go ahead and save this table. This is our order detail T, my order detail table. No primary key defined, yes. And there we go. So now I've got my order table and my order detail table. Two tables that are going to store all the information on our orders. All right, at this point, any questions? Do you understand what we built? Okay. I see Sheila's having some problems connecting here in the chat room. Is anybody else having any problems with the video stream today? Does it look okay? Looking clear? Looking crisp? I see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people connected right now. Still missing a bunch of people. All right, we're going to give her just a minute to reconnect here. In the meantime, again, if you have any questions, now is a great time to drop them in the chat room. You folks, especially that have high-speed connections, DSL and such, should notice a market improvement. I increased the bandwidth on the stream a little bit. Yesterday I dropped it a bit so that we could get the lower bandwidth people in here. Lisa, not so clear. When you say not so clear, what do you mean by not so clear? Just out of curiosity. Is the picture not clear, or is the audio and the video not in sync? Or? All right, Gina's asking under description, what if you only had a finite amount of products could you have a pull-up menu to, yes, I'm going to assume that you mean if you have a certain list of products and you want to be able to pick from a list of products and have those automatically populate into your table. Yes, you certainly can. And we're going to do that in the next class. Okay? For today's class, we're just going to assume that we're going to be typing in the products. But in the next class, we're going to actually pick from a list of products. We're going to make a product table. And you'll be able to pick a product, hit an add button, and it'll add it up to the database. Okay. Let's move on. Let's put some orders in. I'm going to actually put some orders into the system. I'm going to open up both of these tables, try and get them side by side here. Okay, here's the order table. See if I can get these to line up next to each other. Let's see here. And let's open the order detail table. Here we go. I like to line these up side by side just to demonstrate how this is going to work. All right, here's my order table. And down here on the bottom I have my order detail table, just so you see what we're trying to accomplish here. Now again, as Joe Programmer, it's necessary sometimes to put some sample data into your database before you go through the hassle of actually making the forms and all that, just to see how everything works. All right, so I'm going to start off by putting in a first order. Let's say the first order is customer number 1. I have no idea at this point who it is. Again, we'll make a combo box in a bit so we can pick who it is. The order date, the due date, notice those automatically populate for us based on our settings. It's not paid, and we'll leave the notes blank. Now, let's put in the details down below here. All right, order ID 1. Okay, remember this item belongs to this order up top. The description, let's say, is a large pizza. All right, let's go cheese and pepperoni. Quantity 1, unit price $5.95. Okay, next item, order number 1 still. Notice the order ID, the order detail ID, I'm sorry, is 2. It's a second line item, but the order ID is still 1 because we're on the same order. All right, let's say we bought a ham sub. Okay, oil and mayo. in the notes. Say you bought 2 of those at $3.99 a piece. And finally, third item, same order. Let's say you bought a 2-liter Pepsi. No notes on that one. One of those at $1.50. $1.59. Okay, notice I got 3 items on the same order. Now, another order comes in. Okay, this will be customer number, let's say 4. Okay, its order ID is 2. The customer ID is 4. Okay, let's say this order came in, let's go with the same dates. Okay, notes and so on. All right, here we go. Here come the items for it. Order ID 2. He bought a small pizza. All right, cheese, mushrooms, and pepperoni for $3.99. And he also bought a 2-liter Pepsi. See how it would be handy to have that thing. Whoops, 2-liter Pepsi. I can't type today. Pepsi. All right, and see now I have to know what the price is, right? It'd be handy, all right, like Gina said, it'd be handy to have a list that I could pick from that would fill in all that information for me. We'll do that. We will do that. But for today, we're going to just type in the information. Okay. Ooh, I forgot to change my order ID. This should be order number 2. Okay. Notice I've got 3 items here for order number 1, and order number 2 has these 2 items. See the order IDs right here. Okay. All right. Now that I've got this information in here, we're ready to move on. Got our details in, got a couple orders in. Now let's make that supporting query so that the math will be done for us right here, right? Quantity times unit price. I need an extended price, and I'm not going to put that in my table. We're going to make a query to do it. So let's close these down, and we'll come over to Queries, go to New, Design View, and hit OK. Now for this supporting query, we're just going to base it on the order details table. All right, just the order details table. And then we'll close that. Okay, now let's bring in all the fields. Remember the star? Bring in the star. That'll bring down order detail T.star. That means everything. Now, I need to make a new field, a custom field, that has in it just my extended price. And I'm going to create a new field right here in the next column. I'm just widening this column so you can see it. Okay, here's my fields right here. I got quantity and I got unit price. So I'm going to create a new field down here called extended price. Here's how it's going to look. Extended price, colon, or is set equal to, quantity times unit price. Okay, see that? Extended price, colon, quantity times unit price. That's how you make your own calculated field. I'll hit Enter or Tab. Now notice that Access throws those little brackets around it. That's fine. The brackets are really only necessary if you have spaces in your field names, which is why I told you in the first class not to use spaces in your field names. Because if you did have spaces in your field names, you would have to manually remember to put brackets around your fields. That's just one of the reasons. Okay, let's save this query. I'm going to hit Save, and I'm going to save this query as my order detail queue for queries. And let's run it with the Run button and see what we get. Look at that. The math is done for us. See, the 2 times $3.99 comes out to $7.98 there. If you change this information, by the way, I'll change this to, let's say, 5. Notice how the extended price updates automatically. And that's it. That's all you have to do to do calculated values in a query. Now we can use this query to feed reports and forms, which we'll do in a minute. Okay. Now, notice, however, also here these are not formatted as a currency value. In order to do that, what we can do is come back here into the query in design mode. Remember, hit the T-square. And if you right-click on this column and come down to properties. I know it's off the screen here, but there's properties on this little button here. You get the field properties up. Now these are the properties for this particular custom field we made. Right here it says format. Drop this little box down and pick currency. Okay, now I can close this window. And now if I run the query, notice how that's formatted as a currency now. Alright, I'll show you that again. Design mode, hit the T-square. Right click on this column, on that field, and go to properties. It's down the bottom of this little pickup menu here. Under format, pick currency. Okay. Alright, so now we've got our extended price. Now, what about sales tax? Sales tax makes this whole thing much, much more difficult. Now, I know we got a bunch of people taking this course that are from different states. In New York State, here where I am, in Erie County, we have an 8% sales tax rate, and that, of course, throws everything crazy. Just looking in the chat room real quick, Sheila's having a hard time connecting. Let me send her the link real quick. Okay. All right, so sales tax. Now, here's how I like to handle sales tax. Instead of actually storing the sales tax amount in the tables, I like to store the sales tax rate. Okay, because the rate can change from customer to customer, and it can change from order to order, and it can also change from item to item. All right, because you might have a customer who is taxable or tax exempt. You may have an order that is taxable or tax exempt, and you may have an item that is taxable or tax exempt. So that's going to involve storing the sales tax rate in 3 tables: customer table, order table, and even the order detail table. So it's a little bit crazy, but this is the easiest way I've found to handle sales tax. So I'm going to go back to my customer table. Here's the customer table. Open it for design mode. I'm going to come down to the bottom here. And I'm going to store a sales tax rate. This will be a percentage. So I'm going to put in here number. All right, and down the bottom, the field size is going to be single. The format is going to be %. Now you can leave it default at 0 if you want to, or if you want to put your default tax rate in there, like ours is 8%, you can. I'm going to leave mine at 0. Mostly because for computer training there is no sales tax, so I don't have to charge it in most cases. But if you want to put your default sales tax rate here, you can. Now, I'm going to have to put the same field in 2 other tables. My order table has to have a sales tax rate, right? Because I could have a customer that's taxable but is making a tax-exempt purchase, or vice versa, right? A non-taxable customer who's making a taxable purchase. And I also have to put this information in the detail table as well, because I could have a taxable order with a tax-exempt item on it. You can see how the sales tax gets crazy. So instead of having to retype this information 2 more times, I'm going to just simply copy and paste it. I'm going to click on this row to highlight it, right-click, copy. I've now copied this line to my clipboard, my Windows clipboard. I'm going to close this table, save changes, yes. I'm going to open up my order table for design mode. Click down here on the bottom, the last line, right-click, paste. And there we go. There's sales tax rate. See how you can copy and paste these fields between tables. All right. We can also close it and go to our order detail table. Right-click, design view, click at the bottom, and paste it in. There. Now I've got sales tax rate fields in all 3 of my tables. And of course, the important thing to do now at this point would be to go in and actually give people sales tax rates. The reason being is because if you look at somebody, All right, here's the sales tax rate column. It's all blank. When you add a field to a table, this is one of the reasons why I do this. I show it to you in this order. When you add fields to the tables, you have to go through and give values to them because the values come in as blank. So I'll put in some tax rates. 0, let's put in 8%. You can either type in 8% or you can type in like 0.07 for 7%. Okay, 0.02 let's say, and 0. We should also go in and give some tax rates to our orders we have in here, right? The orders we put in earlier. Let's say this one here was 0 and this one was 0.08. And we also need to give tax rates to the details we have in here as well. So let's find the details over here. Let's see, pizza would be taxable, so let's say 8%. Now again, normally this information will populate automatically when we make the order using the order form. But for now, we have to just go ahead and type it in. You'll see how we're going to get it automatically in a couple classes. But for now, I just want you to see how we store the information in the table. That's the important part right now, storing the information in the table. And sales tax is tricky. I used to, in fact, teach this course without doing sales tax because sales tax adds an extra level of complication to all this. But then I would get people that would complain because the database they were building in class really wasn't teaching them how to build a practical database because obviously with a practical database, you need to know how to store sales tax. So I added it to the course grudgingly, but it's in here nonetheless. Now, we need to be able to put the sales tax into that supporting query that we built under Queries, Order Detail Queue. Okay, let's design this guy. Got the extended price. Now, we know what the sales tax rate is going to be from here. It's a field. And I know what my extended price is, so my sales tax, the actual tax amount itself, should be the extended price times the tax rate. All right, makes sense? Let's widen that column out a little bit. The sales tax, colon, it's going to try putting sales tax rate in there for you, but don't let it. All right, sales tax, the actual tax amount is equal to the extended price, the field we made earlier, times the sales tax rate. And again, it'll throw little brackets around stuff for you. All right, now we have the extended price, we had the sales tax. Let's run it. I'm going to hit the little run, the exclamation point, see what we got here. Okay, looks good, but there's a little bit of a problem here. We got a rounding issue. Look at all that. Okay, this can be a problem if you don't round your numbers off. All right, because you're going to get invoices that have like, 595.326 amount due. So let's round off that sales tax figure. Go back to Design View. We're going to use a rounding function. So I'm going to click right here. What we need to do is take this stuff here and round it off. Okay, so I'm going to make this column a little bit wider. And right here in front of extended price, I'm going to type in round, open parentheses. I'm going to come to the end here and type in comma 2. What that's saying is round off that calculated value there, extended price times sales tax, comma 2, to 2 decimal places. Okay, and now let's run it and see what we get. And there we go. Looks much better. We also should format this as currency. Right-click on this field here, go to Properties, Format, and then Currency. There we go. Looks much better, and it's round. It's a nice rounded off value. None of these need to be rounded here. Actually, they might need this column, the extended price column, might need rounding if you have quantities that that have fractions. Like if you're selling crates, for example, and you're selling someone like 0.85 of a crate. That's a bad example. Let's go 0.81, let's see. No. Well, you might need to round the extended. Yeah, there we go. See, if you click on it, right, this column needs rounding too. So you might want to come in here and do that as well. All right, round your extended price column. Round this stuff here, comma 2. And as we run it, I should round it off properly. There we go. Now, I apologize. This round function, by the way, is not in the book. We kind of added this as an afterthought. So you might want to write that down. That's all it is just round, and then inside of parentheses what you want to round, comma, the number of decimal places you want to round it by. In this case, we're rounding the mathematical expression, extended price times sales tax rate. Okay. Finally, we know the extended price, we know the sales tax. How about the subtotal? Should be the sum of the two, right? Open this up a little bit more. The subtotal for the line is going to be the extended price plus the sales tax. And while we're at it, we'll right-click, Properties, Format as Currency. And there we go. Beautiful. Now, yes, I had an accountant mention this to me. There is the slight possibility of charging just too much sales tax. Based on the way we're rounding this stuff off, there is a possibility that you may be a penny or two off on a big order if you got multiple items, and that's just because of the way we're rounding the stuff off. Technically, the way that New York State wants sales tax calculated is that you add up the total of all the sales taxable items and then you multiply that figure by 0.08. But that's unfortunately a lot more difficult for me to teach in class than it is to teach it this way. If we have time after the last class, I'll show you folks how to do it that way too. But this is much easier, and in the worst case scenario, you're only off a penny or two. You'll be charging just a little bit too much sales tax, which won't get you in trouble. You only get in trouble if you charge too little sales tax. Okay, but this works for class. This is good. It works in 99.9% of all situations. In fact, I tried one day in class to get it to miscalculate, and it didn't. But it can happen. Just wanted to let you know. All right, so we have our supporting query. Our order detail queue is all set. Let's close this. Save changes, yes. And now we're ready to move on. We'll make our order entry form in just a minute. First, we have a little intermediate step here in the book. Lesson 4, make a sales rep table, or an employee table, we're going to call it. So real quick, let's go to go to Tables, New, Design View. We've built 1 million tables already, actually 4 or 5 tables. We're going to call this our employee table. So we're going to have the employee ID, an auto number. We've got first name, last name, right? First name, last name. Now, yeah, we could go down and optimize the field sizes here, but to be honest, I know I showed you that last class, but usually when I finish a database, when I'm done with it, then I go through and optimize all the tables. But that was just a good time to mention what all those extra fields were. So we'll go through and optimize this stuff later. All right, how about Social Security number, SSN? I'll leave that as text as well. Now down here in the bottom, there is an input mask specifically designed for Social Security number. So I'm going to click on input mask, hit the little ... builder button over here. All right, you got to save the table first before you can put this on. So I'll say yes. We'll say this is my employee T. Define the primary key, yes. All right, here's the wizard. Right there is an input mask specifically designed for Social Security number. If you want to try it, you can click down here and you can see there it is. All right, next. That's what the input mask is. The placeholder character is an underscore. You can change it if you want to a dash or a number or anything. I like the underscore. Next. How do you want to store the data in the table? I want to store it without the symbols, without the dashes. Next, and then finish. And there's the input mask. Okay. The semicolons are just because you can have different options for different types of data. We'll talk about those later if we have time. All right, finally we got some notes. Every field can have a notes. Right? And if you want to, you can store a picture in here. Remember we talked briefly about OLE objects in the first class? Right? OLE objects are pictures. Okay? Or sound files, or anything you can copy and paste. If we have time, we'll drop a picture in the employee table later. Let's save this, drop a couple employees into it. Okay, we got Joe, employee. All right, we'll type in his social security number. Notes, late on Monday, or whatever you want to put in this notes field. Okay, and we got Sue, worker. Okay, good enough. Got 2 employees. That's fine for now. You can type in as many as you want. And of course, you could store a whole ton of fields in here. Address, phone number, withholding information, whatever information you feel is necessary in your employee queue. We're not going to do much more with it than just use it to fill a pick list, but you can do whatever you like. Okay, so we got that. Now, time to make our, actually, one more thing. We have a place now where we can pick, we have a list of employees now that we can pick from. So now, let's make our order be able to have a sales rep. Okay, so let's go back to our order table, design it. Now at the bottom, we can put down here who the sales rep is. I'm going to put in here sales rep ID, make that a number. Now why didn't I call this employee ID? This is going to be an employee ID from the employee table. All right, why didn't I do that? Well, sometimes you might have fields that are the same thing, but they're not called the same thing in different tables. Perfect example is, what if in addition to a sales rep, I also need to be able to store maybe a customer service rep ID, and that's going to be an employee as well. What if I also need to store a tech support person? So an order might have 3 employees associated with it, just different types. Now, I'm not going to put the customer service rep in for now. Let's delete that. Okay, yeah, delete that. We're just going to do sales rep for now. But you see the point. That's why I call it something different. Okay? And it also shows me how you can, it also allows me to demonstrate how you can have multiple tables that have different names in them. You can make those relationships manually. We'll see how that works in a minute, too. All right, let's save that. And let's go ahead and close that. Now we're ready to make our order forms. All right? Before we continue, any questions? We got about 15, maybe 20 minutes left. Any questions? Drop them in the chat room. We've made our order table, order detail table. Now we're going to build our forms. I'm going to grab a drink of water here real quick. How's the quality of the video coming through? Everyone able to view the class okay? If not, let me know. I see we already lost one person today because you couldn't connect. So I'm assuming, since I see there's still 6 people connected here, that everyone's having a good old time today. All right, let's make an order form. Forms. Now here we're going to need to build two different forms. We're going to need a form for our orders, for our order table. We're going to also need a form for our order details, the line items. And then we're going to take the order details table form, and put it inside the other one. So we're going to use what's called a form-subform relationship. You'll see how that'll work in a few minutes. Forms, new, design view, of course. From the list, I'm going to pick my order table. My order table. I'll hit OK. Here we have our blank table, our blank form again, First thing I do always, change the background color. Let's go with, well, let's find a color we haven't used yet. Let's go with this darker blue. Now, what fields do we need? Here's our field list. Let's bring them all over. There we go. Highlight them all. Drag them and drop them. I can get rid of my field list. All right, order ID, let's slide that up here. That's going to be gray. I'm going to gray it out. I'm going to pick from my color palette here. Let's find gray. There we go. People can't change that. customer ID, we're going to replace that with a combo box. We'll do that in just a minute. Order date and due date, they can change. That's fine. Slide that over here. Hope everybody practiced their form techniques, right, between the last class and now. Paid, I'm going to slide paid over here. Notes, let's do my trick with the notes field. Remember that? I'll go to the, let me slide this over so you can see it. I'll go to the special effects, pick the shadowed, and go with yellow again. There we go. One thing I like about the broadcast software is I have to pick a region of my screen, and I can't move that region. I can't pan left and right on my screen. I actually have to move the whole window to move the focus of what you guys see. So that's a little bit annoying. The other software that I have called HyperCam, which works beautifully, that allows you to pan around the screen. So as I'm making the prepackaged videos that go on the website, I can pan around. But I can't do that with this software. This Windows Media Encoder comes from Microsoft. Okay, there's that. And we've got our sales tax rate. We'll slide that under here. Sales rep we're also going to replace with a combo box. And actually what we're going to do is let's take the notes and slide the notes down. We'll put the sales tax rate up top here. There. Maybe widen this out a little bit. Slide that up. Okay. Let's make our combo boxes first. Okay, combo boxes. First I'm gonna delete the customer ID. Get rid of it. Goodbye. Delete. Bring up my toolbox. Remember the toolbox is right up here on the toolbar. Little wrench. Combo box is right here. Gonna click on it. Click where you want it to go on your form, right there. The wizard begins. I want the combo box to look up the values in a table or query. That's correct. Remember, I'm getting a list of customers again. Yes, I could copy this box off of my contact form that we built in the last class, but you guys need to practice. This is something you're going to be doing often. So, all right, look up the values in a table or query. Next, what table is going to provide my list of customers? Customer table. What fields do you want in the box? Well, remember again, customer ID has to go first. The ID field always goes first. Let me get rid of the toolbox here. Company name's going to go second. And I'm going to bring over first name and last name, just in case we got two identical company names, we can see who's who. Next. Okay, here's our columns. You can arrange them as you want. Make this one wider, make these ones shorter, narrower. Remember, the key column is hidden. That's our ID, which is the first column in the box, so we can't see it. Next. Now, what do you want to do? Do you want to hang on to this value and use it later, or do you want to store that value in a field on the form? We want to store that value. Let's see what we got as our options. Now, notice this is a list of fields from our order table, because that's what this form is based on. So I'm picking a customer for the order, and I want to store that customer ID in the customer ID for the order. See how we're picking a value off of one table, storing it in another table. Next. What label would you like? Customer. That's the little label that goes next to it, right? And then finish. And there's my combo box. Let's do the same thing again for sales rep. Let's get rid of sales rep ID. Delete it. New combo box right here on the toolbox. Drop it down here. I want the combo box to look up the values in a table or query. Next. Where are you getting your list of employees from, right? Sales reps, employee table. Next. What fields do you want? Employee ID's got to go first. I'll go first name. And if you want to bring last name over, that's fine too. Next. Here we go. There's our columns. Next. Store the value in what field? Now we're picking an employee. We're going to store it in the sales rep ID. Next. What label do you want? Sales rep, colon. That's the label that goes next to it. And then finish. Okay. Now I am going to change. I hate this this sunken look here, so I'm going to highlight these guys. I'm going to change this sunken look. I'm going to highlight these guys like that. Go to the effect box and pick flat. And I'm going to go to the border box next door and go to black. And the reason being is because I can then scrunch these guys up here, scrunch these guys up here, scrunch these guys up, scrunch these. Because you're going to see with this form, especially, we're going to need all the vertical space we can save. I see Keith is mentioning he's having a little bit of breakup. For some reason, I'm monitoring my my CPU usage here, and every now and then it's been peaking. Normally, it's running steady at about 35%, and once or twice today, it's peaked way up there at 100%. I'm not quite sure why, so something funky's going on a little bit, but for the most part, it seems to be running okay. Problem with transmitting this stuff live is that with a stored video that's on the web that you watch, like the demo courses we had on there, they're stored, and so they just get transmitted to the packets get transmitted from the server to your machine, and your machine just plays them in order. And if some of them don't come in on time, it stops and buffers and plays them when they come in, so you don't really miss anything. But with the live broadcast, the packets are time encoded, so if they get to you late, your system will actually just drop some of the packets and just not show it to you. And so that's why the video sometimes gets choppy, because the player is trying to play the stream in real time. A lot of times, if you are having buffering problems, just waiting a minute or two, it'll correct itself. However, there's a lot of factors involved. There's my processor power, my network bandwidth, your network bandwidth, your connection to the internet. Your computer, of course, has to play them back, so you need a decent processor, and of course, any traffic between our two sites. So if we're going through 3 servers, it could be any one of those machines having congestion could cause the stream not to work properly. So it's a pretty new technology, but it seems working okay so far. Okay, so here we go. There's our order. Now down here in the bottom of this form is where we're going to put our order details. But before we can do that, we need to build ourselves an order detail table. So let's save this table first. This will be my order F. I said table a minute ago, didn't I? I meant form. Let's close this guy down. And now we're going to build an order detail form. I'm going to real quick just close my database and restart it because I'm missing something here. Let's see. Okay. All right, so forms, new, design view. This time I'm going to pick my order detail queue, my query. Why the query? Because it's got all that supporting information in it, all that supporting, all the supporting calculated fields. Right? We got the extended price, sales tax, and all that. Okay. Now let's go ahead and hit OK here. Change my background color again. Now let's go with the same colors. Actually, let's use a slightly different blue. There we go. Now I'm going to bring all the fields in. There we go. But this time, I don't want them arranged this way, top to bottom. I want them arranged side to side. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take these guys like this. I'm going to move them up here. Okay, the order detail ID. I'm going to grab the finger, remember the finger, slide it underneath like that, and I'm going to arrange these guys all going across. Now the order detail ID, I'm going to shrink that up. That's a small number, so we're going to shrink that up like that. Same thing with the order ID. We're going to shrink that up too because we really don't need to see those. Let's shrink it up just like that, real small numbers. Okay, here's a description, the product we're buying. We'll slide that one underneath like that. Notes I'm going to throw way out at the end. All right, let's put this stuff in here next. Quantity. Slide that under there. Again, that's not going to be a very large number. And you can even change your label if you want to. I'll reflect that. We'll have just QTY in there. Okay. Unit price. Slide it underneath there. Sales tax rate. Slide it up under here. I'm just going to change this to tax rate like that, TXR. We'll change these a little bit to make them look a little better. Okay, that'll be like 8%. Let's see what else. Let's grab these guys here and drag them up. Okay, my extended price goes next. There we go. Almost out of room here. Sales tax. Okay. And my subtotal. Now, fortunately, we can scroll left or right, too, if we need to. That's why I throw the notes all the way at the end, because you don't always need to have notes. So we'll take the notes field and just drop it here at the end. Okay, good. Now, I got all this empty room down here on the bottom with nothing in it. So let's grab this bottom down here and drag it up like this. Drag it up. Shorten that up. Okay. Let's save this form as our order detail F and see what we got now. Let's go to form view. Remember, it's this little button up here. All right, form view. There we go. I lost my little blinking. I got a little blinking red outline on my screen that tells me where my range is for what you guys can see, and I lost it. I can't see it here anymore, so I'm kind of guessing. All right, there we go. Order, detail, order item, okay, quantity, unit price, and so on. Now, I'm only seeing one. Down here at the very bottom, I've still got these little navigation buttons, right, and I can go between these items this way. But that doesn't help me much. I want to be able to see them all, one after the other. Okay. Normally, when you are designing a form, you see one record at a time. That's called single form view. We need to switch this over to continuous form view so we can see one record displayed after another, and we can scroll down between them. To do that, let's go back to design view. Now, right here in the corner, see where the ruler bars meet? You got the top ruler bar, you got the side ruler bar. Right where they meet there's a little box. Double-click on that box, and you get this big nasty sheet up called the form properties. I'm going to resize this a little bit so it fits in the window here. There's tons of properties. Now, we're going to learn more about these properties as we go along. But for today, I just care about a couple of them. The one that I care about is right here. It's called default view. And the default view is set to single form. Let's change that to continuous forms. Okay, now close the property window, go back to form view, and look at that. Now you'll see them one after the other. Okay, once again, right where the ruler bars meet, there's a little box. Double-click on that box, and you'll see the form properties. Change the default view to continuous forms, and then you'll see that, one after the other. Now, I also don't want to see the header here repeating every single record. So what we need to do is turn on a thing called the form header so we can only see that once. Where do we do that? Well, back in design view again. Up on the menu bar, I'm going to click on view. Now it's going to be way down toward the bottom, so you might have to hit that chevron. And I see it's off the screen here. Let me back up a little bit. View on the menu bar, down the very bottom. Form header footer, not page header. You want form header footer. Click that on, and notice how our form has changed. Okay. Notice I have a form header. Notice I have a form header. Notice I have a form. Now I can put in the form header. The form header only shows up once at the very top of the form. So I'm going to highlight them all. Now watch this trick. I'm going to take my mouse, instead of trying to click on each one of these and dragging them up, I'm going to take my mouse and hold it right here in the ruler bar. And notice how I get a black arrow that's pointing to the right. Okay? Click right here. Watch this. Click. And look at that. It highlighted everything straight across. It drew a little line and highlighted everything across in that straight line. Now I can cut this stuff out and paste it up in the header using cut and paste. All right? Here we go. Cut. Click in the header and go to paste. And there they are. And now it's just a matter of lining them up. Slide all these guys up. Bring up the detail section. And save it and see what we got. And there we go. Starting to look more like an order. All right? The next thing that I want to do is I want to take these IDs here. We really don't need to see these IDs. I'm going to take these IDs and throw them all the way over at the end. So I'm going to do the same trick up here. Watch this. I'm going to click and drag right across the top here. There we go. See that? I'm going to do it again. Click and drag right across the top. And I'm going to drag these guys out over to the right. Keep going. Keep going way out here at the right. There. So I dropped them all the way at the end because we don't need to see them. In fact, we're going to hide them later. We're going to make them invisible. But for now, we're just going to move them out of the way. Now, I can highlight all this stuff. Watch this. Click and drag down here. And highlights everything. And pull all this stuff back to the left. Save it. Preview it. That's what we got now. Okay. We're at a good place to break. Next, what we're going to do is put totals on the bottom of this form. So it'll add up the totals. And then we'll take the subform and we'll drop it into the main form. And we'll start off with that at the beginning of next class. And I'm just looking here to see how... oh, we're not far behind. We're doing okay. We'll be caught up. Gina's asking, in order number 1, why is the extended price less than the unit price? That's a good question. Let's see here. The extended price is $4.82. The unit price is $5.95. And the quantity, if you notice, the quantity is 0.81. So it's actually less than a full unit. I was doing that to show you that example of a rounding error. So if we take the quantity and change it back to something like 2, you see the extended price comes out correct. Now, you'll also notice that I'm seeing all of the items for all of my orders here. Right? I'm seeing all 5 detail items. When we take this subform and embed it into our main order form, you'll notice that it'll filter out everything but the detail items for the order that we should be seeing. So, a lot more to come with this. We're going to spend a lot more time on our order entry system. What I'd like to do tonight is replay the lesson and follow along in the book. This is lesson 3. We're stopping on page 22. Okay, and we'll pick up with that one when we meet again tomorrow. If you have any questions, I'll be hanging out here in the chat room for the next 5-10 minutes or so. Feel free to ask your questions in the chat room, and I'll get to them as quickly as I can. If not, we'll see everybody tomorrow. Let me just double check, make sure it's tomorrow, right? Yeah, it is tomorrow. Okay, good. Yeah, we're meeting tomorrow, and then again on Tuesday. And once again, if you missed it, the makeup class, the class 7, is going to be on the 29th, which is Wednesday. Thanks again for hanging out, and if you have any questions, drop them in the chat room. If not, we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, folks, welcome back for another session of punishment. Once again, my name is Rick, and I will be your tormentor for today, learning some more Microsoft Access. In the last session, we ended off by making our order table and our order detail table. Here's our order table, where we have information about the order as a whole, right? The order, the customer that's for the order's for, the order date, the due date, whether it's paid. And we have our order detail table, where we have the detail ID, the order ID it belongs to, description of what's been purchased, the quantity, and so on. We also made a query that calculates some values for us, our order detail queue. The order detail queue has some calculated values out here at the end to calculate the extended price, the sales tax, and so on. Where we have the detail ID. Just checking the sound real quick here. All right, we left off at the end of class by building our we built the order form first. Let's open that up, where we had the basic information about the order. We made a combo box for the customer, a combo box for the sales rep, and then we have a big empty space here, and that's where we're going to put our details, or the line items for each order. We started building the order detail subform here, order detail F. Design that. And here we go. Now the detail form, if we take a look at it in form view, what do we have here? We have the description, we got the quantity, unit price, we've got our sales tax and subtotal, okay, all the calculated values from the query are populating in here automatically. Remember, if we change something, like our quantity, change it to 5, all the stuff updates automatically. No programming. The query does this for us. Okay? Now, lesson 6 in the book, we're in class 3 still. Next we need to put some totals at the bottom. Okay, let's go to design view again. Down here in the form footer, we're going to put some totals. I want to put a total for the sales tax, for the order total, okay, and a grand total that'll basically sum up all the items. Now again, keep in mind that right now we're seeing everything, right, because we haven't told it to filter the records at all. So we're seeing everything. But when we take this subform and drop it inside the main form, then we're going to only see the items that are on that particular order. All right, so let's see how this works. Now I'm going to make this footer section a little bit bigger so I got some room to work here. And I'm going to open up my toolbox again. Remember, the toolbox is right up here, the little hammer and wrench. There's a toolbox. Oops, I docked it again. I keep doing that. There we go. Now on the toolbox, I'm going to grab a text box. And the text box is the little AB here. The text box control is what we've been working with so far. All these guys are text box controls. Okay? It's just we've been dragging them off of the field list to date. Okay? Because we've been working with fields that have been in our tables. Well, now we're going to make some calculated fields on our form that are going to sum up a group of these, and so they're not bound to any table. So we're going to grab and create an unbound text box. So here it is right here, text box. I'll click on the text box. Now drop one in the form footer. Now it comes in as text 10. All right, that's the label that comes in with it. Let's first make one. Let's sum up the extended price, which should give us our pre-tax total. All right, so I'm going to change the label here. And again, you can edit the label right in place. This one we're going to call this, we'll just call it order total. And now, to set where this guy gets his value from, see if there's unbound in here? Unbound means I'm not getting my data from anybody right now. I've got no data source. All the rest of these text boxes have a data source. That's a field in the table that they're getting their information from. Well, in order to set where you get your data from here, Mr. Text Box, I'm going to right-click on you and go to Properties, or you can double click on it. And that opens up the properties for the text box. Remember yesterday I showed you how to get properties for the form by clicking on this little box here. Notice when I click on it, the property window changes back to form. Whatever you click on, the property box is going to change to that. If I click here, notice I've got the properties for the section form footer. Or if I click here, section detail. Everything pretty much on the form has properties. Every label, every text box, every section, the form itself. Okay, there's properties for everything. So we want the properties for this box here. Now right now, if we look here, it says text box text 10. And notice there's a bunch of tabs across the top. Let's make sure we're on the All tab. Okay, these just break down the different properties in the groups. We'll go over these later. All right, but notice there's a whole ton of different types of controls, properties for this particular control, for this text box. It's got a name, okay, what the name of this box is. Right now it's just text 10. Why 10? Well, it happens to be the 10th control on the form. That's not important at this point. Basically, it just gets assigned a sequential number. It's got a control source. That's where it gets its data from. Notice it's blank. It's got a format, just like the formats we've seen earlier. It's got a number of decimal places, an input mask. There's a whole ton of these properties. And if I scroll down here, you can see there's lots of them. We're going to cover a lot more of these a little bit later on in the course. All right, but for today, let's stick up top here. Now, I'm just going to move this down out of the way for a minute, and let's take a look at this guy. Notice that the name is description. That's the name of the box itself, and its control source is the description field in the table, in the underlying table or query. All right, if I click on this guy, notice it says label 2, and it's got a caption property. Labels can't have data in them. So instead of a control source, it's got a caption property. The caption is what actually is displayed in the label. Okay, it's got a name of label 2. That's the name of this guy itself. It's called label 2. And its caption is set to description. Same here. Label 4, and it's quantity, and so on. Right? Sales tax is label 8. Okay, there's unit price, sales tax rate. Generally, the name and the control source are the same, like these guys here, if it's a control that's bound to a table or query. The ones you bring in off the field list, the name and the control source would be the same. That's okay. Now, let's talk about ones that we create ourselves. This guy. I want him to sum up all of the extended prices. Okay, so here's what this is going to look like. Let's move this up here. First, let's give this control a decent name. I'm going to call it, what do I call it? Order total. Order total. Tab. Now, the control source is where you're getting your data from. I want it to sum up all of these extended prices. Okay? Now, let me move this window down here a little bit so you guys can see a little bit better. All right. All right. All right. Those of you that are familiar with Excel, this is going to look kind of familiar. And here's the way it looks. Equals the sum, open parentheses, and then the field name, extended price. Okay, that's what it looks like. Just like in Excel where we can sum up a range of cells, like the sum of A2 to A10. Okay, here in Access we can also use, these are called domain aggregate functions. Okay, you're summing up a list of all the different extended prices that show up on the form. And while I'm at it, I'll also set the format to currency. Yes, notice when I hit tab or move off that field, I get the little square brackets in there. That's normal. Okay, and again, if we had spaces in our field names, we'd have to worry about that, but we don't. Now, let's save our form. I'm going to hit the save button, and let's see what we got. I'm going to close the property window and open this back up, and look at that. Now, it's off-center a little bit, but here we go. We're going to add up all these extended prices. 11, let's see, that'd be about 30, 32, 50. That's about right. 54.98. Notice how it summed up all the extended prices. Now, let's do the same thing for sales tax and subtotal. All right, I'm going to grab you and slide it over like this so that they line up nice. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this label. We don't really need this label here because we'll keep these guys underneath the column they belong in. Now, I'm going to cheat. I'm going to copy and paste this. Okay, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to go Control-C to copy, Control-V on my keyboard to paste. Okay, now I got another box. I'm going to slide it over here under sales tax, make it fit so sales tax is a little bit wider. And let's bring up the properties. Again, we can either double click on the box or we can right click and come down to properties. I know it's off your screen, but if you right click on this little menu here, there's build event and change to and a bunch of stuff at the very bottom. It says properties. Now, again, let's give it a name. Let's call it, what do I call it in the book here? Sales tax total, I believe. Yeah, sales tax total. These are on page 23, by the way, lesson 6.2. You can see the little property windows there in the screenshots if you're following along in the book. Okay, we got order total. This is going to be sales tax total. Sales tax total. And it's going to be the sum of, I can just change this, right? Sum of all the sales taxes. Excuse me. All right, and one more time, we'll copy and paste. Copy, paste, Control-C, Control-V for cut, copy, and paste, right? Next one over here, I'm going to call this one grand total. Yeah, I know, it's not the best choice of labels, but... And this will be the sum of all the subtotals. There we go. Let's shrink up some of this wasted space down here in the bottom. And let's save it and take a look at what we got. Go back to form view. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. Sales tax is totaled up. Subtotals totaled up. This technique works in reports as well, as we'll see when we build our invoice next class. How are we doing today, folks? Can we see the video stream good? How am I sounding? Okay. Lisa, if you're following in the book, the printout, we are in class 3, and I'm on page 23, which is lesson 6.2. Actually, we're at 6.3 now, previewing our form. All right, I'm watching on my little monitor screen here, and the video feed looks like it's coming through loud and clear. Everything looks nice and smooth since I adjusted our broadcast settings a little bit. How are the archives? You guys checking out the archive classes, I'm assuming? Following along with those afterwards. Those are great for review, too. And we got most of you emailed me back saying you'd be interested in the CD-ROM. So as soon as we're done with the last class, I'll be putting that together. Okay, now, we've got our subform built. Now we need to take this subform and we need to stick it in the main form. All right, so I'm going to close this. Then we're going to go back to the order form. Okay, right click and open it up. We need to stick the subform in right here. Now, there's a control called the form subform control. It launches a wizard, okay, when it starts. And I personally find that it's easier to do this without the wizard than with the wizard. I'm going to show you both ways. But you'll see that after I do it, it's much easier without the wizard. But here we go. I'll go to Design View, little T-square, remember. Open this up a little bit so you can see. Now, on my toolbox, there is a little control right down here that says Subform Subreport. I'm going to click on this, drop it on my form. I'll drop it over here, draw a box. And then a little wizard starts up. Okay? It says you can use an existing form to create your form, subform or subreport, or you can build it using a table. You can have your subreport be just a table. Okay, but it's better to do it with a form. You get more control. You can do more things with it. So it's better to build the form and the subform separately and then integrate them like we've done. All right, so do you want to use a table or query, or do you want to use an existing form? Let's use an existing form. We've already built the subform. It's the order detail F. Next. Now, here it's asking us to define which fields link the main form to the subform. What field on the master form is the same as on the child form? Okay? Now, we're working with the order table. We got order table, order details. All right, what field links them together? Now, the wizard found two fields that were the same on both forms. All right, so show order detail Q for each record in order to using is the field, order ID, or sales tax rate. Now, they both have a sales tax rate and they both have an order ID. Which field do you think is going to create the relationship between the two tables? It's the order ID, right? Because the order details have to all have an order ID on them so that they know what order they belong to. All right, so I'm going to pick order ID, hit next, What name do you want to give the subform or subreport? That's fine, order detail F, and I'll hit finish. And there it is. Now, it comes in with a little label right here, order detail F. I'm going to delete that label because I don't really want to see that, so we're going to delete it. And I'm going to move the toolbox out of the way here, and we're going to take this control, and we're going to make it a little bit bigger. There we go. And notice how it's pretty wide here. So I'm going to shrink this up. Now you can do this, and you'll just get a scroll bar, so you can scroll left and right inside of there. That's fine. All right, let's save this whole big monster thing. I'm going to close it and reopen it. Okay, open up the order form now, and there we go. Now, notice, order 1, Omicron, right? Notice I'm only seeing 3 items in here now. Right now, it's kind of clunky at this point because we got 2 sets of navigation bars. We got this one here, we got this one down here. We'll get rid of this inside one in just a minute. But notice I'm only seeing 3 items in here. Remember, we had 5 a minute ago. That's because the wizard filtered it. Okay, that's the form-subform relationship that we set is filtering the records for us. If I were to go to the next record, now this top set of buttons is going to move between the items inside there, but this bottom set of buttons is going to move from order to order. Let's move to the next order. There's order 2, and there's 2 items on that order. See how that works? I'll create a new order. Okay, pick a customer. Here we're on order. Actually, let's give it a different customer. Let's go 123 Corp. Going to take a quick pause. Okay, we got 123 Corp here. All right, you got the dates. Pick a sales rep. Okay, now I'm going to scroll back to the left here. Put a description in. Let's say large pizza. Well, notice my tab order is a little messed up in here, so we have to correct our tab order. We'll fix that in a minute. Quantity 2, unit price $5. We'll leave the tax rate 0, and so on. All right, now if I go back to the previous order, there we go, I'll come back to my new order, and it's got the large pizza. Why? Because that relationship maintained the order ID for us. It put the order ID in automatically. Okay, now I mentioned a minute ago that I'd show you how to do this without the wizard. Let me demonstrate this without the wizard. I'm going to actually delete this control. Goodbye. And I'm going to show you how to do it real quick without the wizard. I think it's faster without the wizard myself. Open up my toolbox. Now, see these 2 buttons across the top here? This arrow gives you the arrow selector, which is what we normally have right here. The second button is for the wizards. If you see how it's pushed down, if you click on it, it pops it up. All right, that means the wizards are off. Whenever you drop a control now on your form, you won't get the wizards launching. So I'm going to take the subform control, and I'm going to drop it right here. And notice I don't have any wizards. Okay, it comes in as child 14. It's a child object, a child form. I'm going to delete that label. Now watch how easy this is. Right-click, go to Properties. Here's the properties for the subreport. All right, you got Source Object. I'm going to pick a source object. That's the form you want to pop in here. Order detail F. And notice this, it made the link for us. It says link child fields, link master fields. Child field, master field relationship, that's our relationship between the 2 fields. Right? The child field is the control on the subform. The master field is the field on this main form. And that's it. Now I like to take the source object name. I'm going to copy that, Control C, and paste it over here over the name, so the actual name of the object is order detail F as well, instead of child 14. But that's it. That's all you have to do. Now, if you like the wizard, feel free to use the wizard. I personally don't use the wizard for subforms. One more thing we have to fix. We got to fix the tab order in here. Now, you can actually make changes to the subform while you're inside the main form. Watch this. I'll click on Detail section here. I'll come up to my menu bar up the very top, and I'll click on View Tab Order. And here's the tab order for my order details. I'm going to hit auto order this time because they're all in a straight line. There we go. And then arrange them all nicely. We'll hit OK. And I'm going to close the form and reopen it again. Why do I close the form and reopen it? It's a habit that I get into because later on when we start getting into programming in classes 4 and 5, sometimes you need to close the form and reopen it for the events to refresh themselves and to run from scratch. Sometimes we're going to have events, programming code, those are called events, that run when the form opens. And so you want all that stuff to get refreshed and started new, and it's a habit that you get into when you start building this stuff. Instead of flipping between design view and form view, I like to actually close the form and reopen it. Plus it gives it a chance to recenter itself and look all nice on the form. And there we go. All right. Okay, looks good. All right. That's going to take us through, let's see, page 25. The finished subform, preview it. Okay, default values. All right, now. Default value on forms, lesson 7.7. When we put a new item down in here, let me go back to that new item, that new order that we created. Order number 3. If you scroll to the right here, you'll see our order ID is this last one over here. And notice that the new blank one on the bottom has an order ID defaulting to 3. Why is that? Well, because the wizard, or the form-subform relationship, forces that to be a 3. However, we've got another field on here, our sales tax rate, which I'm not seeing. Well, we're probably going to have to add it. I don't think we added it earlier. But we want the sales tax rate, actually, where is it? I'm sorry, it's right here. We want this sales tax rate to inherit the sales tax rate from up here, right? So if I change this to 5%, I want all the new items down here that I add to be 5%. So in other words, I've got to tell this tax rate, hey, get your default value from this form, the order form, from the sales tax rate over here. And how do we do that? Well, it's a little tricky, but watch this. I'll go back to design view. Now notice this happen. This happens quite often, and I have yet to figure out exactly why. But sometimes when you go to design view, the subform is all white. So you can't change it. So that happens occasionally. And when that happens, I close my order form, and I reopen it, and we'll see if it fixes it this time. Let's go back to design view, and there we go. See? Now I can edit it. It's strange. I have yet to exactly figure out when that happens. I think it's a bug. But sometimes you'll open up your form, and then your subform will be whited out, so you can't make changes to it. All right, so what I want to do is I want to take this guy here, the tax rate. Notice what just happened, by the way. That's a little quirk. But watch this. The first time I clicked down here, look what happens. Very carefully, I'll click. Notice how it highlighted the whole subform. See that? This box is around the subform itself. Okay, the first time you click on that subform, you get the subform. So be careful, because if I right-click down, I'll get the properties for the subform. You got to click a second time now that I've got it selected on the sales tax rate. Let's bring up its properties. Right-click, properties. Okay. There's a property called default value, just like in our tables. And I want to tell this guy to get his default value, his starting value should be equal to this field, whatever it happens to be, the tax rate for the order. Remember, the line item is going to get its sales tax rate from the order. So if the order is 8%, every item should be 8%, unless specifically told not to be, like a tax-exempt item, which we'll handle later. In addition, my orders are going to also get their value from the customer. We'll deal with that part of it later, but for now, I just want to make it so that any items that I add to my order get the tax rate for the order. So I'm going to set the default value equal to, now where's the value? You can't just say sales tax rate here, because it's on a different form. We're in a subform now, so technically the sales tax rate that we want is on a different form. So you have to use the full name of that control. Now the full name includes what form it's on. So here's how it looks. Forms, exclamation point, order F, exclamation point, sales tax rate. All right, I'm going to hit tab. That is the full name of this control up here. Okay? And again, Access puts the brackets around there automatically for us. All right, here's how it looks. Equals forms. Forms is a forms collection. In other words, the collection of all forms in the database. Yes, there's a reports collection and a tables collection and a queries collection. Kind of. There's query desks and table desks. So we'll talk about those things later. But forms means of all the forms, go to the order form, and then get these sales tax rate values. That's how it looks. That's that guy's full name. Okay? Forms, the little exclamation point also is sometimes called a bang. Sometimes you hear Access programmers call it a bang. So forms bang, order F bang, sales tax rate. Now keep in mind this will only affect new values. All right, so let's see what happens here. I'm going to close this. I'm going to close my order form. Save changes, yes. Let's open it back up. Okay, now let's go back to our new order. Okay, order 3. I'm going to set the sales tax rate here equal to 5% for the order. Now I'm going to come down here. Now it doesn't appear to change yet, but I'm going to come down here to a new item, and I'm going to type in, let's say he bought a double order of wings, double wings. Okay. Now unfortunately, the first item there, okay, hasn't changed. But notice the next item down is defaulting to 5%. That's a little quirk. We're going to deal with this in a few minutes, though. Okay, because we're going to eventually make a little pick list where we can pick a product from a list of items, and at that point we'll get the proper sales tax rate. But I just wanted you to notice what happens. Okay, as soon as I do this, the next default item that comes in here is getting a 5%. Why? Because this here has a default value set equal to this guy up here. His, unfortunately, was already set. But if I were to go, let's say, away from the order and come back, okay, notice the 5% is still there. All right, if I go to this one, there's an 8%. Why? Because this guy's tax rate is 8%. Same thing with this first one. It's a 0. That's how you have a field get its value from another field. Okay? How we doing? We learned some stuff here? Okay? How's the video? How's the audio coming through? I haven't seen any complaints in the chat room for at least 15 minutes. So I know we're doing okay. Alrighty, that's lesson 7.7. In the book, I applied the same trick to contacts, by the way. Between our customer form and our contact form, let's close this order form just to show you here briefly. Remember, we have the customer form. I'll open that up. Here's my customer form. And if I click on contacts, here's Amicron, right? If I click on contacts, here's my contacts form. It says 1 of 2, right? Because it's filtered. Remember this trick? It's opening a form and showing only specific records. It's only showing me contacts for Amicron. If I go to the next one, okay, if I go to a new one, look what happens. The date's defaulted, but the customer combo box is empty. Okay, because this isn't a sub-form-form relationship, so it's not filling in that ID for me automatically. So if I want new ones to get their value from this field over here, how can I do it? Excuse me. All right, form design. Let's take a look at the properties for this combo box. I'm going to right-click on it and come down to properties. Okay, here's all the properties. There's a lot of weird properties in here for the combo box. And the first thing that I don't like is the name is Combo 4. The Combo Box Wizard, unfortunately, doesn't give us the opportunity to put a good name in there. So I'm going to just change this real quick to Customer Combo. I like to have all my combo boxes say combo. We'll go through this a little bit later. But let's come down to the real reason we're here, the default value. Where's the default value? Let's see if I can find it here. Scroll down. Got to scroll down a bit on the combo boxes. Here's the default value right there. Now, I want the customer combo box on the contact form to get its default value from the customer ID on the customer form. So, equals forms, bang, customer F, bang, customer ID. Right? The default customer for new contacts should be whatever customer is open in the background. All right, so let's close this guy. Close this form. Save changes, yes. Yeah, you should get in the habit, by the way, of actually hitting the save button on the toolbar. It's a habit that I try to stay in, but I often forget because sometimes accidentally I've come in here and hit no. All right, so it's a good idea to get in the habit of saving it first. I'll say yes. Now watch what happens. Contacts. Okay, here's the first two contacts are already in there. Now watch what happens when I go to a new one. Look at that. That's a new blank one. The customer combo is automatically filled in for me based on the value on the customer form. All right, see how that works? That's what that default value is when you go from form to form. Is this good? Are we learning some stuff today? All right. Let's put a button for our order entry system on the main menu. This is lesson 8, so I'm going to open up my main menu. There it is. Let's go to Design View. Now I'm just going to, well, let's use the wizard. Do we use the wizard in this? Let me see if we use the wizard in here. Yeah, we'll use the wizard. We'll get into making buttons by hand in a bit. All right, so toolbox. I got to turn my wizards back on. Remember, I stopped them. Turn the wizards back on. Command button, little review, right? Command button, drop it here. Form operations, open a form. Turn that toolbox off. Next. Order F. Next. Open the form and show all the records from here. I don't want to see all the orders. Next. Give me some text, right? Let's call this orders. Next. Give it a name. I'll just call it orders. And finish. There's our button for the orders. Let's slide it up here, make it the same size as the other ones. Bold it. My menu's kind of big. I'm going to shrink this menu up a little bit. There we go. Maybe center this thing. Here's a trick that I like to do. Whenever I'm trying to center a label, I usually just stretch the whole label out, and then I'll hit my center button. There we go. And you can line these guys up underneath that. Try and get them centered. There we go. It's tough. You could spend hours and hours trying to make the forms look good. Save it. Let's close it and reopen it again. See how it looks. Oh, wrong form. Main menu. There we go. Just click on the order button. Beautiful. Now, let's say I want to put on my customer form, I want to put another button here to show the orders just for this customer. All right, Design View. Should be easy to do now. We built a bunch of buttons. Let's take this context button, slide it over a little bit, and shrink it down just a hair. Okay, Toolbox. Command button. Drop it on the form. Form operations. Open a form. This should be second hat, right? Next. Order F. Next. This time, no, I'm on the customer form, so I want to open the form and find specific data to display. Only the orders for this customer. Next. Now, what field on the customer form is the same as what field on the order form? I'll give you a hint. There's your hint. Right? Each order has a customer specified by the customer ID. That's how we make the relationship between two tables, with that ID. Link them with this button here. Next. Give me some text, right? Orders. Next. Give the button a name, orders, and there we go. There's our orders button. Slide it over there. There we go. Close it. Save changes, yes. Open up the customers. Hit the orders button. One of one filtered. I got just the orders for this customer. Just checking in the book. I think I skipped something here. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I think I did. That's okay. We'll cover it in a few minutes. My example in the book, I don't see the second set of navigation buttons, and I'm wondering if I already covered removing them, but I just skipped it. Let's see here, unedited fields. Just looking back over some of the lessons that I might have skipped. No, I don't see it. Maybe it's coming up in class 4. Let's take a peek here. No, we'll cover it in a bit. I think I already, because the screenshots that I'm showing, I don't have the second set of navigation buttons. And I'm wondering if I don't think I got to that yet, because I'm pretty sure I didn't skip anything. Okay, now, if I go to a new order here, we could play the same game with this combo box up here to get the default customer, right? But we're not going to do that for now. We're going to talk about this later, because there's something else we're going to do with the customer. So let's close this. Okay, now, that brings us to the end. Oh, actually, nope, we got one more thing to cover, form properties. If you look in the book, Lesson 8, page 29, and I'm hoping our page numbers are the same, this main menu's got some stuff on it that we don't need. It's got this bar over here to select the records. We got this navigation buttons on the bottom. We don't need these, right? So, how do we change this stuff? Well, let's go to Design View, hit the T-square. Let's bring up the properties for the form, right? Right-click here, Properties. Or you can double-click on that same spot. I have a problem double-clicking, by the way. This Windows Media Encoder software that I'm using to broadcast with somehow interferes with the double-click on my mouse. It takes me like 4 tries to double-click on stuff. So if you don't see me double-clicking, that's why. Okay, now the form. Here's the form properties. The form has no record source. It's not getting records from anywhere. So that's what record source means. What table query are you getting your data from? Now we're not going to talk about all these features today, but we're going to go over most of them by the end of the course. Some navigation buttons are 516. Thank you, Kareem. Let's see, 516. What did I skip? 510, 516 navigation buttons. Oh yeah, I did skip them. Very good. Thank you very much. We'll cover them right now. I skipped over something that I shouldn't have, but it's probably because I've been going a little bit fast. All right, so we don't need a record source. Now, the first thing I want to change is the caption. There's no caption here. The caption is what pops up here in the title bar. So I'm going to put a caption in here that says main menu. All right, now just to take a peek at what it's going to look like, I'm going to hit the Form View button, and there we go. See, main menu. Now you can change some of these features while you're in Form View, although I recommend going back to Design View to do these. Okay. Who's allowed is whether you can see the form, data sheet, or both. I'm going to set this to form, but you can leave it at both if you want. That just means that you're allowed to flip between the form view and the actual data sheet. It looks like a table. We'll talk more about these later. Here's where you can set some of the things to lock the data in a form, allow edits, allow deletions. Maybe you want to make a form for people, but you don't want people to delete records. We'll talk about these later too. The next thing I'm looking for down here is scroll bars. Okay, notice on my form, see how I got this big empty area over here? That's because the form is reserving space for a scroll bar. So I'm going to go back to Design View here. I'm going to set scroll bars to neither. There's neither horizontal only or vertical only. I'm going to set it to neither. Now, scrolling down here, the things I was looking for. Record selectors and navigation buttons. The record selector is that big bar on the left-hand side. We'll set that to no. Navigation buttons are those buttons across the bottom to go between records. We'll set that to no as well. And I think that's all I want to change for now. We'll talk more about some of these properties in a little bit. Let's close this, close the menu, and reopen it. Let's see what we got now. Open, 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 open. A lot cleaner, cleaner. Okay, we turned off the record selectors, we turned off the navigation buttons, we set a caption. These all just go to making your database look a little more professional, especially if you're building it for other people. You can also turn off the minimize, maximize buttons. You can disable the close button. You can change the border style. There's all kinds of features in there. We'll talk about those as we go on. But the reason why I wanted to cover this is because let's go to our order detail form. Our order detail form. Design it. Let's bring up the properties for the form. And let's set down here, scroll bars is fine because we need to be able to scroll up and down, left and right. But right down here, record selectors are good, so we can delete items. Navigation buttons, I'm going to set to no. Okay, navigation buttons. I don't need those. So let's close this, save changes, and let's open up our order form now, and look what we got. See? Much better. Now we only have one set of navigation buttons on the bottom because we turned off the ones for this. All right, because we don't need those. That just confuses the user. They can scroll up and down to see if we got a lot of items in here. Okay, see how that works? All right, any questions? We're at the end of Lesson 3. We're going to move on, start with Lesson 4 in just a moment. I'll give you guys a chat. The chat room's awfully quiet today, which I'm taking as good because I'm guessing you guys aren't having any connection problems, which I'm happy for. Let's see, we're at 11:43 already. Man, this class just flies right by. We're going to start off by building a product form with Class 4 here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause right now for about a minute and a half. I'm going to stop the broadcast and restart it just so that I can keep Class 3 and Class 4's archive files separate. I actually have to stop broadcasting and restart it in order to set a second file. So if you lose connection, just close Windows Media Player and re-click on the link to begin the class again. All right, so I'm going to come over here right now and stop the broadcast, and I'll be back in 30 seconds. Okay, we're back. I've restarted the feed. Give everybody a chance here to reconnect. So one thing that's a little bit annoying about these live broadcasts is that people getting disconnected and dropped and stuff. So. Check 1, 2, make sure that everyone's with us. I didn't have to restart my Windows Media Player, so if you stood with us, I think if I stop the broadcast, but I don't stay offline for more than a minute or so, if I start it and if I stop it and restart it right away, it keeps your connection. So my connection stayed live. Just sound off if you don't mind in the chat room real quick. Let me know that you're still here, and let me know how we're doing. If you have any questions on everything we covered so far, let me know. I'm going to grab a glass of water. I'll be right back. Okay, hippity high. Here we go. Access 4. Now, so far to date, we've made our order form. It's working great. Got our totals on the bottom here. Got our subform form kicking. But our user has to actually type in the information in here, right, which is a little annoying. They've got to type in the product name, set the price themselves. I want to be able to pick from a list down here on the bottom of products, and then hit a button, and boom, it adds to the order automatically for me. Okay, so to do that, first we need to make a table to store our list of products. So back to the drawing board again. Let's create a product table this time. Tables, new, design view, of course. And here we are. Every table starts off with a primary key, our product ID. That's our auto number. All right, now I am going to use a weird, I shouldn't say weird, but I'm going to use a not quite conforming list of fields here. All right, just because I want you to be able to see how you can have things that aren't necessarily named the same in different tables. This will especially be true if you get tables from multiple people. Like, let's say you get some tables from your marketing people, you get some tables from your sales people, and you are working with a database someone else built. So we're going to have to be able to handle that. All right. So what we're going to have is we're going to have two fields. We're going to have name, which is the name of the product. That'll be a text field, and then we'll have a description, which will be the memo field. Okay. Now, if you remember, in our order table, description is the name of the product. So it's going to be a little bit different. I'm doing this on purpose. You'll see why in a few minutes. All right. Unit price, currency. Now, I'm going to have is taxable, and that's going to be a yes or no field, because generally products are either taxable or they're not taxable. It's rare for a product to have a tax rate. Okay? Either it's taxable or not taxable. If it's taxable, you use the tax rate for the order. If it's not taxable, like a gallon of milk, it's just 0. Now, of course, the exception to this is if you're in the clothing industry. Here in Western New York, they've got a thing where the normal tax rate is 8%, but if you're selling clothes, it's 4%. So if you have, strange tax laws, you might have to adjust this strategy accordingly. But I'm going to just say the product is either taxable or not taxable. All right. Save it. Product table, see? Define the primary key for me. Let's throw some records in. Okay, large pizza. Okay, cheese. 1 topping, cheese and 1 topping. Let's say that's $5.99, and it's taxable. Ham sub, right? Toasted a roll, $3.99, taxable. 2-liter Pepsi, no notes, $1.59. I don't know, is Pepsi taxable or not? Keith, you tell me. You run a restaurant. Would a 2-liter Pepsi be taxable? I can't remember. We'll make it taxable. And then we'll have down here, let's have a gallon of milk. Okay, 2%, let's say. $1.39, and that's not taxable. Just so we have a product in here that I can show you how it would work if it's not taxable. All right. There's my product table. Now, in the book, I go through actually making a product form, lesson 1.3. I'm not going to spend the time doing that now. Real basic, right? We've made a bunch of forms so far. You should be able to do it. If you can't, let me know. Let's see here. That's going to jump us ahead. Actually, we need to, yes, taxable. Okay, good. All right. Now we need to have a place in our detail table, our order detail table, to store the product ID, right? Because I'm going to pick a product from my list of products, and I can get the name and the price and all that automatically, but nowhere in our order detail table. Oh, excuse me, my phone is ringing. Let me disconnect that. Hang on 1 second, folks. Okay, we need a place in this table to store our product ID because we're going to pick it. Okay, so I'm going to sneak it in here in front of the description. It doesn't matter where you put it. Right-click, insert rows, just like in Excel, right? Right-click, insert rows, product ID. That'll be a number as well. Because remember, it's a key in another table. So here it's called a foreign key, right? Big database term. All right, save changes. Yes. All right, now let's go to our order detail form. And down here, I want to put a drop-down box so that I can pick a product. Then I'm going to hit a button here. It's going to say add, and it's going to throw it up top. All right, so Little box. Combo box is right here. Drop it in the form footer. Okay, another combo box. Now this one's going to be slightly different than the rest of them because we're not going to be actually storing this value immediately in a field. All right, so we're going to see how this works. Combo box, look up the values in the table or query. You're almost always going to pick that one. Where's your list of stuff? What am I looking for? A list of products. So I want the product table. Next. Here's my list of fields that are in the product table. Notice it's missing the description. Why? Because you can't have memo fields in a combo box. That's a problem that we're going to have to deal with in a few minutes. Let's bring over everything. This double arrow here, bring everything over. You'll see why in a little bit. Next. Okay, here's what it looks like. Name, unit price, is taxable. I don't care to see that when I open the box up. So I'm going to just take this column and I'm going to resize it. See how I'm clicking and dragging here? I hope you guys can see this. I'm just going to click and drag and resize this column to nothing. The value is there. The value is in the combo box, but I don't want to see it. But I am going to need it in a few minutes to set up in my form. And you'll see how this will work in a bit. Next. Now here's one thing that's different. I'm not going to store this value immediately in a field. Why? Because we're down here in the form footer. Okay, and remember we're going to have a bunch of items up top here, right? We're going to start off with none, but eventually we're going to have 4 or 5. So the combo box has no way to know which one I want to set. So we're going to have to handle this manually with a little bit of programming. We'll get to that in a little while as well. So right now we're just going to hang on to this value. Just pick a value, keep it in the combo box, hang on to it. We'll take care of that value in a few minutes. Okay, next. What label would you like? That's a little label that goes next to it. I'll just put in product, colon. That's a little product label that goes next to it, right? And finish. Okay, here is our pick list. And I'm going to resize this just a bit because space is at a premium here. Now it doesn't have to be for you, for your form. But space is at a premium for me because I've got this little tiny window that I can broadcast in, so I want to make sure everything's fit in here. Also, what I'm going to do real quick is I want to shrink these guys up so I can squeeze more space out of it. So I'm going to highlight all these boxes up here. And I'm going to go up to my special effect box again and set them to flat and give them a black border color. I covered that in the last lesson. Remember right up here? These guys, flat border, and go black with the border color. All right, and then see how I can squeeze even more space out of that section there? Okay, the benefit is I'll save it, preview it, see how they're all nicely packed together now? Now, you're going to see a pound name error down here because, remember, our sales tax rate is looking for the order form, the main form, to try and find its default value, and it can't find it because the form's not open right now. All right, so we can't access this form by itself without the main form being open. But that's not a problem because this form would really never be accessed without it. It's just while we're developing it, you're going to notice that. It's not a big deal. But notice down here my product form. Here we go. Let's scroll up a little bit. There's my list of products. I can pick one, and it'll sit nicely in this little box. Okay. Now, I haven't told the database to do anything with that yet, just to pick a product and keep it there. Okay. All right. Let's give this combo box a good name. Because the wizard, if you look at the properties, right-click properties, it called it Combo 14. Really lame. Let's call it Product Combo. I wish the wizard gave you the opportunity to set the name for the box, but it doesn't. Okay, now, it's about 3 minutes to noon, and the next lesson, lesson 3 in class 4, is where we're going to start getting into programming. We're going to make a little button that's going to go right next to this combo box that we're going to click on. And it's going to add that product automatically up here into the form. But we're out of time today. I don't want to go too much over time today. We will be picking up again on Tuesday. What I'd like you to do is go back over today's class again. Make sure you got all the concepts down. And boy, this class just seems to fly right by. I have a good time doing it. This is what I enjoy doing. I love Access. When I'm not teaching Access or Excel or any other programs, I'm building databases. So this is my passion. But we're going to stop today because this is a great spot to break. We'll get into the Visual Basic programming at the beginning of the next session. So again, we're going to be meeting on Tuesday, 21st. I would suggest also, maybe over the weekend, maybe Monday or Sunday, replay this little bit so far that we've covered at the beginning of Class 4 to kind of refresh your memory what we've done. And then Tuesday morning, 11 o'clock, we'll get right into it. Okay? And then don't forget we have our 7th session coming up on the 29th. Possibly, depending on how much we get done on Tuesday, and if everyone is with us, possibly we'll go longer on Wednesday the 29th. Maybe we'll start earlier. Maybe we'll start an hour early. We'll see. We'll see how it works. Okay, any questions? Now it's time to ask them. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat room. I'll be here again for about another 5 minutes to answer any questions you might have on anything we've covered today. If you want to go ahead and read ahead in the book a little bit, that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. Usually when I teach this class in my classroom, I tell my students not to read ahead because I don't want them wasting time in class asking questions about things we haven't covered yet. But since you guys don't ask that many questions in the chat room, I don't have that problem. And I can just ignore you if I want to, right? Kidding, just kidding, just kidding. But if you want to read ahead, that's not a problem. Just to get a flavor for what we're going to be covering, we're going to be going over a little bit of Visual Basic. Now the beautiful thing about Visual Basic, and I'll talk about this next week as well, is that as you've seen so far, we can build a pretty cool database without any programming at all. But knowing how to do a little bit of programming, just a little bit of Visual Basic, will really, really enhance your databases. All right, you can take it to the next level. And that's what we're going to start doing on Tuesday. So, any questions? I don't see any questions coming in. Green can't make the 29th. So we'll make sure that we get everything archived from that class as well. Also, everyone is welcome to come and sit through this course again. All right, I plan on running another one of these starting in early June. So next time we run it again, I'll make sure that everyone who's here obviously is on my email list. So when you see the email come through for another Access course, you're welcome to come. And if not, if you can't make the live sessions, then you're always welcome to watch the archives as well, even for the next session. I'll cover the same material, but sometimes it makes a little more sense going through it a second time, and even if just from a slightly different perspective. Okay. Plus, we should have the packaged Access courses available. I'm shooting for the first week of June, but that might be a little early. Maybe by the middle of June. Those take a lot longer because it's a little more polished than the live broadcasts are. But since I see there are no questions for today, I'm going to shut off the broadcast feed, and I'll be hanging out here in the chat room for a couple more minutes if you do have any questions. If not, everyone have a nice weekend, and we'll see you on Tuesday. If you're interested, by the way, I've got a QuickBooks seminar starting tomorrow online. And we also have, what else we got coming up here? We got a PowerPoint seminar on Monday. And Excel starts next Wednesday. So I got a bunch of other online courses running as well. So everyone have a nice weekend, and we'll see you on Tuesday. What did we do in the last class? Well, we built ourselves an order form. Let's open it up. There we are. In our last class, we built ourselves this order form where we have our customer information up top, customer name, order date, due date, sales rep. We have a subtable or subform here where we type in our product, our description, the quantity, the unit price, the tax rate. And remember, the tax rate gets its value from the tax rate of the order as a whole. We learned how to do that in the last class. The extended price, sales tax, and subtotal are all calculated in our query. Toward the end of the last class, what we started to do was to make a product combo box down here on the bottom. So we could drop this down, pick a product like large pizza, and then have it added up top automatically so that our sales clerks don't have to remember all the pricing and all that. So that's what we're going to work on today. Today, we're going to put a button right here that says Add. And our sales clerk is going to pick a product, like ham sub, click the Add button, and it will add it to our order. Now, in today's class, we're going to actually start getting into a little bit of Visual Basic. So you might need to replay this with the archive a couple times, okay? Because some of the Visual Basic is going to be new to you if you have no programming background whatsoever. For those of you who have a little bit of programming background, this might not seem so tough. So today, we're going to start by putting our Add button in. Now, I'm going to close the order form down. We're going to work straight in the order detail form. So I'm going to hit Design. And here's my order detail form. All right, now I'm going to put the Add button right here. So I'm going to open up my toolbox. Remember from earlier, our toolbox is right here on our toolbar. There it is. We'll slide it down. Whoops. There I go docking it again. We'll slide it down. There we go. The command button is right here, but I don't want the wizard to run because there's no wizard for make me a button to add the product to my form automatically. So I'm going to turn the wizards off, that little button there. Command button, and then drop it down here in the form footer. All right. Now, let's right-click on it and go to Properties. First thing I'm going to do is give this button a good name. All right, so let's call it the Add button. A-D-D-B-U-T-T-O-N. The caption is what appears on the button's face, so I'm just going to type the word Add in. Now, you can alternately, if you want to, put a picture in here, but we're going to skip putting a picture in for now. All right, now there's two ways to get into the button's code. All right, the code is what runs when you click on the button. One way is to come over here to Events, and here's a list of all the different events that fire for this button. All right, we got on Enter, on Exit, on Got Focus, and we'll talk more about what all these different ons are later. But on click is the important one for buttons. When you click on the button, something happens. So one way to get to it is to click here, and then notice a little dot, dot, dot button over on this side. Hold on one second, folks. Now the drop down here, you don't want to use this drop down. This drop down is if we were using macros, you can drop this down to pick a macro, but we're not going to be using macros at all. So you can click on this dot 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 button here. Or my preferred way, I'm going to close this. My preferred way of getting into the button's code is to right click on the button and go to Build Event. Okay, Build Event. Build Event's what happens when you click on the button. So either one of those methods are good. Now, there's three builders that are available. Expression Builder and Macro Builder we're never going to use. All right. Some of you might like the Expression Builder. If we have time later, I'll talk about what it is. But pretty much you're always going to use the Code Builder. All right, Code Builder. I'm going to hit OK. And here we are. The Visual Basic Editor loads up. Now give me a second here to resize these windows on my screen so that I can make them more visible for you guys. And there we go. It's tough because I got this little blinking red box I got to try to fit everything into. Okay. Here's the Visual Basic Code Editor. In fact, let me slide this up just a hair more. Bear with me. The problem with these live seminars is I can't polish everything. Okay. we're in the Visual Basic Editor now, and we see some Visual Basic code that the editor put on there for us. It says private sub. First of all, ignore the top line, the option compare database. Ignore it for now. It's not important at this point. What is important is down below. It says private sub, add button underscore click, open and close parentheses, and then an end sub. What does that mean? Well, ignore the word private for a minute. Sub right here, means this is a subroutine. And a subroutine is basically just a block of programming code. Everything in this particular subroutine will run when the add button is clicked. So the name of this is add button click. That's the name of this subroutine. Now private just means that only this form can use it, as opposed to public, which means that everybody can use it. Again, that's not important at this point. Everything that goes between the sub and the end sub lines will run when this button is clicked. That's how this works. So, before we actually get too deep into all this wacky programming stuff, let's just make this button do something simple. All right. Now, if you've ever taken a programming course, the first thing that you usually ever do in a programming course is have the computer just say hello or hi world. So like a traditional classic first program. So what I want you to do is, I'm going to hit enter a couple times, enter, 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 just to give me some blank room in here. Now it's traditional and it's customary and it's good form to hit tab and to tab in so that your code is indented underneath the private sub and end sub. All right, we're going to start off with a very simple function. We're going to type in message box, M-S-G-B-O-X, message box. Now as soon as I hit space, notice I get this little yellow box popping up. You may or may not see this on your screen. I've noticed that sometimes the little pop-up windows don't show up through the broadcast encoder, but on my screen you see that it says message box prompt and a whole bunch of yellow stuff. All right. When you type in a function like message box that Access recognizes, it's going to give you the syntax. You can ignore it at this point and just follow with me. All right. The next thing is the prompt. So inside the quotes, I'm going to type in hello world, and then press enter. All right, message box, hello world. So when I click on this box, and I see from my preview window here that you guys are seeing that yellow box, good. When I click on this button, it should pop up the message, hello world. All right, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to minimize the code window up here at the top. I'm just going to minimize it. We can leave it open where it is. Now I'm back here at my order detail form. And let me just resize this around here. And I'm going to flip back the form view. Okay? And now down on the bottom, I'm going to hit my add button and see what happens. Bing! Look at that. It says hello world. Okay? So that's what we told it to do. I said when I click on this add button, pop up a message that says hello world. So our code is doing exactly what we wanted it to do. Alright, so now I'm going to hit OK, and that's that. Now, let's flip back over to the Visual Basic Editor, and it should be minimized in the bottom of your screen. So I'm just going to come down here and restore it. There it is. Alright, we only minimized it, that's why I didn't want you to close it. If you did close it, you'll have to go back into Design View on the form, right-click on the button, go to Build Event again. Actually, let me show you that. I'm going to close the editor. If you did close it, here's what you have to do. You have to go back to Design View, right-click on the button, and go to Build Event. All right. Now notice this time it popped right into this private sub. It didn't ask us for any other options because we already have code in this button. Okay. So that's your first little program. Give yourself a round of applause. Okay. Now popping up "Hello World" is cool, but it's not very useful. So now let's make this button do something useful. Now what do we want to do? What's our end goal? Our end goal is to be able to click on this button and have whatever product is in this product box, this product combo, pop up into here. So before we can pop that value up, let's see if we can figure out what that value is. All right. So the name of this box is product combo, and I can see that right up here, or I can see it by going right-click Properties. And now I'm on the Event tab, so I got to come over here and click on All and scroll up. There we go. Okay, the name of this box is product combo. So let's see if we can find out what the value in this product combo box is. So instead of message boxing hello world, let's get rid of that. Delete. Let's message box the value in that combo box. Let's see if we can find out what it is. So I'm going to type in message box product combo. No quotes, because I don't want to actually say product combo on the screen. I want to say what the value of the product combo is. Okay, I'm going to hit save. It's good practice to hit the save button routinely, of course, when we're in design view. Let's flip back to form view. Let's pick a product like large pizza and hit the add button. And I get a message box with a 1 in it. Why did I get a 1? Why didn't it say large pizza? Think about that one for a minute. The reason is because the value of that combo box is actually the product ID. Remember that? Kind of getting the cobwebs out from upstairs, right? Remember from last week when we built our box, the value is actually the product ID. If we want to see a value other than the product ID, okay, we've got to access the other columns in this box. Remember, if I look at this combo box, there's multiple columns in here. There's actually 3 columns in this box. Actually, I'm sorry, there's 4. There's 4 columns. The first column is hidden, right? It was the product ID. That's the actual value that the box is bound to. The second column, okay, is the name, large pizza or ham sub. The third column, which is the second visible column, is the price. And if you recall, there's actually a 4th hidden column, which is whether it's taxable or not. I don't know if you remember that from last week or not. But this box has 4 columns in it. So I want to get the value of the second column, large pizza. How do we do that? Well, let's go back to our code editor. Here's how you do it. Product combo dot, now notice a big long list of options comes up. You can ignore most of these. Column, open parentheses, excuse me, 1. Now, why 1? Well, the tricky thing to remember is the first column in the box is column 0. Kind of wacky. For those of you that have done any programming in C, you know that arrays start at 0. Well, they picked 0 because I think the first column is usually hidden. So in order to not confuse people, they show you the columns are based on the visible columns. All right, so product combo dot column 1 should show me the value in that box. Let's save it, flip back to our form here, and hit the button. Bing! Large pizza. So that's how you get the value out of the box. Okay, we know how to access the ID, we know how to access the name, and of course getting the price would just be a matter of switching this, right, to column 2. Right, save it, switch back here, hit it, boom, $5.99. Don't worry, that's not formatted as a currency. We'll take care of that later. So now we know how to get the values out of that box by accessing the column property. Right, now column 0 is assumed. We don't have to specify product combo dot column 0. That's assumed. But column 1, column 2, and column 3 would be the other columns in that box. All right, now I've got a way to get a hold of the values in that box, but I don't want to just display them on the screen in a silly little message box. Of course not. What I want to do is I want to take these values and stick them up here. Right, I want to stick them up in these boxes up here. Now, let's take a look at the names of these boxes. That's description. Right, the name of this field is description. The name of this field is quantity. The name of this field is unit price. Now, if you can't remember these, on your toolbar right next to the font is this little box here. All right, if you click on something, it tells you what the name of that something is. Like here, if I click on this quantity label, notice it says label 4. All right, so if you want to get the name of it, or of course you can right-click and go to Properties, and you can see the name of the box right here. Remember, the name and the control source are 2 different things. The control source, as a review, is where the text box gets its value from. The control source and the name of the text box itself could be 2 different things. Right? This could be quantity in the control source, but maybe, you know, quantity box in the name. You could set whatever name you want to. Usually they're the same. But this combo box we named ourselves, so it's product combo. This button, for example, is add button. That's the name of the control. These guys over here, we got order total, sales tax total, and grand total. Remember, we created those last week. All right. So what I want to do is I want to take that value out of the box. When I click on the button, I want to take the value out of this box. I get excited about this if you can't tell. I love this stuff. So if I'm going a little fast, yell at me in the chat room. And I make more sense, by the way, the second time through. So when I get the archive posted this afternoon, make sure you rewatch the class. The description, okay, I want to set this box equal to the column in that product combo box, right, the first column. So when I click on this button, I want to set the description equals product combo.column1. So we just say that in our code. Let's go back to our Visual Basic editor. Let's get rid of all this. All right, and I can just say set the description, the description field, set it equal to equals product combo dot column 1. See how that works? All right, let's try it. Let's see what happens. Save it, flip back over here, go to there. Let's pick 2-liter Pepsi and hit the add button. Yeah, no, the bottom of my ad's chopped off. We'll fix that later. Add. Boom. What happened? Okay, it worked. It worked. But notice what happened. It set this one to 2-liter Pepsi. Let's try that again. Let's pick large pizza. Hit it again. Watch that first one. Boom. All right? It's setting whatever record it happens to be on to large pizza, or whatever that value is. If I were to click down here, for example, notice the little box, the little triangle. If I were to pick ham sub now and hit add, boom, that one gets changed to ham sub. So what's happening is it's setting whatever record it happens to be on to that value. That's not too good. What we need to do is, before we do that, we need to tell it, hey, go to a new record first. All right, go to a new record, then set that value. Now, how do we do that? Well, that's one more line of code. I'm going to put it in front of this assignment, this description equals. I'm going to put it right up here. I'm going to hit enter above it, tab in. Here's the command, do command, docmd, dot, go to record, space, comma, comma, and then it's come down here to AC new rec. See that? And then press enter. Now, are you going to remember all that? No. I didn't remember that probably for the first, I don't know, 2-3 months after I discovered it. Finally, after using it a bunch of times, it sunk in. That's what the book is for, right? That's what the archives are for. You're not going to remember all these commands. I'm probably going to show you maybe half a dozen commands today. Maybe some more next time we get together. All right, do command, docmd, is a special set of access commands. Go to record says go to a record. Right? Now, comma, comma, those are some options you don't need to worry about right now. You can specify what form you want to use and some different options like that. Don't worry about those right now. Comma, comma means skip those options, use the defaults. AC new rec is which record do you want to go to. Right? There's the first record, last record, next record, previous record, new record is the one we picked. Let me do that again just to show you. Do command, dot, I get a whole list of stuff. There's do command deep, do command close. We'll learn some more of these do commands later. Do command, right, go to, notice there's go to control, go to page. We want go to record. Now you can just arrow down and pick the one you want and hit the space bar. Now notice there's some options here. The object type, the object name. We're just going to hit comma, comma. If you hit comma, comma, use the default, which is just use the current form, or the current object technically. All right, and then what record do you want to go to? First, last, new record. We want new record. So I'll pick AC new rec, and there we go. All right, now what it should do is it should go to a new record first, then set the value of the description. So let's save it, come back into here, hit the add button, and there we go. It went to a blank, brand new record, set the ham sub. All right, now we're still missing the unit price and our product ID, right? I think we're missing that. Do we have product ID on here somewhere? We didn't even put product ID on our form, did we? Let's go back to design view, take a look at this now. I think we're missing product ID. Yes, we are. Now, if you want to see for sure, drop this little combo box down up here, and you should see product ID in your list. And I don't see it. Remember, we added product ID to our order detail table as an afterthought, right? After we added the product table, we said, oh, I need a place to store the product ID in my order detail table. So let's see if it's up here in our name list. I'm going to pick the field list or the name list. scroll down, and where's the, oh, there's the product ID. We added it to the table, we just never added it to the form. So I'm going to scroll over here. Now, rather than dragging this guy and dropping it into here and having to move things around, it'd actually be easier just to copy one of these guys. Watch this. I'm going to close this. I'm going to move my mouse right up here into the ruler bar where I got the down arrow and click. See that? I click right there, get the line, and it highlights that. Now I'm just going to copy and paste that guy. Watch this. Control C and Control V. Control C to copy. Hit it. Control V to paste. Now nothing appears to happen, but watch this. It pasted this one. I get the hand, drag it to the right. See that? It pasted right over the top of that one. Now all I have to do is just change this guy. So open it up. Whoops. I'm double-clicking paired because of this encoder. Right-click. Properties. There we go. All right. All we'll do is we'll change the control source to product ID. See that? Drop the box down and pick product ID. All right. And then I'm going to just copy, Control C, paste, Control V over the name. So now we got the product ID as name as well. One thing we didn't do last week, by the way, we don't need to see this stuff, do we? The product ID, the order detail ID. We don't need to see any of this stuff. All right. But we got to have it on the form because we might need these values. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to delete these labels. I'm going to draw a box around these guys and nuke the labels. Goodbye. And then I'm going to shrink these guys up really small so they're not taking up a lot of space. Slide them all next to each other. We still want them here in case we want to be able to get at their values. Like you want to know what the product ID is. But we don't need to see them. Moreover, watch this. I'm going to draw a box around them again. So I got all three of them highlighted. Right-click on any of them. Go to Properties. Notice how it says multiple selection here. I got the properties up for a multiple selection. All right, multiple objects. Now look down the list and there's a property here. If you make sure you're on the All tab or on the Format tab. Yeah, either Format or All. Format just breaks these down so you only see the Format ones. I'll go back to All. I usually work on All. Right down here there's a property called Visible. Set that equal to No. Now you can do it by either double-clicking here. Ooh, my double-click worked. Or you can just drop the box down and pick No. Now, you still see them here in Design View. Let me resize this form a little bit. But watch what happens when I go back into Form View. Look at that. They're gone. See that? That way your user doesn't have to bother looking at them. But they're there. Okay? We can still access their values. But they're invisible. You don't have to see them. We're going to actually play with that visible property a little bit more later, too. All right. Back to Design View. Everything looks good here. All right. Let's go ahead and take care of the other values too. Now, we have our description going in, ham sub. Now we need to set the unit price and the product ID. And also we need to deal with that taxable issue too. Let's come back down to our code builder here. Now, we got the description. Let's set the product ID. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to say product ID, that's the value on the form, equals product combo. Remember, column 0 is assumed. Same along the same lines, right? We're going to set the unit price. So the unit price, that's a field on the form, equals product combo dot column 2. All right, let's test it. Save it. Back to Access. Come back over here. Now I'm going to I'm going to delete that ham sub that I added a minute ago. Delete. Delete one record, yes. All right, and I'm just to test them, I'm going to move my focus back up top here. I'm going to click on this top record just to test my focus. Pick a product. Let's pick a 2-liter Pepsi. Hit Add. Boom. 2-liter Pepsi popped in there. Unit price popped in there. And we can only assume that the product ID worked because it's hidden, but I'll tell you that it worked. What's next? Well, if you're following along in the book, this will bring us up to, let's see, page 23, that's lesson 3.1. This will bring us up to lesson 4, adding a record part 2. Now we got to take into consideration our sales tax. And for this lesson, we need to be back into our main form, because in order for sales tax to work properly, we have to be able to access the sales tax on the main form. So let's close this. Any questions, by the way? I know we covered a lot of material in the last 30 minutes, so again, this will make a whole lot more sense the second time through. But go ahead and and watch the archive. And if you have any questions, again, you can email me or save them for our next session. All right, let's open up the order form again. If I can get my double click to work, there we go. And let's just test this from inside of here. Let me move this up. There we go. Now remember our sales tax rate's up here. Let's just test this. Let's pick test this. Let's pick test this. Let's add test this. Let's add test this. And there we go. Look at that. We got the description. We got the unit price. Let's move to the next order and move back again just to test. Good. Okay. Now notice this is sorting them here. All right, it's sorting in reverse order based on the product ID, I believe. So we'll have to take care of that in a bit too. All right. When I hit add, some of these products are taxable and some are not. So I need to be able to set the tax rate based on whatever this tax rate is up here. If the product is taxable. If the product is not taxable, we got to set it equal to 0. All right, so how are we going to get that to work? Well, let's go back to here. Back to our Visual Basic editor. Now, what do we got to do? Well, we got to check and see if the product is taxable. And the product, whether the product is taxable or not, is in product combo.column 3. That fourth column in the combo box. So I'm going to say if product combo dot column 3 equals true. Remember, the is taxable is a true-false value. A product is either taxable or not taxable. If the product combo dot column 3 equals true, then notice how when I hit enter here, I got an error message. It says compile error, right? Expected then or go to. I forgot to type in my then. If something is true, if the product is taxable, then enter. Tab in, so we're under our if line. What do I do if this product is true? Well, I want to set the tax rate on the order, on the detail item, equal to the tax rate for the order, right? If this guy is taxable, I want to set this tax rate equal to this tax rate. Otherwise, if it's not taxable, I want to set that equal to 0. All right, now, how do we do that? Well, I'm going to say sales tax rate. Remember, we're on the detail form, so that's what's going to get preference. Sales tax rate equals, remember how to get to the main guy? Remember this from last class? Forms, order, F, sales tax rate. Remember that from last class? How to get a value from a different form? Enter. So if the product is taxable, right, product combo.column 3 is true, the product I'm picking is taxable, then set the sales tax rate for this item equal to the sales tax rate for the whole order. Okay, now I'm going to backspace and type in else. Enter, tab again. It's not a taxable item this time, so we'll set the sales tax rate equals 0. End if. That is your introduction to what's called an if-then block. If something is true, or if some condition, right, if X is greater than 5, or if, if my customer name equals Joe, right, whatever your condition happens to be, then do something. Your line of code right here, right, what to do. You can have multiple lines of code in here too. Else, if this is not true, what to do. Everything in here. And it's all capped off with an end if. If this is your first time seeing any of this programming, this might be a little strange to you. It'll make more sense the next time through. I do actually have a whole separate course on Visual Basic, which teaches all the nuances of all the different types of if statements and loops and all this weird stuff. This course, I'm just focusing on enough Visual Basic to enhance your Access databases. All right, let's test it. Save it. Flip back to here. Now, I'm going to delete the items that we have in here on this order. I'm going to highlight all these items and hit delete. And I'm going to set the tax rate on this order equal to, let's say, 7%. And let's see if it works. First, I'm going to pick large pizza. Okay. Hit add. Boom. Got the description, got the unit price, got the tax rate. Now I'm going to come down here and pick a ham sub. Boom. Worked good. Now I'm going to pick a gallon of milk, which is my last item there that's not taxable, and hit add, and let's cross our fingers. And there we go. We got a 0. Why? Because it's not taxable. It's not a taxable item. All right, see how that works? Any questions? Now's the time to drop in the chat room. Okay, so we've handled the tax rate. That's going to take us through. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Couple options, couple things coming up. The first problem we have, got a problem, of course. Let's close our order form and reopen it again. Problem number 1 is, if your sales clerk opens up a brand new order, let's go to a brand new order, and just hit the add button, watch what happens. You get junk. You get nothing in there. Right? Hold on one second, folks. All right. So if I just hit add with nothing in the box, look what happens. I get junk in here. Okay, that's not good. Let's delete these. How do we fix that? Well, the first thing we have to do, before we allow them to do anything after they hit add, is check to make sure there's actually something in that button. Excuse me, in that combo box. Got to check the value of product combo and make sure that it's not empty, or null we call it in programming terms. So, let's come up here at the very top of our code, right before the do command, go to record, and let's type in if is null, open parentheses, product combo, then enter, exit sub, backspace, and F. All right? What does this say? If is null. Is null means that there's nothing in the box. That the control has no value. All right? We just opened up the form. We haven't picked up the product. All right? The product combo is null, so exit sub. That means get out of the sub. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Let's try it. Save it. Flip back to access. Hit the button. And nothing happens. Now, we could give the user a little warning message, right? In addition to that, we could come in here maybe before the exit sub and say message box, right? Select a product first, like that, just to be nice. So what will happen is it'll check to see if the value is null. If there's nothing in the product combo, it'll message box select the product first, right? And then exit out of the sub. Let's try that. Save it. Flip back here and hit the button. Bing. Select the product first. See? Now we're making our databases a little more interactive, a little more user-friendly. All right, let's switch back over here. The next problem that I have is when I add a product. Let's go back here and let's switch back here. Actually, let's create a new order here. Let's put the Amacron in there. Put a sales rep in. When I add a product, let's add a large pizza. Notice that my totals on the bottom aren't updating right away. Why? Notice the pencil. The pencil means I'm still technically editing this line. So nothing's going to update. None of the items are going to refresh until we're done updating this line. Now, if I move to the next record by clicking here, notice my totals update. All right. Now, when I pick the next item, ham sub, add it, notice my totals have not updated again because I'm still editing this line. Now, this might be a problem if you've got someone who is, a sales clerk who's a newbie, and they're just adding stuff, and they get down to the bottom, they think they're done, and they say, okay, sir, your total is $5.99. But the last product hasn't updated itself yet, has it? So we need one more line of code to take care of that problem. Let's switch back over to here. Let's scroll down to the bottom of our code, right down here. I like to put blank lines in just to break up different sections of the code. Here's all we need. Me.refresh. That's it. Me.refresh says refresh all the records on the form, all the fields, all the data. Do all the calculations that need to be done. Right? Real easy to put in there. Save it. flip back to here. Let's add another product. Let's add 2-liter Pepsi. Add it, and boom. Notice everything refreshes and our total is updated. Me.refresh says go ahead and save whatever records are in there. Do your calculations. Everybody's happy. That's me.refresh. Okay, so now we're cruising along. Over here on the right, though, notice we're still missing something. We're missing our notes. Now, the notes aren't in the drop-down box, are they? Why not? Because you can't have memo fields in there. It's a limitation of access. You can't put a memo field in the combo box. So we need some other way of grabbing that memo field, that description value. Now, here's something that I warned you about in class 1. Notice in my tables here, in the product table, notice how the memo field is named description. Now, I did this on purpose. I got 2 different tables. I got 2 different names that mean different things, right? Description in the order detail table, let me close this. In the order detail table, description is actually our product name. All right, so we got 2 different things, and I did this on purpose. So here you got description and notes, and in the product table you got product name and description. I did that on purpose just to fool with you. And so you can see how you might have different tables that have different field names that mean the same things or mean different things. How do we handle this now? All right, let's slide up here before the me refresh. That's got to be last. If you're following along in the book, we're on page 28, which is lesson 4.7. It says VLOOKUP. Now we need a different way, a different method for getting the notes field because we can't use the columns in the combo boxes. We can't have a memo field in those columns. The only function we have available that can do, well, actually one of the functions we have available is the easier one. It's called DLOOKUP. DLOOKUP uses a very unique syntax. It takes 3 bits of information: what, where, and how. And it's easier to show you how it works than it is to try and explain it. Let me show you how it works, and then we'll go through it. I'm going to say in here, the field over here, the notes field, I'll save changes, yes. Nope, close this down. Let's go to forms, order detail, F, and design this. Let's take a look here. That's description. The notes field here is what we want to set. Okay, and that's notes. So we want to say notes equals DLOOKUP, open parentheses, 3 bits of information. And again, this is in the book, lesson 4.7. All right, sorry about that. The first thing that it wants, the first bit of criteria, is it wants to know what you want to look up. Okay, what, where, and how. What are we looking up? Well, we're looking up the description field. It's got to be in quotes. The second thing it wants to know is the domain, or where is this field? Well, we're looking it up out of what table? We're looking at product information out of the product table. Now, I'm going to put a little underscore here. That's just for continuing a line. Oops. That's to continue a line on the next, to continue your code on the next line. The last thing it wants is the criteria. All right, the criteria is what rules to apply to find the information you're looking for. In other words, which specific description am I looking for? I got a whole table of them. I got a whole bunch of description fields. Which one do you want? Well, I want the one where the product ID equals, and I'm going to close that and type in ampersand product combo, close parentheses, and press enter. Now, let's explain how this all works. Let's start off by talking about this. What exactly is this? Well, my criteria is going to be product ID equals product combo is going to get filled in whenever this code runs. All right, product combo is whatever is picked in the box. Product combo can be 3, it can be 2, it can be 20. Okay, that's the ID, the product ID. So this is going to actually eventually turn into looking like this, right? This is going to get all built together. It's going to look like maybe a 51, right? If I wanted my large pizza, I'd say product ID equals 1. And I should bring back the ID, or excuse me, the description from the product table where the product ID equals 1. My large pizza. If I wanted the ham sub, it'd be 2. If I wanted the gallon of milk, it'd be 4. But I don't know what that's going to be when the code runs. So I got to say, hey, instead of just getting that, tack on the end here the value in the product combo. Whatever that value happens to be, tack it in there. That's what that ampersand character is for. Put those two things together, product ID and the product combo. So this builds one string. It'll eventually say product ID equals 2, or product ID equals 20, or whatever that value in product combo happens to be. Okay, so DLOOKUP is going to say, okay, DLOOKUP me, I want the description out of the product table where the product ID equals whatever the value in the product combo is. It's a little weird, I know. We're going to do a bunch more of these DLOOKUPs. Save it. Come back over to Access. Let's open up our order form. Let's go to that new record we created at the end. And I'm gonna again delete these items out of here. And let's set our tax rate again at 8%. All right, here we go. Large pizza. Add it. Scroll to the right and look at that. It says large cheese and 1 topping. It DLOOKUP. All right, D stands for domain, by the way. Domain is another name for a table or query. It looked up the notes out of the product table. Okay, specifically where the product ID equals 1. Let's do another one. Ham sub, add. Price went in there, tax rate went in there. Notes went in there properly. Now let's try a gallon of milk, add it. 2%. Let's try 2-liter Pepsi, add it. And nothing went in there. Alright. That's a DLOOKUP. In the book, if you are looking in the book, lesson 4.8, I put in there product ID. If you look there at the end, it says notes equals DLOOKUP description from product table. I put product combo inside the quotes. It says product ID equals product combo all inside the quotes. That does work, okay, but it doesn't work all the time. I have run into situations where it doesn't work, specifically if the code can't resolve that. See, instead of sending that whole string, product ID equals product combo, to the DLOOKUP function and making DLOOKUP figure out what product combo is, I do the work first, right? I say product ID equals, and I slap the value in there manually like we just did. And I say product ID equals 3, and then I send that to DLOOKUP, and it has a better tendency of working. So I prefer outside the quotes. I just haven't actually revised the book yet, and this has come through hours of painstaking research. And you can see there lesson 4.9, which is using the actual value in DLOOKUP. Right? Product ID equals product combo gets turned into product ID equals 3. Right? But in order to do this on the fly, as records change, you have to use the variable field name in your expression. You can do this by concatenating the value of the string. Okay? And there's an example there, page 30. Down toward the bottom, it says full name, colon, first name, and a space, and a last name. I don't think we got to this example. Just to show you real quick, just to demonstrate how to smash two things together. If I'm in a query here, new, design view, I'm going to bring in my customer table. Okay, I got two fields, first name and last name. If I run that, that's what I got. If I want to put them together in a third column, I don't think we did this in class. Here's how it's going to look. Right over here, let me resize these so everybody can see. We're going to create a new column called full name, colon. That's going to be first name and ampersand, right? And a space, quote, space, quote. That puts a space there. And last name. All right, that's what we end up getting. And when I run it, there we go. See, remember I told you in class 1 it's easier to put this stuff together than it is to split it apart? Really, really tough at this point with the knowledge that you had to be able to split those names apart. And then you get into, weird things, or what if you got a name with, 3 words in it, right? Like like Baron von Ludwig. You'd have 3 words, just split apart. All right. You want to do last name, comma, first? Not a problem. Make another column over here. All right, we'll call this last first, colon, that's the name of the comma. That's the name of the column, or the name of the field. Last name, and, quote, comma, space, quote, and first name. Right? You can throw these together any way you want. Run it. There you go. In fact, I routinely make a name query that also has the customer ID in here, just so I can pull any of these formats that I want up using a VLOOKUP. Right? If I were to add the customer ID into here, let's add it down here and slide to the beginning. Whoops. Right? Now I can write a VLOOKUP. Let me save this query. I'll save this as my customer names queue. Right? I could do a VLOOKUP and get any of these methods. Right? I could say VLOOKUP the last first, comma, from the customer names queue where the customer ID equals 3. It's just, VLOOKUP is just like looking something up in a chart, in a grid. Right? Look up this field from this table in this row. Right? Look up the last first from the customer, from the customer names queue where the customer ID is 4. That's all we're doing. It's not brain surgery. You just have to know the syntax, know how it works. That's the easy part, right? Figuring out the details, and you can use VLOOKUP to pull up anything. Right? Pull up commission rates or employee sick days or anything. I used to use VLOOKUPs all the time until I learned something better called record sets. That's a little bit beyond this class, but VLOOKUP works beautiful. All right. Let's move on. Now, lesson 411, we talk about a basic error handler. It's almost impossible for the code that we have right now to generate errors. But if you want to tell your code to ignore any errors, at the top of it, you can say on error resume next. I used to teach people this all the time, but I've become a little less apt to use it just because if your code generates an error, you're not even going to know what it is. And then you end up having to come in here and remove that in order to see what the error message is because your code's not working. So be careful with the use of this. You can use it if you want to, though. In my Visual Basic course, I go over a little bit more about how to handle errors with your own built-in error handling functions, but they're a little bit beyond this course. Hint, hint, I'm plugging my VB course, by the way. So, shameless advertising. Okay, we've added the field. Let's see. Oh, all right, address tracking. We got just enough time. I'm going to go probably about 10 minutes over because we got started about 10 minutes late. So if any of you have to go, that's okay. We're going to actually go, let's see, where are we at now? No, we're still a whole 2 classes. Actually, we're still a whole class behind. Let's finish up Lesson 5, address tracking, and we'll at least be at the beginning of Class 5's material when we start next. We might even need an 8th session, just because I get going on this stuff and I like to talk about it. All right, let's close this. Actually, let's close that down. All right, we've got our order form here, and I pick a customer. Pick LMNOP Inc. But the problem is, let's say LMNOP Inc. currently, let's pull up their customer record here. Here's the customer form, open it up. LMNOP Inc. is currently at 205 Park Avenue in Houston, Texas. Now, let's say on May 1st, they placed an order with me. Here it is, on May 21st, okay. All right, and we ship it. And then June 1st, they move. So they move to 209 Park Avenue in Houston, Texas. Now, a year later, or even let's say a couple weeks later, or a month later, I want to know where this order was sent. And I can do that by just looking up LMNOP Inc.'s address in the customer form. But it's got their new address. So that's a little bit of a problem. Obviously, with orders, you want to track the address that this order was shipped to, or at least what the customer's address was at the time of the order, right? So in order to do that, we need to track addresses here in the order form. Now, that means we're going to have to add address information to our product to our order table. Right? Now I already have some address fields made up, don't I? They're already in the customer table. So let's open up our customer table in Design View. And here we go. Address, city, state, zip. Oh, I highlighted and held it down too long. Address, city, state, and zip. Excuse my cold. All right, I'm going to copy these fields. Control-C, copy. See, you can't easily right-click there because then you just get one line, right? So I'm going to highlight these guys and go Control-C on the keyboard. I love these keyboard tricks, and ignore this little clipboard menu here. Now I can switch over to my order table, design it, come down to the bottom, and hit paste. Boom. That's it. That's all I had to do. Address, city, state, zip, all those fields. Why would we create them, right? Just copy them over from my customer table. Or retype them if you like punishment. All right, save changes, yes. Now, I need to be able to go into my my order form and also have fields there. I already have fields built in my customer form. So let's find our customer form. Let's borrow these address fields by highlighting them and copying them, Control-C. And let's flip over to my order form, design it. Now we got to make some room on here because we're almost out of room. So what we're going to do is, let's slide over this notes field, like so. And I could probably move this stuff over a little bit to the left as well. There we go. And now we got some room right here to drop those addresses, right? I'm going to right-click and paste. And there we go. Now let's see if we can get this all fit. Now I'm going to actually delete the labels that come in here with these. We don't need these labels, do we? No. Because we know this is the address. And we really don't need it to be this big either. We can probably shrink this up a little bit. So let's highlight it. I'm going to come up on my menu bar again and pick the flat. See if it's flat with the border color, it flattens it for you automatically. Because you can't have a sunken colored border. I know it's kind of silly. Together too. Let's squeeze these together a little bit. Hope you've been practicing your your mouse techniques with your forms. Very important. It'll make the job go a whole lot faster. There we go. And we'll just leave that there. Okay, now we got the nice concise address fields in our form. Now, we need to be able to get the address in here. I'm going to pick to do it when the customer is selected. All right, when I pick the customer from my customer ID box here, I want to delook up that customer information and slap it into these fields. Now, I could rebuild my combo box, right, and just load all that information in and then just use the column method. But I want to practice the delookup method. All right, let's practice the delookup method. Let's go into, somehow we need to find the code that runs when you change your customer. All right, where's that? Well, let's right-click on that box and go to Properties. Bring up its events. Now look at this. It's called Combo 8, first of all. That's because we let the wizard build it for us, right? And the wizard doesn't do a very good job of picking names. So let's call this box, let's change the name to Customer Combo. By the way, you can change the name of a control without really affecting anything unless you've got other code, or actually unless you've got other controls that are based on it. Like if we had another, like down here for example. We've got these fields down here that are based on, this one's based on the sum of all these guys. So I can't just rename this one without screwing this one up. Also, you can rename it unless you've got code in it. If you got code in it, like we learned earlier with the buttons, you can't just rename the button or else you lose your code. So you got to take consideration of that as well. All right, so I've named it Customer Combo. Now, where is the code that runs when I change the value of this box? Well, you can either scroll down this list or you can come over here and hit the Event tab. The one you're looking for is right here, After Update. Now, there's a whole ton of these. Next class we'll talk more about some of these other ones. There's really only 3 you're going to ever use. After Update on Click, maybe occasionally on Current. We're going to learn that one next week. All right, After Update. In other words, when this button's value is changed, after it's updated, do something. Okay, everybody with me? Hit the little dot, dot, dot button over here, right? Pick the code builder, and here we are. Now notice we're in a different Visual Basic code block, right? We got the other one back in the background here. This is from my Form Order Detail F code. This one is my Form Order F code. Each form has its own code module. It's a form code module for a form module. I'm going to maximize this, so there we go. So I only see one of them at a time on the screen. All right, so now I'm in the private sub customer combo after update. Customer combo after update. So after the customer combo is updated, do some stuff. Well, what's the stuff we want to do? Well, we basically want to delookup the customer information and set them into the address field. So here's how it's going to look. Address equals the address field on the form equals delookup. So this is a point at which in class I like to ask the students, what do we put in here? But unfortunately, there's significant lag to where I can't ask you guys this stuff. But what am I looking up? I'm looking up the address from what table, customer T, where the customer ID equals customer combo. Now you can do it this way, or you can do it the new way, the previous way that I showed you. Customer ID equals ampersand customer combo. The difference is subtle, but again, it'll figure out the customer combo here, put it like a 2 and stick it right into there. So either way will work. Enter. Now I apologize, you can't see the whole thing. Let me see if I can resize this. Yeah, it's a bit out of this. It's a bit wide, but there's address equals delookup address customer T. Right, here's the important stuff out here. Find the address from the customer table where the customer ID, the value in that table, the customer ID equals customer combo, 2, 5, 10, whatever it happens to be. All right, see how that works? Now, I can just copy and paste this line, right, for the other ones. Highlight that, copy, paste, paste, paste. Now all I have to do is change this, right? Here we have city, and then city in here, right? Get the city. The rest is all the same. Find the city from the customer table where the customer ID equals customer combo, right? Find the state. Find the state from the customer table where the customer ID equals customer combo. Find the zip code. Did I call it zip or postal code? I can never remember. Yep, that's zip. Okay, good. Notice that little trick that I just did there? Watch this. If I type it in all lowercase, and then I leave the line, look at that. It capitalizes it for me, because it recognizes it as a field. Same thing with the address. If I type an address with a lowercase a and I move off of it, I get that capital A. Visual Basic is not case sensitive, but it is case friendly. It'll fix the case for you if it recognizes the name of a field. Like customer combo over here. Right? If I were to just type in customer combo like that, notice how it capitalizes it for me. And that's one little visual cue that I kind of have. If I type something in wrong, customer combo, and I go down, oh, it didn't capitalize itself. I must have spelled it wrong. I forgot the E. See that? A little trick of mine. Now, while we're doing this, hey, there's also something else we could get out of the customer table too, isn't there? How about that sales tax rate? The sales tax rate equals, you look up all this stuff. I'm going to just sneak up here. Oh, I get an error message when I try to leave that line. Compile error, yeah, that's nice. Come up here, highlight all this stuff here, copy, paste. Sales tax rate, you just copy that and stick that into here. Sales tax rate equals D. Look up the sales tax rate from the customer table where the customer rate. Remember, each customer has their own sales tax rate. So now I can get the sales tax rate and set it into the, what do you call it? The order. Right? So let's save it. Sneak back into here. Let's close this down. I'm going to close everything down and open it back up again. There we go. Let's make a brand new order. Brand new order. All right, customer. I'll pick Omicron. All right, I got my address in there. I got a zero tax rate, so let's pick someone with zero tax rate here. XYZ Corp. There we go. 101 Main Street, Buffalo, New York. 8% sales tax pops in. Right? Yes, we could do sales rep too. We could actually assign a sales rep to the customer and then have that fill in automatically as well. Let's make that your homework. Try doing that. All right? Try making, you have to set a sales rep field in your customer table, right? Instead of just on the order. And then when you pick the customer, have it fill in there. Remind me next class, we'll go over that. I'll show you how to do it. If you can't figure it out, that's your homework for until next class. All right, now pick a product, large pizza, add it in, boom, all the stuff fills in. all the stuff calculates. The tax rate's based on the tax rate up here, right? The button figured out that it was a taxable item, set the tax rate here equal to the tax rate up here, and this tax rate was set because of the customer. So now our sales tax problem is complete. Well, except now we actually have to calculate and pay the sales tax, which is a whole different story. All right, next item, gallon of milk, add it, and we're golden. Beautiful. We got the address in there, so now if the customer moves, we know where they were when they bought the stuff, and everybody is happy. Now, questions. This is where we're going to stop for today, or about 10 after. We started about 10 after 11, so we accomplished everything I wanted to accomplish today. As a reminder, we are going to meet again. Let me pull up my calendar here real quick. All right, our Access 7 class is going to be on the 29th, which is Wednesday, next Wednesday. Actually, no, we could get together tomorrow, because I had a class scheduled for tomorrow that we moved. But I don't want to pull that on everybody last minute. So we'll plan on getting together next Wednesday, the 29th, and then we're going to probably need an 8th session as well. This is, as you know, our first time running the seminar online. I've been teaching this class for, probably 7 or 8 years in the classroom. And I've got it down to a science as far as how long everything takes, but there's a lot of helping students and answering questions and stuff that we just don't simply have in the online format. So it was a little bit tough to know how much time to gauge for this, so I'm probably going to have to schedule 8 sessions out of this course instead of just 6. But if you have any questions, I'll be in the chat room for about another 5-10 minutes. And if not, feel free to email them to me, training@amacron.com or richard@amacron.com. I will also email everyone when the archives are posted, and I'll let everyone know when our 8th class time is going to be. And hope to see you back. Thanks. Okay, here we go. Let's start the archiver. And let's go ahead and load up our database. Going to start Microsoft Access. And let's see. Online Web Seminar Database. There we go. Well, in the last class, what did we do? We opened up our order form. Here's our order form. And we built a product drop-down box here where we could pick a product and hit the Add button. And that'll add the product automatically to our order. We also put in here where we pick a customer. And when we pick the customer information, it fills in the address and the sales tax rate. Today we're going to start off by making a credit limit report. We want to be able to see the total for all of our customers and how much possible credit they might be spending at any given time. In other words, I want to know at any one point how much outstanding credit might there be. And this is going to allow us to do sums and totals in our reports now. We've already done a lot with forms. Let's build a report. Let's go here to Reports, and then New. Now the credit information is in our customer table. So let's go to Design View. We're going to build this off of our customer table, Customer T. Then I'll hit OK. And what information do we need for this? Well, let's bring in the company name, the phone number, their customer since, we know how long they've been a customer for, and of course the credit limit. and we can close that window. Okay, I'm going to rearrange these by clicking and dragging them like we've done before, right? Click up here, grab the finger, drag it underneath. We'll resize that window there. Click, drag it underneath. Same thing with the credit limit. Drag it underneath and slide it up here. Okay, I'm going to shrink up the details section like that. There we go. Charles, I don't quite understand your question. Window keeps popping up the top title. Can you elaborate, please? Okay. Now, when I run this, let's see what we get. There we go. Company name, phone, customer credit limit. Let's make it so that the information in the header only appears once. Okay, so I'm going to take this information here, these labels, and I'm going to cut them out and stick them up in my page header. So I'm going to cut them out, Control X, click up in the page header, and hit Control V, and it'll paste those there. Now I'll just line these guys up underneath them. There we go. Let's save it. I'm going to say this is my credit limits are, and I'll see what we got now. Much better. Much better. Still got some, the labels lining up to the left where the dollar figures line up to the right. We can easily fix that. I like to widen out these labels. And then we'll highlight them. And where's my right justified button? Let's see, where'd it go? Oh, I'm missing a toolbar. View, toolbars, formatting. There's the formatting toolbar. I shrunk some stuff up last week so I could fit more on the screen. Let's see here. There we go. And we'll right justify those labels. Let's also, I like to stick a line in there too. Let's stick a line underneath the page header here. I'm going to go to my toolbox, this thing. The line tool is right here. Pick the line tool. Click and draw a line out. Now if you're line impaired like I sometimes am, if you hold the shift key down, when you drag your line out, it'll force the line to stay straight. Alright, let's see what we got. Save it. Preview it. Looks much better. Now, I want to get a total at the bottom. Okay, just like we did with our order subform. Let's put a total at the bottom. Alright, I'm just going to copy this text box. We could drop a new text box there like we did before. But I'm just going to copy this one. Copy, click on the page footer, and paste it. And let's drop credit limit down here in the page footer. I'm going to bold it so it stands out, and let's adjust its properties. Right click and then properties. Now, what we're going to change its control source to. Remember, the control source is where you have to get this data from. Alright, we're going to change it to equals the sum of all the credit limits. Equals the sum of the credit limits. Let's close that and save it. Take a look at what we got. And oh, it's way down here at the bottom. Oh, what's that? Pound error. What's all that about? Well, here's a little problem. You can't put calculations like that in the page footer of a report. Why? They don't let you. Okay? However, you can put them in the report footer. Okay? I'm going to come up top here on the menu bar and click on View. Drop my chevron down. And come see we got page header footer and report header footer is not shown. It's not checked. Click on that. And now notice we got an extra section called a report footer. Reports have a page header and a report header, as well as a page footer and a report footer. The page header and footer repeat the top and bottom of each page. The report header and footer show once at the top and bottom of the entire report. Now, if you want to put a sum at the bottom, you have to put it in the report footer. So I'm going to grab this and drag it down here and put it in the report footer. Now, it's kind of strange because the report footer actually will show in front of or on top of the page footer, so it's kind of odd. But let's save it and take a look at what we got. And there we go. Okay, so you got to remember that. Okay, totals and such you can only have any calculations in the report footer, not the page footer. That took me, I spent many nights up worrying about that one. Let's throw a page number on here. Actually, let's throw a line on here. Okay, I'm going to go back to my toolbox, grab the line tool, drag a line out right here. There we go. Actually, let's resize that a little bit. Oops. Forgot to turn my phone off. Hold on one second, folks. Technical difficulty there. Okay, so we got the report footer all set, got our line in here. Let's throw in a page number in our page footer. Now here's how you do this. Toolbox, I'm just going to grab a standard text box, drop it down here in the page footer. We can get rid of this little label. Alright, and in fact I'm going to put the page number over here on the left. Notice I'm still on the page footer. I'm going to right click, go to properties. The name is irrelevant. The control source, just type in equals page, and let's see what happens. Equals page. Let's take a look. Let's look at the bottom of the page down here. Oh, there's a number 1. Look at that. Okay, page is a special keyword that puts the page there. Let's go back into the properties to that box. Try this. Let's go page. Let's put the word page in front of it. Quote page, space, quotes, ampersand page. What's that going to do? It's going to say page 1, right? The word page and the page number 1 there. Take a look at it. Page 1. All right. Properties. How about this one? Ampersand, quote, of, close quote, ampersand, pages. There's another new one. Pages is the total number of pages. Let's see what it looks like. Page 1 of 1. Okay, so there's some extra cool little tags for you. Alright. Got our sum total down there. Got our page footer, so our credit report is complete. Okay, that'll take us through, let's see, 110. And we're good. Okay, lesson 2, invoice or quote. Let's go ahead and save this and close it and get it out of here. Now, we want to be able to print out a quote or invoice based on the order that we have here. I would like to be able to know whether or not a particular order, if we open up the order form here, I'd like to be able to know if this particular order is a quote or an invoice. Now, what's the difference? Well, a quote's something that they're just not going to buy. They're just looking, right? Whereas an invoice is something they've actually bought. So we need another kind of, maybe a checkbox or some kind of value in here to tell whether or not this is a quote or not. So let's go back to our order tables. In our order table, let's design this. We need somewhere in here to be able to tell whether or not this is a quote or invoice. So let's come down to the bottom. We'll add another field. I'm going to call it is quote. Is quote. And we'll make that a yes or no value. I'm going to default that to no. Default value of no. I would rather goof and have it be marked an invoice than a quote. Okay. Now, we've got it in our table. Now we need to put it on a form. So let's save this and open up our order form. Let's find order form here, design it. We want to use a checkbox though. Checkboxes are kind of boring and they're not very intuitive with some things, and this would be one of them. I want a little button here, a little toggle button that I can click on, and it'll either say the word quote or invoice on it. Toggle buttons are kind of like the bold, italics, and underline buttons up here. You've used them before. They're either on or off, right? On or off. That's called a toggle button. Well, we can use toggle buttons in Access as well. I'm going to slide this address stuff down just a bit here. Now I'm going to put a toggle button right here. And I want the toggle button to either say quote or invoice, depending on what the value of it is. All right, how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to need some programming. All right, here we go. Here's our toolbox. Toggle buttons are right here, not to be confused with command buttons. All right, toggle button. Click here. That'll drop a toggle button. Nice big huge button. Oh, someone asked, by the way, sent me an email. If you go to create a command button or a combo box and the wizards don't fire, here's a wizard button right here. The control wizards. Okay, if that wizard is up like it is right now, the wizards aren't going to run. In order to turn the wizards on, just put that toggle button down, and then drop your command button or whatever, and the wizards should run. All right, toggle buttons don't need a wizard though. This is real easy. Let's right-click on it, go to Properties. The control source, where we're getting our data from, is going to be that is quote field. Okay, and I'm going to call this guy my is quote toggle. You could call it is quote if you want to. I'm going to call it is quote toggle. Usually, things that I create myself, controls I create myself, I usually give a name like is quote toggle or customer combo. Okay, now the caption is what goes on the button face. I'm just going to type in is quote for now. We're going to actually change that on the fly, that caption property, with a little bit of code in just a minute. Okay, let's take a look. That's what we got, is quote. All right, let's see how it works. Save it. Say is quote, on or off. See, on, off, on, off. But that's not very intuitive, is it? That doesn't tell us very well whether it's a quote or not, especially someone who doesn't know computers well. They're going to look at it and go, huh, I can't tell. All right, so we want some code. So when this thing is on, we want the actual caption to say quote. When it's off, we want the caption to actually say invoice. How do we do that? Well, let's take a look at the properties for the button. Right-click, Properties. Let's go to the Events tab. Now, there's a bunch of different events in here. There's on-click, there's before update, there's after update, there's all kinds of different ones. We're going to use the after update event because the toggle button actually has a value in it. And the value might be changed from a way other than clicking on the button. So what we want to do is we want to have the event run after the button's value is updated, after the button changes. Okay? So let's go to the after update event. let's click on the ... the builder over here. Click on it. We're going to pick Code Builder always. Remember from the last class, always picking Code Builder. Hit OK. Here's our Visual Basic Editor. Now here's our customer combo code that we wrote earlier. Let's scroll down here a little bit. Let me adjust my window so this all fits. There we go. Here's our is quote toggle after update. I'm going to hit enter a couple times. Now what do I want to do? Well, I want to say, okay, if the value of the button is true, I want the button's caption to say quote, right? Otherwise, I want to say invoice. So if is quote toggle equals true. Now, do I need to have the equals true there? No, you can assume equals true. So I can just say if is quote toggle, then, right, if the is quote toggle button is true, or if it is a quote, then is quote toggle dot caption, that's the caption property, equals quote. Back it up, else is quotes toggle. Remember my trick, I'm typing it all in lowercase, dot caption equals invoice. And if. And there's my code. Okay, let's see how it works. I'm going to close the VB editor, close the property window, save it, sneak back over here. Now notice it hasn't changed yet because I haven't changed the button. But when I change the button, now watch what happens. Quote, invoice. See that? Quote, invoice. Okay. All right. Now, what about when I go, let me close this. What about when I open up the order form to begin with? It just says as quote. That's because the code isn't running when I open up the form, right? It only runs when I click on the button. So what do we got to do? Well, somehow we have to call that code that I just wrote when the form loads up. And you'll notice, and when I go from record to record too, watch this. When I come down here in the bottom and go from record to record, notice that the button isn't changing. Well, let's say record 2 here is a quote. Okay, if I move to the next one, notice the button goes up and down as I go from record to record. So here's record 1, here's record 2, it's down. Record 3 is up. Okay, so the button is tied to the data in the database. So the button's going to go up and down depending on the data in the form, in the table. But notice the caption property is not changing because the caption property only changes in our code. All right, in the code that we wrote, and that only runs when the button is clicked. So I need code that's going to run when the form is opened and when it goes from record to record. Now, let's go to Design View here. This little button right up here, remember, is our form properties, right-click properties. There's a bunch of different properties in here. Okay? Got a whole bunch of different ones. Now, there's an onOpen event. The onOpen event runs when the form first opens. But there's a better one to use in this case because we also have to control the button when we go from record to record. And that is the onCurrent event. The onCurrent event happens when you move from one record to another. And that also happens when the first record loads as well. So it also happens when the form is loaded for the first time. So let's go to onCurrent and hit the button here, little builder. Code builder, of course. Code builder. Now notice I'm in a place called form current. What is form current? Well, that's the current event that's going to run when the form loads and when I go from record to record. Now, here's my other code down below here. Let me get rid of some of these empty blank lines. Here's my other code on the bottom for the is quote toggle. Now, I could just copy and paste all this stuff, right? Copy that and paste it all up into here, into the form current. But that's bad. That's bad programming. You don't want to have 2 copies of the same code. Because then, what do you got? Well, you got a mess. You got, if you want to make changes, you got 2 spots, you got to update it and all that. So, what we're going to do is we're going to have this guy just simply call this guy. What's the name of this sub? The sub's name is quote toggle underscore after update. So all we have to do is copy that. Don't copy the parentheses. That's only used when you declare the sub. And then stick it right there. Is quote toggle after update. So what's going to happen is when the form current runs, it's going to call this guy. It's going to say, hey, I need you to run. It's going to come down here and it's going to run all this stuff. All right, let's save it. Close the VB editor. Close this thing here. All right, let's see what we got here. Open the form up. Oh, look at that. It says invoice. Go to the next one. Oh, now it says quote. See that? The form current event is running when I move from record to record, and it's running the code that's in the when I push the button down. See? Invoice, quote, invoice, and so on. Now, let's spruce it up a little bit. Let's take it from this nasty black. Let's make it so that if it's an invoice, it's red. I'm going to bold it, actually. If it's an invoice, it's red. If it's a quote, it's blue. All right, how do we do that? Well, let's go back to our code window. There's a little button right up here, by the way. So this little button looks like a little candy ring. It's a little candy ring. It's a little candy ring. When you're in design view, if you click on the code button, watch this. It pops right back in the VB editor for that form. Kind of handy. All right, watch this now. There I go. Whoops. Trying to keep my windows straight here. I got this little tiny rectangle to move things around on the screen. Okay. If it's a quote, I'm going to hit enter here, and I'm going to say is quote toggle dot for color equals VB blue. For color is the foreground property color, the text color. VB blue is a special code representing the color blue. If it's an invoice, is quote toggle dot for color equals VB red. There's VB black, VB white, VB green, VB yellow. There's a bunch of them. If you highlight it and hit F1 for the help system, I believe it'll give you a list of them all. I'm not going to do it because the help system takes 5 years to pull up. So let's save it and see what we got. Open it back up again. Oh, look at that. Invoice is red. Let's move to the next record. Oh, beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Okay. There we go. Now, if you missed a lot of that, go back to classes 3 and 4. We started building our order entry system. We can start going over some of that DB. All right, review that stuff if you need to. Not hard. Remember, like I said, we're only going to learn enough VB to enhance our databases. But it's these little tricks that really make your database noticeable. Okay? So that's going from invoice to quote with a toggle button. You can also throw color numbers in there. I'll just demonstrate this real quick. This is in the book, lesson 2.12. In fact, the book doesn't even mention VB red and VB blue because I didn't know about them when I wrote the book years ago. But if you go to things like is quote here, all right, you can change the color right up here with the color palette. Let's say you want to go with this darker blue. Let's go too dark. Let's go with that one. No. Let's go with that light green. There we go. Now, if I take a look at the properties of this button, go to the Format tab. Notice here's the four-color property, and there's a number in there. Okay? You can actually take that number. I'll just copy it, that 842 whatever number. All right? Go back to the code window. And instead of VB blue, you could stick that number in there. That's how I used to do it all the time before I knew about those macro codes. It was VB red, VB blue. All right? Likewise, if you want darker red, you can use the color there. And now watch if I save it. Oops. There we go. See invoice, and I get that different color blue. Okay, so you can either use the number out of the properties window, or you can use the code. I'm going to just go back to VB blue here. Okay. All right, so now on our order form, we can specify whether it's a quote or an invoice. All right, that's going to help because we're going to now print out a quote or an invoice. Now, there's a couple ways you can do this. You're going to be going back to working with reports here. You can either do a report with a sub-report in it, which gets kind of messy. And I personally don't like doing it that way. Or you can build one monster query that's got everything in it. Okay, it's got your order information, your detail information, your sales rep, your customer, all the information thrown together into one big query. Then you can use the reports to filter that data out. And the benefit is, I personally think it's a little easier to work with this way. Second, I get to show you a different way of doing things. And third, it's easier to maintain later down the road. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start off by building a monster query. It's got all of our orders in it. All right, so let's go to Queries and then New. Design view. Now this query is going to get huge. We're going to add a bunch of stuff to it. First, I need my order table. So let's go to order table. Then I want my order details, but I want the calculated stuff. So I'm going to pick the order detail queue. Remember, going back a couple weeks now, remember the order detail queue's got all those calculated fields in it, sales tax and the subtotals and all that. So I want the query, order detail queue. I'm going to need my customer table. So let's go to customer table, hit add there. And let's bring in the employee table so we got the sales rep stuff. All right, now, some of this stuff isn't linked together. What's going on here? Let's see. We got our order table. That's good. Now, the order table is kind of like the central nexus. So I'm going to slide this table over here because we can kind of reverse things around. There we go. Because everybody's going to kind of attach to this guy, so I'm going to put him in the middle so I don't have lines crisscrossing each other. Okay, order table connects to order detail table based on the order ID. That's good, right? That's the link there. Customer ID links to customer table. That's good. What about the employee table? What's going on over here? Remember, we got employee ID, and over here we got sales rep, right? Sales rep. So let's grab sales rep ID, drag it over here, and drop it on employee ID. That'll make that relationship. That's kind of hiding there, but that's the best I can do for now. Okay, now let's see what we got here. What do we need down in the actual query itself? Let's bring all the stars down. Let's bring the stars down. I'm going to start off here with the order T star, order details star. Let's bring all the fields down from all these different reports or tables. Okay, let's save this. I'm going to call this my invoice queue. Yeah, I know it's not a very good name, but let's just call it invoice queue for now. And let's run it and see what we got. Okay, here's all our orders. Order ID 1, 5, 3, 4. Okay, looks like we got a bunch of them in here. There's the order information. Okay, order T. There's the product information off the order detail table. Okay, sales tax. Here's the customer. See how the customer information says customer T dot last name? See that? It's customer T dot last name. Okay, and finally the employee information. All right, so we got all the information from all the related fields, all the related tables, from all these different sources. Now, we got a problem, though. Notice I am missing some stuff. All right, I got order 1, 3, 4, and 5. Let's close this and go back to our order entry system here. Let's see. Forms, order F. Let's see. Here's order 1. There's order 2. But why isn't order 2 showing up in my list? Well, I'll tell you why. We're missing some information. I don't have a sales rep on this one, do I? And because I don't have a sales rep on this one, the query, let's pull up the query. Oops, wrong one. The query has no information in the employee table to make a relationship with. So, it's not going to show it. These relationships here, let me shrink this up a little bit. These relationships say I've got to have matching records in both tables. I've got to have a sales rep over here in the order table to match with an employee over here. And if I don't, I'm not going to show the entire record. Nothing will show. So what we need to do is we need to say, okay, that join's not very good. We need to be able to see all the orders, whether or not they have a sales rep. Okay, whether or not there's a sales rep. So I've got to take this little join line here. Okay, let's double click on it. There we go. Let me get the join properties. I got the left table name, the right table name, right? What tables are, what fields are joined. These aren't important. These are already set. We set these when we dragged it. But here's the important stuff down here. 1, 2, or 3. There's basically 3 ways you can join these. You can say only include rows where the join fields in both tables are equal. That's the default. In other words, you got to have a record on both sides in both tables in order to make the relationship. The second item says include all the records from order T and only those records from employee T where the join fields are equal. In other words, show me everything out of the order table, okay, whether or not there's a record in the employee table, and join them if possible. So this way you'll see all the orders, and if there happens to be a sales rep, you'll see the sales rep. That's the one we want. The third one just reverses that. Show me all the employees and orders where they're equal. But I'm going to hit number 2 and then hit OK. And look at that. Now I get a little arrow there. Okay, so what's going to happen? Basically, in English, I'm going to see all the orders. All right, and if there happens to be an employee associated with it, show it. Now watch this. I'm going to save my query and run it. Look at that. Now I see order 2 down here on the bottom. It's missing an employee. If I scroll all the way over to the right here, look at all the employee data is blank. That's okay. At least I still see the order. If my sales rep forgets to pick his name, at least I'll still see the order. Now we should do that with the other fields too, because someone might forget a customer. So let's change this thing to include all records from order T and the records from customer T that are equal. Same thing with the order details. Right-click, join properties, or double-click on it. Show me all the records from the order table and the order details that are related. So now I'll see all the orders, even if they have no items on them, even if they don't have a customer picked, even if they don't have an employee sales rep picked. I'll still see all the orders. Save it, run it, and there's everything. Because it might happen, right? They might forget to pick a customer. It's a cash sale. Okay. All right. So now my query is good. I got all my information. Everything is loaded into one nice big fat query. Now we're going to take that query and pull all the information into a report. Now you've seen a guest check, right? You've seen an invoice, I'm sure. All right, we're going to try and make this look like an invoice. So let's go to Reports, New, Design View. Let's base it off the invoice queue that we just built. Let's maximize this thing. Here we go. All right, now here's my field window. I'm going to move it off to the side here just so I have some room. Okay, actually I'll leave it here so you guys can see it. Now I don't want to just take all the fields and bring them over because it's going to be too crazy. Let's try and get these things to look somewhat like an invoice. All right, the first thing is usually in the upper left-hand corner you got the address of the customer, right? So let's find the order T, address, city, state, and zip. Let's drag these over here. The customer name usually goes there too, so let's see if we can find the customer name. Let's scroll down. Company name is good enough. Let's put the company name up here. Good. We're not going to worry about the person's name for now. Although you could throw it up right here if you wanted to. Okay, now on the right-hand side, I'm going to move this out of the way. The right-hand side over here is usually get you like all your order information, right? We've got the order ID, the customer ID, right? The order date. These are all right off the field list. The due date. Okay, whether it's paid or not, let's get that up top here. Actually, I'm going to scrunch these together because we're kind of hurting for space. So I'm just going to squeeze these all together nice and tight. Okay. Let's see. How about our sales rep? Let's find. Now we got the sales rep ID. We have to come down to the very, very bottom to find the sales rep's name. I'm going to go employee T dot first name. There we go. Employee T dot first name. That's the sales rep. We'll change the labels around in a minute. How about the order notes? Let's find the order notes. Order T dot notes. There they are. Stick them there. Okay, how about the is quote, whether this thing's a quote or not, a field we just added. Is quote, let's slide that up here too. There we go. Actually, let's move these things down over this way. Alright, so that's all the general order information that's going to go across the top of the order. Now let's scroll down a little bit here. I'm going to make this room a little bit bigger. And now down here, let's throw all the detail information for the actual items. Alright, let's find our order detail ID. Slide that there. The product ID. The description of the product. Oops. Let's see, the order detail notes. There we go. The quantity. Unit price. Sales tax rate. Extended price. Sales tax. Subtotal. That should be all the detail information. Right? Let's slide these over here. Unit price. There we go. Extended price. Sales tax. Subtotal. I think that's just about all the information we need. Let me check my manual here. It looks good. Okay, now let's arrange this stuff on the bottom here, let's arrange this stuff so it's going across. You know what? There's some stuff in here we really don't need. We really don't need the order detail ID. Let's get rid of it. I'm departing from the book here. We don't really need the product ID unless you want to see it. Okay, description. Let's bring this up here. This is basically the name of the product, right? The quantity we need. Let's bring the quantity over there. Okay, the unit price. Let's stick unit price next. Let's move this stuff out of the way. See, this is where you really need to practice with your forms and reports, moving this stuff around. Now, the sales tax rate, do we want that on here or not? I'm going to say no. Let's ditch the sales tax rate. Expended price, put that on there, that's fine. Sales tax will leave on here. Because the data is calculated in the query, right? So we really don't need it on the report. And the subtotal. Slide this over here. Good enough, right? Let's take this stuff. Let's slide it out this way more. Widen out our product description. There we go. I'm going to get rid of this label here off the notes. I'm going to take the notes and put the notes as like a second line underneath this. Right there. Okay, let's get rid of some of this extra empty space. Okay, let's save it. I'm going to call this my invoice R. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. All right, what do we got? We got order 3 up here, and we got an item large pizza. Okay, and we got another order 3 item here, and then double wings. We got order 4, description large pizza. Let's go to the next page, page 2. Order 4 again. Now what's happening is we're getting this order header is repeating with each item, with each detail item. All right, let's see if there's a way we can get this so that all of this information up here, all this information only shows up once for each order. Now notice we're in the detail section. The detail is going to repeat with each record. And if you remember back to our query, each record, you get all the information for everything in each record. But we can group that information together. Okay, we can group it together based on one of these fields, like the order ID. We can group all of the order information together. How do we do that? Well, right up here on the toolbar, there's a button that says sorting and grouping. Go ahead and click on it. We're going to create a group and group together all the information from the same order. So let's drop this box down, and let's group everything together based on the order ID. Order T.order ID. Do we want a group header? Yes, we do. Do we want a group footer? Yes, we do. All right, let's see what we got. Now, notice I got a new section here, order T.order ID header. All right, this is a group header. In other words, all the information for this group is going to show up once, and then you'll see all your detail items. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down here. I'm going to highlight all this order stuff. I'm going to cut it out, Control X. I'm going to click in the order ID header and paste it in here. Okay, there we go. Then I'm going to come down to the detail section and slide all this stuff up because I got a lot of wasted space in here now, right? About a 2-minute break and I'll be right back. Thanks. apologize. We have a little bit of a crisis that's come up over here. I have to cut today's class a little short. It's about 10 minutes to 12. Let's resume this with our next session. Is going to be next Tuesday, which is the 4th of June, and we'll pick up here where we left, where we're leaving off today. And again, I apologize. If you have any questions, send me an email, training@amacron.com, and again, we'll pick this up on next Tuesday. Thanks a lot. Okay, let's get started. In our last class, let me start the recording here. Okay, in our last class, we left off working on our invoice, our printable invoice. We're working on a report called Invoice R, and let's see where we left it off. Let's open it up. Let's preview it and see what we got. It looks like this so far. We've got all of the order information showing up at the top, which is good. We've got the detail items showing up down below here. You can see the description, quantity, unit price, extended price, and so on. Okay, but notice we've got a whole big, huge, wide gap in the middle there. All right, between each one. Let's see if we can reduce that gap a little bit. Let's open up our report in design mode. Right-click design. Here we go. I'm going to maximize mine so I have more room to work with here. And remember, from our order ID, from our order headers button up here, the sorting and grouping button. That's where you turn on your group header and footer. If you don't remember that, check out the last class in the archive. For all of our information up here in the order header that has to pertain with the entire order as a whole. And then down here in the detail section, we have all the information on our line items. Because remember, we grouped all this stuff together in one big query, right? And so all the order information, the stuff that pertains to the entire order as a whole, is the same for each order. Yet the detail items, the line items, are different in each line of that query. Okay? So let's get rid of some of that extra empty space we have in our detail section. I'm just going to highlight all of these things here and slide them up. And then bring up the footer here. Bring up the footer like this. Click and drag it up. And that, let's save it and preview it. That should get rid of some of that extra space. There we go. Get rid of some of that empty extra space in the middle there. Looks a little better. Okay. Now the next thing that I don't like, if you look here, here's order 1. Set up so you can see it. Here's order 1. Okay, and if I zoom out, you can kind of see from the preview here that order 1 is all of this. Starts here, there's like 4 detail items, and the next order right down here, there's order 2, right? See how order 2 starts here? Well, I would like to make it so that each order only shows up, or excuse me, so that each page only has one order on it. Right? Because if you're going to print out a bunch of orders, you obviously don't want customer ABC's invoice showing up in the end of customer, XYZ's. So let's make it so that each order starts on a new page. And how do we do that? Well, let's go back to design view here. Now notice down on the bottom here, we have an order T.order ID footer. We have a footer. It's the footer of the group, right? The order header up here is the header of the group. It shows up once for this entire group or this entire order. Well, down here on the bottom, we've got an order ID footer. It shows up at the bottom of each order. Now, we don't have anything in it. We will. We're going to put our totals and stuff in here. But this footer itself has some properties. Let's take a look at them. Right-click on this and go down to Properties. Again, I apologize, it's off my screen, but the menu's pretty long. All right. Here we have the Group 1 footer. This is the properties for the group footer, right here, this thing here. Notice there's a bunch of properties. I'm going to go to the Alt tab so I can see them all. Right here, second from the top, it says Force New Page. Click in here. Now notice you get a drop down. Drop that box down. You got before section, after section, then before and after. Where do you want the new page to begin? Well, we want it to begin after this section has been displayed. So show me the form footer, which is going to have our totals and stuff in it. And then after that, force a new page. And now let's take a look. Let's save it and preview it, and there we go. There's order 1. All right, if I come down to the bottom here and hit my next button, there's order 2, order 3, and so on. You can see how each order is on its own page. That's how you force a new page. And you can do that at the bottom of any section you want. Or you can do it in any section you want. The header here, right-click, properties, right, force new page. Any one of these sections, I even believe the detail section does. Let's see. Properties. Yeah, the detail section even does. So if you wanted to force a new record after a new page after each detail section, you can do that as well. All right, so that's forcing a new page. Just to tidy this up a little bit, I'm going to insert some horizontal lines on here. Now, notice in my detail section here, take one more look closely at my detail section. Notice how the description, quantity, unit price, and all that is repeating with each line, with each detail item. See that? That's not good. We only want that to show up once, right, at the top. So what we're going to do is, we're going to take these labels, these guys right here, the description label, the quantity label, the unit price label, we're going to put them up here in the header. So they only show up once. So let's make some additional room up here in the header. There we go. I'm going to come over here again, get the arrow, click. That'll highlight just these guys. Now you can't just drag them up here. You have to actually cut them using the cut tool on the toolbar. We're going to cut them out. Snip. See, they're gone. Now you got to actually come up here and click in the header section. All right, that'll highlight your header section and hit paste. Here's paste right here, paste. Now be careful because they come up right here across the very top of the section. All right, but I'm going to drag them down. Before you click anywhere else, see how they're all still highlighted? If you click anywhere else, you're going to lose them. And then you got to go and find them all individually. But make sure you don't click anywhere else. Get the hand and then just drag them down. See that? Get the hand and drag them down. If you do that before you click anywhere else, they'll still be highlighted. Now we can take this stuff and slide it up again. Get rid of. See, we're going to try and get rid of as much empty space as we can. And there we go. Now I'm going to throw some lines in here just to make this look good. Let's bring up our toolbox. Remember this guy, toolbox. There he is. Horizontal line tool right down here. Click and drag it across. And remember, hold the shift key down if you're line impaired. There we go. And let's see what it looks like. Save it and preview it. It's starting to look a little better. Look at that. This stuff here shows up only once at the top. Actually, it's at the bottom of the order header, right? But it shows up once at the top of this line item list, and then the details down here. Let me show you the details, the data. Let me clean up these labels a little bit here. Description, get rid of we can get rid of these colons, right? Quantity. I'm gonna right justify all this stuff, all these numbers. Let's right align them. There we go. Let's get rid of quantity and unit price. And extended price, and sales tax, we'll just call it tax. Everyone knows what tax is, right? And align subtotal. There we go. And there we go. Now they're not lining up quite perfectly. Let's see if we can fix this around here. Tax, sales tax, extended price. Now you're not going to get them to line up exactly right. And notice how, like after tax here, there's like one character there, and price is one character there. That's because of negative numbers. The negative number format, let me change, I actually have to go back in and change in the table, but negative numbers show up with parentheses around them. So in order to give room for those parentheses to appear there, Access leaves a little bit of extra space after like extended price. Excel does the same thing. It leaves room for the negative number parentheses. So what I do, just as a little trick, is I'll take all of these guys and just slide them to the left a little bit. Just shrink them shrink them up to the left like 1, maybe 2 dots. There we go. So they're not quite lined up, but it takes into consideration, see? It takes into consideration that the parentheses. The text might need to come over just a hair more. So let's click on it and drag it over just a bit. I know it's not perfect, but it gets it lined up close enough. All right. Let's close that. Now, notice if I take a look at a print preview here. Notice how I've got a whole ton of room left on this report that I'm not utilizing. There's a whole ton of room at the top, at the left, way ton of room over here at the right. Let's utilize our page margins properly so we can take full advantage of this sheet of paper. All right, notice across the top here you got a ruler bar. It goes from 0, here's 1 inch, 0, here's 1 inch, 0, here's 1 inch, 0, here's 1 inch, inches, 4 inches, and so on. We're only out to 5 inches. Now, on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, all right, here's 8.5 inches way out here. All right, we could be using most of the space. Now, the default margins are 1 inch. That means if you figure 1 inch here on the left margin, another inch on the right margin. So we could be coming all the way out. If I grab this side here, we could be coming all the way out to just about there. I'd like to go just shy of the mark so we don't accidentally overrun it. So I'm not going to drag it completely out to 6.5. I like to go maybe 1 or 2, just 1 or 2 little grid pixels here shy of it. So I could, even with our current margins, drag all this out over this way even more. But we can even adjust the margins. I'm going to come up here and go to File, and then Page Setup. Now in Page Setup, you can see the first thing you got here are the margins. Let's set these margins all to 1/2 inch. 0.5, tab, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Now I got half inch margins around the page. I said, okay. So now I can go out even further, right? Here's 8.5. So I got 1/2 inch and then 1/2 inch. So I can come out almost to 7.5 now. Right? So now I got a whole lot more space to work with instead of scrunching up like this. All right, let's adjust some of this stuff. Let's slide. Now I apologize. Because of the small window. When I broadcast the class, I only get a small window on my screen to work with. But I'm going to drag some of this stuff, just so you guys can see how much extra room we have. Now we got a lot of room for this description and these prices. So let's slide all these over a little bit. Slide them over here. And I'm going to space them out a little bit too, just so we've got more room in case we get some bigger numbers in here. There we go. Let's make this line wider. Making a line wider is tough because you got to click on it and you got to grab the edge and get that double arrow right there. See that? Then you got to click and drag and still try to keep it straight. So that's kind of tough. All right, let's grab these guys and slide them out over here under where they belong. Extended price. Now, if you go too far with your margins, you might get an error message telling you that the printed area is bigger than the margins on the page allow. If you hit OK, that's just a warning message that's going to indicate to you that part of what you get on the screen might spill over on the page too. Don't panic. Just adjust your stuff so it's a little bit smaller. Okay, now let's take a look. Save it, preview it, and look at that. Now we're making much better use of the space of the page. See, there's all my details. I got to adjust these guys again. I forgot about that. Here's that. Here's the top. Okay, over there. So now we're taking much more. We're making much better use of the page. Let me adjust these labels again. Whoops, grabbed a bit too much. Slide them over 1, and tax needs to slide over 2. There. Yeah. Now notice here, it might be hard to see on your screen. Notice the E and extended price is cut off. The U and unit price is cut off. I've made the labels too small to fit their data. See that? So we're just going to widen these out to the left a little bit. That's cheating, but it should work okay. I'll do it with quantity too, just in case. No one's going to see the borders of these on the printed label, so no one's going to care. Only you will know. And believe me, you will sometimes do things in your database that you don't want knowing. I don't want anyone to know. All right, in the chat room, Keith is mentioning that the audio is breaking up a little bit, and you guys are getting an echo. Is anybody else experiencing this? If so, let me know. If not, Keith, I'm going to suggest you just restart your Windows Media Player and see if it goes away. Okay, excuse me. So that's setting up the page margins. Now the next thing that I like to do is I want to make these invoices so that when I'm ready to print them, all this customer address information up here, I want it to fit in a window envelope. So let's readjust this stuff so it looks like it'll fit, like a regular address in a window envelope. How do we do that? Well, the first thing we can do is chop off these labels. We don't need them. Let's get rid of them. Highlight them all like that and hit delete. Goodbye. And let's take these paid and quote boxes and move them out of the way over here. All right. First thing I'm going to do is change these guys' size. We got Arial. Let's go 10-point bold. Actually, let's go 12-point bold. A little bit bigger. There we go. And now we'll just adjust these so that they look like they'll fit in a window envelope. There's company name. Let's slide this one up here. There's address, city, state. There we go. And zip code. Whoops. Good. All right. Slide it down a little bit. And let's take a look. There. See that? XYZ Corp, 101 Main Street, Buffalo, New York. Now, if you don't want that spaced out appearance, where it's like Buffalo, big space, New York, big space, that, what we can do is we can actually create our own text box to put this stuff in. Now, I'm going to cheat. I'm going to just copy city. Watch this. I'm going to go copy, paste. See that? I copied and pasted it. Control-C, Control-V. And we can take this guy. Now, watch this. I'm going to right-click, open up his properties, go to Properties. Now, this is text 24, and it's currently set to order t.city. Remember, since we're dealing with a query that's got multiple tables in it, and since we have order information and we have customer information, there's two city fields, right? There's one from the order table, one from the customer table. So we got order t.city and customer t.city. Well, watch this. Order t.city and a space, right? Quote, space, quote. We did this before. And order t.state. Okay, let's take a look at what we get now. Oh, we're getting an error message. Order t.city. The computer has no idea what this is. Let's hit cancel. Why did it give us an error? We forgot a very important thing in the front here. Equals. Remember that from earlier? If you're doing anything like this, where it's not just the name of a field from a table or query, you have to put an equal sign in the beginning. It's kind of like in Excel. You got to remember your equal sign. Oh, now it's telling me order t dot. What's that mean? Well, I can't figure out what this is. Sometimes what happens is Access murders your field names. All right, and I wanted to show you this because this happens to me all the time. Okay, what you got to do in this case is get rid of those extra set of inside brackets. See how I did that? Get rid of that inside set of brackets. Access does it to me all the time, and I can't stand it. All right, let's see if it works now. There we go. Buffalo, New York. You see what happened there? I'll show you that again. Let me show you that whole step again. Orders t.city. Copy it and paste it. Okay. The first mistake I made was I went order t.city and quote space quote and order t.state. Okay. Everything looks fine. And then what happens? Oh, Access has no clue what that means because I forgot to put an equal sign there. Right? It's not the name of a field, so I need my equal sign. Let's go back in, put the equal sign in, and look what happens. Access murders this by putting square brackets in here where they don't belong. So then you just got to come in here and clean these things out. Now, the best way to do this, if you know in advance that you're going to be mashing these together, the best way to do this is to build this field in your query before you even get to this point. To build it in that invoice queue that we made. Make a new field in there called, full address or whatever, or address to line, and actually smash this stuff together. But we're not done here, are we? Let's put a comma in here, Buffalo, comma, and at the end, let's put in our zip code, and space, and order t.zip. Just like that. Let's see what we get now. Beautiful, beautiful. See that? Now we made our own custom field, which is a combination of these guys. Now sometimes, now we can delete this stuff, right? Delete. Let's take a look. Looks good. Now sometimes you'll see the trim function used in here. Sometimes you might see trim. Let me show you trim. Trim, basically you put the word trim out here and then put the whole thing in parentheses. What trim does is it deletes leading and trailing spaces. So if you got a space in the beginning and space in the end, like if you're missing the city, it wouldn't give you a blank space there. But you know what? In this particular case, that's bad. I wouldn't want to print out the invoice if I was missing the city, personally. Okay. There's also a function called L-trim and R-trim to delete spaces from the left and right of the string. But I seldom use those, to be honest. The wizard uses them when it makes mailing labels. All right, so there's our address. Now, we've got the little checkbox on here to tell us whether or not this is a quote or not. Here's the is quote checkbox. See that? But I want it to say real big up here at the very top. I want it to say invoice or quotation. Either one. Real big at the top. And again, we're going to put that inside of our order ID header. Okay? But we're going to use a label and a little bit of programming to change that label, kind of like we did with our form. So let's just take this address and slide it down just so we have some room. We'll move it back up in a minute. Let's go up to our toolbox. Take a label. AA is the label. AB is the text box. So let's take a label and draw a nice big label out here. Just take your mouse, click, and drag a nice big box, and there we have a label. All right? It doesn't matter what we put in the label because we're going to be changing the label's caption property. Remember the caption property of a label? We're going to be changing the caption on the fly. So let's just call this, let's just put in here quote or invoice. Doesn't matter. Quote or invoice. Because that's going to change. We're never going to actually see that. All right? Now, we got to give this label a good name so we have something to call it in our code. Right-click, come down to Properties. Let's call this thing Order Status Label. That's the name of the label. Remember, the caption still says quote or invoice, but the name of the label is Order Status Label. While I'm at it, let's make this thing bigger. Let's make it, I'm going to go Times New Roman and bold it, and maybe like 26, plus we go even bigger than that. Let's go up to like 36 point. There we go, real big. This is going to just say in here quotation or invoice, right? The word invoice. Okay. If you're trying to follow along, by the way, don't. Remember what I told you in class 1. Just sit back and relax and watch me the first time through, because then you can go through with the archive and watch it on your own, and pause it where you need to pause it. And if you didn't get something, you can replay it 2 or 3 times. Okay, so now we got a label on there. Now we need something in there that is going to change that label on the fly. Now, here's the value right here, is quote. All right, and in fact, let's take a look at the properties for this. Right-click Properties. The name of that guy is quote. So that's the value that we want to use to determine what to say here. Where do we put this code? Well, we need to put this code somewhere in a place that's going to run before this section is built or is designed on the screen. And guess what? If I click on my order ID header, right-click and go to Build Event, just like we do with our command buttons, always pick Code Builder. The Visual Basic editor will load up. There we go. Let me resize this on my screen so it fits. There we go, Microsoft Visual Basic. Okay, notice where we are. We're in the group header 0 format. Private sub. What is this? This is the code that runs before, or as, that section is built on the screen. That's what they call a build event. Or it's formatted. Let's give ourselves some blank lines. And here's the code. I want to say in English, think to yourself in English. You think in English. You don't think in computerese until you've been doing this for a while. Believe me, now I even think in computer programming languages when I'm looking at real-world situations. That's because I've been doing this too long. But think logically. If this is a quote, I want that label to say quotation. Otherwise, I want it to say invoice. All right, so there's my English-sounding if-then statement. So let's translate. If is quote is the name of my label. Now remember, I'm going to type it all in lowercase. Remember the trick I showed you last time? It'll pop up if I get it right. If is quote equals true, do I need the equals true? No, I don't, but it sometimes makes it more readable. If is quote equals true, then enter. Notice my is quote capitalized itself with the rest of those words. That's my little trick to make sure I got the right name. If is quote equals true, ooh, good thunder out here in Buffalo. We're having some decent rain, and I just saw a nice flash of lightning and some thunder. So if we lose our connection today, don't panic. I just got our internet connection back up about 20 minutes before class started. It was down all morning, so Of course, here in Buffalo, New York, we have Adelphia Cable. That's who's my internet provider, and they're having some difficulties, to say the least. But anyways, all right, if this quote equals true, so this is a quote, and then I want to say the order status label dot caption, the caption property, equals quotation. All right, change that label to say quotation. Enter. Notice how the order status label dot caption capitalized itself. If it didn't, that means I might have spelled it wrong. Otherwise, else, order status label dot caption equals invoice. Actually, let's make it invoice. Big like that. And all right, save it. Let's see it in action. Here we go, and there we go. There's a quotation. Looks good. Let's go to the next invoice. Let me slide this down here so you guys can see it. There we go. Let's go to the next one. There's a quote. There's an invoice. See that? There's an invoice. Another invoice. So we got 2 quotes and an invoice. We don't have full addresses in here because we didn't put full addresses in some of these orders, so don't worry about that. Of course, you can go back and change that later if you want to. See? Quote, invoice. Now, we could use the same color tricks we use with our forms, too, if you want to. If you want to get fancy, if you're going to be printing these out in the color printer, right? Just come back in here, right-click Build Event. You can put your colors in here, too. Right? Order, status, label, dot, for color equals. Notice now, for color wasn't one of the options. Order, status, label, dot, for. Notice it's not in that list. The list that pops up. That's why I say half the time this list isn't really very helpful. It only shows you the most popular things. But the for color dot for color equals, let's say VB blue for a quote. For color is a valid option. I'm pretty sure. Don't make a liar out of me. I know I've done this before though. Order status label dot caption equals VB red. Red for an invoice. Let's see if it works. I hope it works. Right? And there we go. Blue. And I goofed. Hang on. Dot caption. See what I did? Thanks. Dot caption said for color. For color equals VB red. Remember, these numbers here, these codes actually refer to numbers, don't they? VB red is actually the number 255 or 225 or whatever that was. All right, there we go. Quotation, invoice. Good. So now we got color. Okay. Let's do the same thing for whether this thing is paid or not. I'm skipping ahead in the book a little bit, but that's okay. Let's do the same thing for whether this is paid or not. Here's our paid. Okay. Here's our paid. Let's see if we can use this value to put the word paid or not paid here. Right? Or just, how about the word paid if it is paid, and if it's not paid, just nothing. So let's grab another label off our toolbox. Here's a label. Drag a big label down here. I'll put the word paid in here. Get rid of the toolbox. And let's slide this. I'm going to take these guys. We're going to hide these guys in a minute. Let's move them out of the way. Let's put this over here, like this, and let's make this nice and big. There we go. Too big. 36 point. There we go. All right, let's bold that. Let's see here, bold. Make it a little bit smaller. That's a bit too big. There we go. Paid. That's good. That's good. Now, I want this word paid to pop up if this invoice is paid. If not, I want to hide it. Let's give this label a good name. Right-click, Properties. Let's call this my paid status label. Whoops, I put it in the caption property, didn't I? See, I'm not on the ball today, folks. Paid status label goes there. Okay, and the caption is going to be paid. Actually, let's make that all caps. Paid. Okay. Now, back in here. I'm going to come down to the bottom, right down here. I'm going to say if it is paid, I forgot to check. Let's guess. Is paid equals true, then. Okay, is paid did not capitalize itself, so I guessed wrong. Let's go back here and take a peek. Right-click, Properties. Okay, it's just paid. It's just paid. See, I guessed wrong. Now, notice, that's okay sometimes, right? I guessed wrong. I typed in is paid. It didn't capitalize itself, and that right there keyed me off to the fact that that was the wrong variable name. So let's change that to just paid equals true then, and paid capitalize itself. All right, paid status label. Now, I could use dot caption, and I could say, well, if it's paid, just put the word paid in there. If it's not paid, put nothing in there. But this new technique lets me show you something different. I'm going to use the visible property. If paid is true, then paid status label dot visible equals true. Else, paid status label dot visible equals false. Because we don't really need to change what's in that label, do we? It's going to say paid or nothing. So let's just use visible. Let's make the label visible or not visible. Right? Let's save this, flip back to Access, and see what I got. Do we have any paid invoices in here? Let's take a look. There's a quote. There's an invoice. Now, none of these invoices are paid. So let's cheat. Let's go back to our order entry system here. Oops, right-click Open. And let's make one of these invoices paid. Let's find an invoice. Let's mark this one paid. And we'll mark the last one paid. Sometimes you got to cheat with it. That's why it's important to build this stuff before you actually have live data in the system, because you wouldn't want to go and just mark some stuff paid. All right, let's see what we got. Quotation, quotation, paid invoice. There we go. See the nice big word paid there. Not paid, and paid. It's important to make sure when you're doing this stuff that you include the else in addition to the true. See, if I would have just put in here if paid equals true, then paid status else equals true, right? If I just put this portion of it in, let's say I forgot the else portion of it, then the first time I hit a paid invoice, that true is going to be made visible. And even if I went to different invoices, it would always stay visible because I never set it not visible. You see what I'm saying? Once you make something visible or not visible, it's going to stay that way until some other code changes its status. So for every if, you should always have an else in the stuff. Otherwise, if you just say if paid equals true, then paid status label dot visible equals true, that's it. Then if you hit one that wasn't true, it wasn't paid, it would still say paid. Make sense? Okay. If not, email me. Okay, now, here's a bit of twisted logic. If you think about it, you should never have a paid quote, right? You should never have a paid quotation. So what I could put in here is I could actually move this entire block inside here, right? I could do that. Or I could simply just change this to say if paid equals true, whoops, there we go. If paid equals true and is quote equals false. And that should solve that problem. Right? If paid equals true, it's paid, and is quote equals false, it's an invoice, then do this stuff. Okay? But then I got to remember to put the paid status label equals false up into here, so it's always false on the quote. So there's pros and cons either way you look at it. Okay? I'm going to turn this off, though. Let's get rid of this for now. I just wanted to bring up that point. Just don't mark any quotes paid. Okay? All right, let's save that. Close it. Let's close this. Close the VB editor down completely. Now, do we need these boxes here, this paid and is quote boxes? Do we need these since we're using this stuff? Let's try deleting the is quote one here and see what happens. Save it. And oh, look at that. Microsoft Access can't find the field is quote referred to in your expression. So we need to have it on there, don't we? So let's go back to our field list and find it again. Let's grab it and bring it back into our, here's this quote right there. Let's bring it back. So we've got to have these on here, don't we? But we don't really care to see them. So we can hide them. Let's highlight both of them together. Right-click Properties. The visible properties right here, we can set these to no. And you don't have to do that in code. You can do that right in the property sheet. Because they're always going to be false. And now let's take a look. And there we go. We don't see them. See? They're nice and hidden. Sorry for zooming in and out so much, but I want to center this nice on the screen. See that little comma down there? That's what's going to happen if you're missing an address. Let's get rid of that comma. That looks really cheesy because you might have some people that don't have addresses. There we go. We'll get rid of that comma. I mean, it won't show a comma. It'll just show Buffalo, New York. But that's fine. Post office will work with that. In fact, most mail that I get nowadays doesn't have a comma there. So I usually leave the comma out. All right, let's talk about putting a logo and a return address on this thing. Very top of this invoice, I want to have my logo and my return address. All right, So let's go back to design view. Let's make this page header bigger. See the page header section here? Page header? This is where we're going to put our logo and our return address. So it shows up at the top of each page. Now, I don't have a logo handy, I don't think. So I am going to slide out to my website here real quick. Come on. There we go. And here's my logo on my website. Check out the little computer training wizard if you guys get a chance, by the way. This is kind of cool. You tell it what you want to learn, and it pops you in the right class. A little bit of shameless advertising. All right. So I'm just going to right-click on this logo and go to copy. I will copy the logo to my clipboard. Then I should be able to slide back in here and go to paste. And there it is. Cheesy way to grab a logo. Now, notice what it did. See, it didn't get the G right. It chopped the G off and put the G over here. That happens sometimes. Let me try that again. That's more of a, I think, an Internet Explorer bug. Copy. Sometimes you also got to use, let's see, no, did it again. Sometimes you also got to use a little intermediary program like Paint. Windows Paint, Start, Programs, Accessories, Paint. I'm sure you've seen this before, Windows Paint. Let's see if it pastes it in here any better. Paste. Yeah, there you go. See, sometimes you got to use an intermediary program. Going directly from the web or directly from a program into Access sometimes goofs up, as you just saw. So drop your image into Paint, and sometimes it works better. So now I come from inside of Paint here, and we can highlight this, edit, copy. Let's come back to Access and paste it. And there we go. Now it looks better. See, I think for some reason Access is trying to take in a JPEG or a GIF, whatever it is, directly, and it doesn't work. But dropping it into Paintbrush converts it into a bitmap, which Access handles bitmaps much better than GIFs and JPEGs. All right, now I don't want this logo this big. That's huge. Let's shrink it down. Oh, look what happens. It's clipping. It's clipping the edges off. It's cropping it. How do we change that? Well, right-click on the image and go to Properties. Everything's on the Properties sheet, right? Here's Size Mode. We got Clip. All right, let's change this. We got Clip, Stretch, and Zoom. Stretch will stretch the image to fit whatever outline you put it in. It'll stretch it, all right? But stretching also can make it distorted. So I like to pick, I'm going to go to Properties, I like to pick Zoom. Because Zoom maintains the height and width ratio no matter what size you put it in. See how it keeps its ratio, height and width? It doesn't get distorted. See that? It just gets smaller. So you can size it however you want to, but it's going to maintain its height and width. There we go. Let's make it about that big. All right, I'm going to throw a horizontal line in here. Let's go to our horizontal line tool off our toolbox. Draw a horizontal line. I can only go that far because that's as far as I can see on the screen. So let's slide this over some more. There we go. And let's put our company name and return address up here in the upper right-hand corner. Again, on a toolbox using a label. Here we go. We'll drop a label there. Boom. And we'll put in Amicron Computing. Now, I need to go to the next line because I don't want to make 5 separate labels here. So I'm going to go Shift-Enter on my keyboard. Shift-Enter gives you a new line, a blank line, in a label. Okay, P.O. Box 1308. Shift-Enter. Buffalo, New York 14226. Shift-Enter. All right. Shift-Enter, www.amicron.com. And then enter to finish. Now, when you hit enter to finish, notice this. It gets all crazy. It tries to size the label, and it guesses, and it always guesses wrong. Let's resize this. Let's right justify it. Let's maybe bold it. And that looks fine. Actually, we could probably take the address and put this on one line like so. Yeah, that's probably okay. There we go. Maybe make this a little bit bigger. 12 point. That's too big. Let's go to 10 point. Okay. Save it. Preview it. Looks good. Oh, I got a border around this. I hate that. Access always puts borders around graphics. Let's see if we can turn that off. Let's click here. Notice right up here is the border color. All right, remember the line border color? We got the background color, the foreground color, the border color. Let's drop that down and pick transparent. I know it's hard to see on the screen. Drop that down and pick transparent, and that border color should then disappear. Let's save it and preview it. Preview it. Preview it. Okay. Looking good? Looking good. Let me close my web browser here. There we go. All right. Any questions? Drop them in the chat room. Let's see here. Did the paid status label? Oh, the box. I like to also sometimes drop a box around this Let's clean this up a little bit. Let's hit close. Slide over here. All right, here we go. We got a whole bunch of mess over here now. The order ID, the customer ID. This is all stuff that the customer is going to see, so we want to keep it nice and neat. Let's first of all, let's make all these labels here the same width. I'm going to come up here and click on Format on my toolbar. Format. For here. What am I looking for here? 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 To widest. That makes all these labels sized out to the widest one. And now I can fix these. Let's fix the order ID. We'll get rid of the order key in there because our end users need to see it. Customer ID. At least we put the spaces in here too, right? Order space ID. Because these are the labels that the customer's going to see, right? Order date, due date. This whole thing needs to be changed to sales rep. And then notes. And you know what? We're going to move these notes. Let's take these notes. We're going to get these notes out of here. Let's cut these notes out. Let's stick the order notes down here in the order ID footer. Let's paste them down there. There they are. All right, well, we'll deal with these in a bit. Let's go back up top here. All right, this stuff here, now we can shrink this back down a little bit. There we go. Let's put a box around all of this. In fact, first thing I'm going to do is let's bold these. Actually, let's bold it the other way. Let's bold the data. Let's put a box around this so it looks good. Let's go back to our toolbox again. Here's our toolbox. Whoops, I docked it. I keep doing that. All right, the box tool is way down at the bottom. I don't want to drag it up any further because I want to accidentally dock it again. Grab the rectangle tool, drag it around that like so, and that puts a box in front of them. Oh, yippee. Now, let's adjust the box's properties first. Let's make the box background white. Now, I'm going to set it to white just to make sure it's not transparent yet. Let's change the border color to black, which is all right. And let's see here. Maybe give let's go with that, maybe that shaded that shadow background that I like so much. All right, now let's put this box behind all the rest of the stuff. So I'm going to come up here and click on Format, Send to Back, and watch what happens. See that? I sent that object behind the rest of them. That's Format, Send to Back. Right up here. Format, Send to Back. It's grayed out now because I have nothing highlighted. Let's see what that looks like now. Oh, it looks much better. Except we need to write Justify Joe. Let's do that. Click and write Justify. There we go. That was you write Justify all that stuff. Probably write Justify this stuff too. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, it looks good. Okay. Looking good. All right, now we got our notes in the bottom to deal with down here. Let's go ahead to the very bottom. There's our notes. Let's chop this notes off. Goodbye. And let's just make this order T.notes bigger like this. So if there are notes on the order as a whole, they'll just fill the entire, well, not the entire footer, maybe after there, because we need to put our totals and stuff over here. So the notes box is nice and big. If there are notes, they'll appear in there. All right, let's throw our totals on. We did the totals before when we did our order detail form. Remember that? So let's put some totals down here now. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to grab this subtotal here. I'm going to copy it and paste it down in the footer. Now, when you paste stuff down here, notice I don't see it. It shows up in the upper left-hand corner of that group. So let's drag it down over here. Slide it over here. All right, now I don't want just subtotal here. Actually, let's you know what? Let's start with I'm going to need some labels on these too. So let me delete that. Ignore what I just said. Let's start off with a new text box, the AB. Let's drop it right there. All right. We're going to need 3 of these things, in fact, but let's just do one first. We want to sum up the pre-tax total, the tax, and then the whole thing. So let's call this the subtotal. Now, like I said before, yes, my names weren't perfect for these. Some of them I did on purpose, some of them I didn't. But this is going to be the sum of the pre-tax, which is going to be my extended price. So this is going to be, let's call this the order subtotal, and this is going to be equal to the sum of the extended price. Format as currency. All right, let's delete this here. Let's make this. Let's bold that. Let's make this all a little bit bigger too. Let's go with Arial's fine. Let's go with 10 point. Make these a little bit taller. There we go. So there's a subtotal. Let's see if it works. 1736. That's about 6, 7, 8, 9. That's about right. 1736, right? That's good. Let's throw the other ones in there now. Now I can just copy and paste this one, right? Copy, paste, paste. See that? I hit copy, paste, paste. Okay, here's going to be our tax. And this one's going to be our order total. Let's put the word total in there, and let's bold that. Okay, actually, let's not bold these, just so they don't, the end user doesn't get confused with which one is the actual total. Now this is going to be the sum of the sales tax, and this one is going to be the sum of the subtotals up top, right? Let's see if we got it. Yep, looks like we got it. Okay, one sums up this column, one sums up this column, one sums up this column. Let's throw some lines in to make it look good. Actually, these are kind of spaced apart. Let's sneak them together a little bit. Let's throw a line in here right about there. Let's get rid of that so we can resize it out to fit the whole thing. It's looking good. Save it. And there we go. And voila. There's our totals. If you need more detail on how I did that, check out the last session. I believe it was the end of class 4. I'm not 100% positive though. When we did this with the order detail form. We did the same exact thing with the order detail form, and I went through it a little bit slower. It's also in the book lesson 6. All right, let's take a look up top now. Let's see what we got going on up here. Okay, some of these guys, notice, some of these guys have notes, which is fine. The large pizza has notes here. The milk, the ham sub, and this pizza down here don't have any notes. Same here. 2-liter Pepsi has no notes. Okay, these guys have no notes. So what I'd like to do is, on the orders on the line items where there are no notes in here, I'd like to shrink that section up so it squeezes out all that extra empty space. Okay, how do I do it? Well, let's take a look. This is the guy, this is the culprit here. If this guy is empty, is nothing, is null, I want to say, hey, don't even waste any space on him. So how do I do that? Well, let's right-click on it and go to Properties down at the bottom. All right, there's a property right here called Can Grow and Can Shrink. Can Grow means that the information in that box can grow vertically up and down if there's more information than fits in the box. Do we want that? Yeah, that's a good idea. If there's a lot of notes in there, right, we want to be able to see them all. Can Shrink says if there's nothing in there, then that can shrink up and it won't waste any space. So let's set that to yes, and let's see what happens. Save it, preview it, and oh, wait a minute, same problem. I get the same problem. What I missed? Well, there's also, this took me, I don't know how many weeks to figure this out when I first figured it out like years ago. You're benefiting from years of my toil. In addition to the text box itself having a Can Grow and Can Shrink property, the section also has a Can Grow and Can Shrink property. So let's go click on the Detail section, right-click, and come down to Properties. And here it is. Can Grow is automatically set to yes. The sections can always get bigger. But Can Shrink is set to no. That means it's not going to get any shorter than what you've got specified here, even if the stuff in here is empty. So if we set this to yes, now watch what happens. There we go. That's what we wanted. So you got to remember to set the text box, Can Grow, Can Shrink, to yes, and the section that it's in, you have to remember to set the Can Grow, Can Shrink to yes as well. Okay? And now notice it's taking up a whole lot less space. All right, we're almost done, believe it or not. Got the Can Grow, Can Shrinks. How about a page footer real quick at the bottom of the page? So our bottom of our page isn't blank. Let's come down to the very bottom. Oops, I double-clicked on something accidentally. Let's close that. Slide down to the very bottom. Here's the page footer. Page footer is going to show up at the bottom of each page. Right? We could throw a page number in there, but that wouldn't help because if we print out multiple invoices, then we're going to have a problem with, the third invoice is going to say page 3 on it when it's really just one page. So page numbering doesn't help us. But we could put down here our legal agreements and stuff, right? Let's throw a line in here first. I'm just going to draw it this far, and then I'm going to fatten it up real quick too. Let's see here. Let's go to black. Let's change. Notice on the toolbar up top here, there's a button right there that changes the thickness of it. Let's go to 2. Let's make that thicker. Yeah, while we're at it, we'll widen it out the whole way. There we go. And you can stick your legal agreement text, whatever you want to have on the bottom for all of your orders. Let's throw a label down here, an AA. All right, drag this down here. You know, the terms of this invoice are bound by whatever. You put whatever legal agreement you want in here, right? If you don't pay your invoice, we're going to come after you with a pipe wrench, that kind of stuff. Stretch this out. Type in as much stuff as you want, and then you're done. And I put some signature blanks on here using some lines. If you look in the book on page 42 of Lesson 5, it's Lesson 6.6, you'll see I put a standard customer signature blank on the bottom and a date blank on the bottom. And we're basically done. That's it. Save it and preview it, and there we go. I'll put this in the window so you can see it. And we got a nice big quote or invoice. Let's find an invoice. There's an invoice. A lot of work goes into that. There was a lot of stuff in there, though, right? We've put a lot of stuff in there. The next thing we need to do is to be able to open this invoice from the order itself, right? Because right now, if I open it up from my database window, I'm just getting all the invoices. But I want to be able to, from my order form, right? From my order form, I want to be able to click on a button that says print this invoice. Let's do that. Let's go to design mode here. Now, I'm almost out of room on this form, aren't I? So let's come down to the bottom here. Let's open up some extra space on the bottom. Let's use our toolbox here. Find a command button. I got the wizard buttons up, so I'm going to drop my command button here. Unfortunately, there's no wizard for this. Now, there is a wizard that says open a report. But there is no wizard that says open a report and find specific data to display, unlike the form wizard. Remember, the form wizard will do that. The form wizard will allow you to open a form and find specific records. The report wizard does not let you do that. Now, I haven't checked yet in Access 2002 to see if it does, but in Access 2000 it does not. So let's change this to print order on our button, and we're going to have to write the code for this ourselves. Right-click, build event, code builder. Okay, right-click on the button, select Build Event, and then pick Code Builder. Here's our code. It's Command 17 click. We forgot to give the command button a decent name. That's okay. You don't always have to do that. All right, now here's the code. Do command dot open report space. Now the little yellow preview thing gives you the hints here. What's the report name? The report name is invoice R, comma. How do you want to view it? Design mode? Normal mode, which is send it right to the printer, that's bad, or preview mode, that's good, print preview. Spacebar on it. Comma. Filter name is the next option. I know you can't see it on my screen, but the little yellow thing that pops up is pretty long. The filter name is next. We don't want a filter name. Comma. The last thing is the where condition. The where condition. What is going to link these two things together? What's going to link together the invoice report and the order form? What single field the order ID is. So we're going to say where the order ID equals the order ID on my form. That's what it's going to look like. Now, there's a slight problem. We have more than one order ID on our report. So we have to pick one of them. Order T.order ID. Remember, on the report itself, on the invoice, there is no single field called order ID. It's called order T.order ID. Because remember, we got several of them, right? There's 4 different tables filling that query. This, again, took me months to figure out. All right, once that's done, hit Enter. And that should be all you need. Let's take a look here. Save it. Open it back up again. Open. Print order. Can you guys see it? Let's see. There we go. Print the order. And there we go. Notice on the bottom, I'm filtered, right? I can't go to the next one. I only see one, the one that I picked. Let's do another one. Let's go to a paid invoice here. Order number 3. Print order. There we go. Right on that order. See that? And I'm filtered. So I'm only printing one. There's one other thing I'd like to teach you. If I put a new order in here, let's put a new item in here. Let's put a ham sub on this order. Okay? Let's see if it's on there now. Okay, it's on there. It's on there because what happens is, notice the little arrows over here. Now we fixed this in our code. If I put another large pizza on here, notice how it edits it, throws it in, but then we have the me.refresh in our code, okay, that automatically updates that. But if I were to come in here, I'll get rid of this. If I were to come in here and change this large pizza to 10 and not leave this record and hit print order, let's see if it got it. Oh, it got it. Okay. All right. So it's refreshing itself. Sometimes what will happen is that it won't automatically refresh this order. Okay? I know what I can do. I think if I change the order date, let's change the order date to 10/16/2002 and then hit it. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. See how it didn't update it? The detail items are updating themselves, but these are not. Notice the pencil? So what it's always wise to do when you make these buttons to print stuff out, I'm going to go back on the code here, right-click Build Event. It's always wise to throw a me.refresh in here. So before it opens up the report, it refreshes the record. Anytime you do an open report. All right, save it, preview it. Now if I change something in here to like 10/15/02 and hit print order, notice it refreshes it right away, and there's the 10/15/02. So it's always wise to throw a me.refresh in there. Okay, well, we finished Class 5. We shouldn't have any problems finishing Class 6 in one sitting. Class 6 is a lot of supplemental stuff. I apologize. I know I went at a pretty good pace today, but we had a lot of material to cover, and I don't want to drag this course on way too long because I know we're already going, we're already 3 classes over where we should have been with Class 9. If you have any questions, I'm going to suggest, I'm going to get the archive online. It should be online within a half an hour or so. I'm going to suggest you sit down, watch the archive again, go through the examples. Class 6 does not really build on the rest of these classes, so this is kind of the end of the string of classes that you have to all watch simultaneously. Class 6 is going to be some additional supplemental topics like action queries and securing your database and stuff like that, setting it up on a network. But if you have any questions, feel free to email me. And if not, the next class, I know there was an error on the archive page. It had the wrong date. We're not meeting on 6/9. That would have been a Sunday. It's actually 6/7. Friday, 6/7, this Friday at 11 a.m. And if that date or time is not good for you, let me know. All right. We should have the archive online, I'm going to say by 1 o'clock. And if you have any questions, give me an email. I'll be in the chat room for about another 5-10 minutes. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in there. If not, we'll see you on Friday. If we can. Just as a sound check, if you guys would just let me know in the chat room if you can hear me okay, that would be excellent. I'm going to start recording here. We're going to begin by answering some questions that Andrew had last week. Andrew wants to see how you can add fields to an existing combo box and also how to sort it. So let's find our database here. Online web seminar database, there it is. You log in. I'll show you how to make a login window today. All right, Andrew wants to see how to add new fields to an existing combo box. Let's say we're on our order form. Okay, here's our order form. And we have combo boxes on here. We have our customer combo box. And right now the customer combo box shows us the company name, first name, and last name. Let's say in addition to that, you also wanted to see the customer's credit limit, let's say. And it's not in the box. And you don't want to necessarily have to go through recreating that box, because that's a bit of a pain. So how do we edit this box so that we can just put the extra field in there? And notice also it's not sorted. Omicron, XYZ, element OP, and then 1, 2, 3 at the bottom. Now, obviously, you could do both of these things by simply recreating the box. Okay, you can add whatever fields you want. You could also sort the information by simply building a query. Right? If you build a query that has your customers sorted by company name, then obviously the combo box will be sorted based on the data in the query. But we already have, for example, we have code in this box, right? We have some Visual Basic code that if I pick a new customer, it updates all this stuff for me. So I don't want to have to recreate that box. It's a lot of work. So we want to be able to edit this existing box. All right, let's go to Design View. And let's right-click on this box and come down to Properties. Properties. So now we have the property window up to this box. Now right here, well, actually, let's go through a couple things first. First, we have the name of the box itself. We already covered this. It's Customer Combo is the name of the box. Customer ID is the control source. Remember, the control source is where this box is getting its data from, and that's an actual field in our table. Okay. Down here, we have row source type as table or query. All right. Remember that first question the combo box wizard asks us, where do you want to get your data from? Right? You want to type in the values that you want, or do you want to get it from a table or query? Well, the table or query, in this particular case, is the one we selected. Now, below that, we have row source. Okay, and it says select and then some junk. Let's take a look at the junk. I'm going to hit Shift F2 on my keyboard. Shift F2 on any field in Access will open up the zoom window. And it doesn't matter whether you're editing a form in Design View or if you're entering data in. If you hit Shift F2, that's in the book somewhere, by the way. Shift F2 will zoom in so you can see more information. Now let's just take a quick look at what this says. This is SQL. This is essentially what all queries are. In fact, that graphical query builder that we use essentially just puts this SQL statement together in a nice, pretty graphical way. But if you understand SQL, you can understand how combo boxes work and how queries work in general. Now, I don't spend a lot of time on SQL in this course simply because you really don't need it. You can develop queries using the graphical query builder and then just, if you want to, copy and paste the text in here. But they're real easy to understand. And here's how it works. You get select, which means select some fields, customer T.customer ID. Well, that means the customer ID field off of the customer table. In fact, all of these are coming off the customer table. So you can pretty much ignore the customer T's. In fact, you don't even really need them if all of your fields are off of one table, which this query is. So you could ignore that, but Access puts them in to be safe. Okay, so you've got select customer ID, comma, company name, comma, first name, comma, last name from customer T. That's all that means. It means give me those 4 fields off of the customer table. Now, if you know the names of the fields, you could insert them right in here. I could come right here after last name, and I could put comma, customer T dot credit limit. All right, but there's an easier way. All right, going back again to the graphical builder, I'll hit cancel. Notice a little dot, dot, dot over here, little builder button next to row source. Go ahead and click on that. Look at this. This opens up the SQL statement in the query builder. So now you can see, here's customer ID. I'm just resizing these columns so they fit. Here's company name. Here's first name. Whoops. Here's last name. Right? That's the graphical representation of that SQL statement. If you want to add credit limit, all you got to do is come up here and find credit limit. There it is. And drag it and drop it down here, or double click on it. And now you've added credit limit to the SQL statement. Now, you might be tempted to hit save at this point. All right, up top here, don't hit save. If you hit save, it's going to try and save this query in your list of queries, which you don't need to do. All you have to do at this point is just close the query builder. Close it. It'll say, do you want to save the changes made to the SQL statement and update the property? Just say yes, and that'll put that new SQL statement in here. And in fact, I'll zoom in on it so you can see it. See? And there we go. Select customer ID, company name, first name, last name, credit limit from customer T. Okay? Actually 2 more things you have to do real quick. The next property down says column count. All right? That's the number of fields or columns in your combo box. We just added one, so we have to change that from 4 to 5. And we have to specify a width for that column. Notice here the widths. We specify these graphically when we're in the wizard, when we're building the combo box, right? You know how you grab the little borders and resize the columns? Well, this is basically what you're doing is you're setting these widths. So let's say I'm gonna even things out here. I hate all these decimals. Let's call this 1.5. Let's call this 1.6. Just to round them off. Let's make this 1.6. And then our new one, our credit limit, will go 0.5. There we go. The bound column, that's column 1, meaning that's the first column, the ID, that's the bound column. Yes, you can change which column is the bound column if you don't have your ID in the first column, but you should always. I mean, that's something you hardly ever change. List rows is how many rows you'll see when you drop the box down. 8 is the default. In other words, when you click the button to drop the box down, you'll see 8 of them. If there are less than 8, obviously you won't see that many. And here's the list width. That's the width of the box when you drop it down. Now it's 2.2 right now. Let's see, we just added some stuff. So 1.5 plus 0.6 is what? 2.1, 2.7, 2.9 we should be to see the whole box. I'll just say 3 inches. And that's just easily done by adding up the column widths up top. All right, and that's different from the width of the box on the form when it's closed. All right, that you set graphically by dragging it. Okay, the list width here is when you open the box, how wide you want it to appear. All right, that's all we need to do for this. Actually, we forgot to sort it, didn't we? Let's open this up again. Let's go to the builder button. Let's sort this. We know how to do that. Let's sort by company name. Close it. Yes, to update the property. All right, let's just take a look at what it does. Look on the end there. It says, give me the fields from customer T, order by customer T dot company name. The order by clause, that's an SQL clause, they call it, to sort the list. Okay, do you have to know the SQL? No, you don't have to know it. In my more advanced access courses, we go over a lot more SQL. If you're interested in taking one, let me know. We have one scheduled, I think, for August or late July. But let's hit OK. All right, we can close this window now. I'm gonna go ahead and save my customer form, and then close it and reopen it. I like to close things and reopen them. There we go. Now drop the box down. All right, and there we go. Notice my box isn't quite wide enough. I might want to make it a little bit wider. Actually, we could probably shrink up the company name a little bit. All right, let's go back into here again real quick. Right click, properties. Let's make this 1 inch. That's plenty. Let's see what we got now. Save it, preview it. Yeah, it looks a lot better. There you go. See, sometimes you gotta play with the stuff. All right, it's more of an art than a science. Okay, so I hope that answers your question, Andrew. And I took a whole lot more time on it than I was planning. It's already 20 after. Let's go ahead and move on. Getting into class 6. I hope that helps, Andrew. Let's talk about accounts receivable. Okay, we're going to build an accounts receivable listing. Let's see here. Did we do accounts receivable yet? Let me know if we did this already. I don't think we did. But essentially, our accounts receivable is going to be a list of unpaid orders. So we're going to build a query for it. I'm going to go to Queries. Okay. We're going to need 2 tables, our order table and our order detail queue, so we've got the totals, right? So let's come in here and go to Queries, New, Design View, hit OK. What tables do we need? We need our order table. Let's add that. And we need our order detail queue. Let's add that as well. So we've got all the detail information. Remember the sums and totals and stuff. All right. We need the order ID, the customer ID. Let's get the whether it's paid off the order table, right? Whether it's paid, because obviously if it's not paid, it's going to show up on the accounts receivable. And paid needs to be under criteria, needs to be false or no, whichever you prefer. And we also have to know whether or not it's a quote or not. So I'll bring is quote down here, and that also has to be false. All right, that'll give us a list of unpaid invoices. All right, and then finally, let's bring our subtotal over from the order detail queue so we know the total amount of the order. There we go. Let's save this. Let's save this as AR1Q. AR1Q, accounts receivable 1. In the book, I actually type out accounts receivable 1Q, but you don't have to type that out if you don't want to. I'll just call it AR1. Why AR1? Because we're going to be building a couple of different queries to do these functions with. I prefer building multiple smaller queries and compounding them together. You know, do a little bit in one query and then use those results to build another query, than to try and make one big monster giant query. So let's get the information we want here. Let's take a look at it. Let's run this now. All right, order 4, customer ID 3. Oh, wait a minute, I'm only seeing 1. Now this could be because, let me close this. This could be because I don't have unpaid orders in here. Let's cheat. Let's go back to our order system here. Let's set up the data so we've got enough, so we've got a lot of records, right? Let's make this an invoice, and let's make it unpaid. And let's set the dates up properly, too. Let's say this one's going to be current, so this one's not due yet. This is due 6/20, let's say, or 6/30, that's fine. Now let's go to the next order. Let's make this an unpaid invoice. Let's say this one was due on 5/15. That's good. Okay. Let's make this an unpaid invoice. Let's say this one was due on 4/1. Oh, I'm changing the wrong date, aren't I? 4/1. Let's change this to 5/15. All right, 6/30 here. That's good. Okay. See, I want to set this data up so that my invoice, my accounts receivable has some stuff on it. Let's make this one really late. Let's make this one like 1/1. There. So I should have 4 unpaid invoices now, or 5. We got 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we got 5. Let's run that query again. There we go. All right. Order ID 3, order ID 4, order ID 5, order ID 1 and 2. Okay, good. So everybody's showing up as unpaid invoices. That's fine. That's what we want. We want a lot of information on this. All right. Now, let's summarize this information. All right, how do we summarize it? Well, if you look, all this information here is the same, right? Order ID 3, you got the customer ID is the same, the paid and this quote are going to be the same, obviously, but we don't want this subtotal here. I want to group these together and add them up, right? These are the items on that order, right? Here's the order 3. There's the 3 items on that order. Let's group those together and add them up. How do we do that? Well, let's go back to Design View. And right up here on the toolbar, there's a little E button. And if you're familiar with Excel, you've probably seen the sigma or the sum button. Let's hit it. And now notice we got this new row down here. It says group by, group by, group by, group by. What this means is all the ones that are the same, that have the same order ID are going to get grouped together. Customer ID are going to get grouped together. Paid are going to get grouped together. All right, but subtotal, we don't want to group the same ones together, right? We don't want to group by. We want to add them up. So drop this box down. Let me move this up so you can see it. Drop this box down. Then we got sum, average, min, max, and so on, right? Let's go to sum. So all the rest of these guys, if they're the same, they're going to get grouped together, which they all are. But this thing is going to get summed. All right, let's save it and take a look at it. And there we go. Look at this. Order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's the customer ID, paid, and quote. And look at this. Now we got a new field over here. It's called sum of subtotal, and that's the sum of all the items on that order, and so on. And now we got a nice concise list of what orders are still unpaid. Okay? But now we need to figure out which ones are late, which ones are current, which ones are more than 30 days late, and so on. So that's going to add a little bit more complexity. I don't want to do that in this query because this query is already complicated enough. So let's close this and make a new one. Save changes, yes. Let's make a new query. Just looking at my notes here. Make sure I don't skip anything. Add supporting information, group related information together. Okay. All right. So here we go. Let's make a new query. New. Design View. What are we going to use? Well, we're going to use, go to queries and pull in that AR1 queue. So we got all the fields from that available. Got the order ID, the customer ID, all that stuff. All right. Let's just bring in the order ID for now. And we need to figure out whether or not this order is current. What does that mean? Well, it means that the due date is today or sometime in the future. It's current. It's not due yet. All right. So I'm going to bring in, let's see here. Oh, we didn't bring in the due date, did we? No, we need that due date, don't we? Yeah, let's bring in that due date. Actually, I'm skipping around a little bit. Let's find the due date. Actually, the due date we can add to the other query, right? Let's just close this. Start over. Design this one here. All right, let's bring in the due date. There it is. Did I get it? Nope. Due date. We'll leave it in the group by. I'm going to slide it over here in front of this one. There. See, a lot of this is experimental. Sometimes you just got to play with it and figure out the right combinations. Okay, queries, new, Design View. And if I would follow the book word for word, I would have had it right the first time, but I don't. All right, so queries. Let's bring in that AR1 queue. All right, let's bring down the order ID. Actually, you know what? Let's bring all the fields in. Let's bring all the fields. Let's bring the star down. Bring all the fields in. So we got all of them. Now, if the due date is in the future or today or in the future, it's current. So what I want to do is I want to put the total in the current column. And if it's not current, it's going to go in a different column. Think of it like an accounts receivable summary that you've seen before, right? In the current column, you've got all the current stuff. In the 30 days late column, you've got the 30-day stuff. So I want to create a column here. I'm going to call it current. Colon. Remember that? Current colon. That's the name of this field. Now, if I was doing this in Visual Basic, I could use an if-then statement, right? I could say if the due date is greater than or equal to today's date, or the date function, then current equals the sum of subtotal. Otherwise, current equals 0. But I can't use a full if-then statement here because this is a query. Fortunately, the guys at Microsoft have come up with a single function called if, IIF, immediate if it's called, to allow you to make an if-then statement in one line. Now, in the book, Class 6, page 6 and 7, I go over this in more detail with a full example of an if-then statement. Okay? But here, we don't have the luxury of a full if-then statement. So here's what it looks like. IIF, immediate if. All right, it takes 3 bits of information. First is the condition you're checking, right, your conditional. The second thing is the value to give if it's true. And the third thing is the value to give it if it's false. So if the due date is greater than or equal to today's date, the date function, comma, make current equal to sum of subtotal, comma, if it's false, make it equal to 0. Hit enter, and it skipped me to the left, and there we go. See? If the due date is greater than or equal to today's date, that's my if part, then, right, set the sum of subtotal as the value of current. Otherwise, set 0 as the value. Let's see if it works. Let's save this as AR2Q and see if this works. All right, and here we go. Look at that. And it works. Right? Notice this order is current. It's not due yet. Today's 6/12, so 6/30 is not due yet. This one's overdue. This one's overdue. This one's not due yet. And this one's overdue. See how it works? Okay, now let's do our 30 days late column. So I'm going to move this out of the way. And let's come over here. All right, 30 days late. Let's call this one less than 30. It's the name of the field. Less than 30 is going to be set equal to if the due date has to be earlier than today, so less than today's date, and, okay, the due date has to be greater than or equal to date minus 30. All right, so it's got to be earlier than today's date, but not more than 30 days ago. So date minus 30, 30 days ago, has to be greater than or equal to that. Okay, comma, same thing, sum of subtotal, comma 0. All right, let's see if this works. Save it, run it, and there we go. All right, 515 is the only one that falls in there. So we get current, less than 30 days late. Now in the book, I do what do? I do less than 60 days late, right? And then I do more than 60. We'll skip one. We'll just do the last one. We'll say we'll do less than 30 days or more than 30 days. That's all we care about at this point. Because obviously you can break this up into as many columns as you want, right? Less than 30, less than 60, less than 90. You can break them up as much as you want. We'll just do these 3. So here's current, here's less than 30, and we'll do a more than 30. How's that sound? All right, more than 30. If the due date is less than date minus 30, right? Less than 30 days ago, then sum of subtotal, comma 0. And that should give us the remainder. There we go. That should cover all of them. All right, see how that works? Now, all we have to do, let's save this. All we have to do now is make a third and final query. We'll make a new query, right? We'll bring in AR2Q, and we'll bring in our, let's bring in our customer information. We'll add that in there, all right, so we can get the company name. All we need to do is now add the AR2Q, and we'll bring in the company name here, so we got the company name. We'll save this as my ARQ. That's the final accounts receivable query. And we'll run that. There we go. We got all of our accounts receivable information and the company name at the end. And you can bring in the phone number and the fax number so you can send this information out. Right. To make a simple report out of it, we'll go to Reports. I have yet to make a report using a report wizard in this class because I really don't like them. But I'll just run one here real quick just to do it. Create a report using the wizard. Just to show you the wizard. All right. What table of query do you want to use? Let's use ARQ. What fields do you want? Well, let's bring in the order ID. Let's bring in the due date. Let's bring in current, less than 30, more than 30, and the company name. All right. Do you want to add any grouping levels? Do you want to group these together anyway? Nah. We'll just leave them as they are. Okay. What sort order do you want for your records? How do you want to sort them? I don't know, sort them by due date. Next. How do you want them to look? Like this, right? Columnar, tabular, justified. Let's go tabular. Next. All right, pick a style. Let's pick, I don't know, formal sign. Nah, let's go soft gray. Next. All right, let's call it ARR. And hit finish. And it'll pop a report together for us. We could build this by hand like we did last week, but this is good enough. All right, here it is. All right, you get your accounts receivable. Here's your due date, your order ID, current, less than 30, more than 30, and your company name. And obviously, you can rearrange these and make them look pretty. So see, the wizards, like I said, once you become, like I told you in class 1, once you become an expert and you're good, and you know how to build reports and stuff like that, feel free, go ahead. But see, as you can see here, this thing here, it adds a lot of formatting in here that you might not want to mess with. Right, if you look at the design view. So, it's up to you. If you want to use the wizard now, you have my blessing to throw together a quick report or a quick form. I still find it easier to build it by hand, though. Okay, so that covers the accounts receivable. One thing the report doesn't do for us, by the way, is sum up the totals at the bottom. Now, we already learned how to do that. All right, we learned how to do that when we did our order. I'll just sum up one of them. Let's sum up the currents. All right. Remember, you got to put them. You can't put them in the page footer. You got to put them in the report footer. Here's the report footer. I'm going to take current. I'll copy it, paste it down here. All right. Right-click, go to Properties, and we'll change the control source to equals the sum of current, and format it as currency. All right. Save it and preview it. And there we go. Notice the wizard didn't format these as currency either. You can go through and format all the numbers as currency if you want to. But there's my sum at the bottom. Okay, remember you just copy and paste the text box, change the control source to the equal sum, and you're all set. The trick there again, remember it just can't go in the page footer, it's got to go in the report footer or a group footer like we did last week. And the cleaned up and pretty version of my accounts receivable is on page 11. Let's talk about action queries. So far, all the queries we've used have been designed to show you data in a different way. Well, there are also queries called action queries that can take action on your data, can actually change data. Now, the example that I use in class is a little bit silly. We're going to pretend we're doing Christmas cards, but once you learn how these things work, I'm sure you'll find plenty of practical applications for them. I certainly do. They're great, especially if you have to scrub a large amount of data. Scrub meaning clean or go through and change. All right, so for the example we're going to use in class, we're going to pretend that the boss has asked us to make holiday greeting card lists, all right, or a list of holiday greeting cards. Now, sure, we could just do all this in one big query, but you're going to see how the process that we do this involves multiple steps. So first the boss says, okay, I want you to make me a table up that's got in it first name, last name, company name, address, city, state, and zip. That's all we need. We don't want to. We're going to be sending this out to a mail order house to do it for us, and so we don't want to actually give them our entire customer table. I want you to make me a smaller table, put it on a floppy disk, and give it to them. Okay, not a problem. So let's go to Queries, New, Design View. First thing we're going to do is we're going to make a new table with customer information. So let's pick Customer T. We need first name, last name, company name. I really wish I could double click, but this broadcast software doesn't let me. We need address, city, state, and zip. See how I did that? I highlighted 4 of them, dragged all 4 of them down. That's just simply click on the first one, hold the shift key down, click on the last one, just like we do on our forms. And that's all we need. All right, let's run it, take a peek at it, make sure we got first name, last name, company name, address, city, state, zip. Everything looks fine. Okay? Now, I don't want to actually display this information, although I could if I wanted to be simple here, just copy and paste this information into Excel and just print them out from there. But that doesn't let me show you how to make a table. Now, I don't want to actually just display this information. I want to make a table out of it. So, let's come up top here. And I'm missing the toolbar, aren't I? Let's see, where'd my toolbar go? Oh, no, I'm not. I'm still in. I got to go to Design View. Duh. All right. Design View. Right here is a box that says Query Type. Drop this box down. You'll see the different types of queries that are available. All right. Cross-tab queries we're not going to talk about today. We got Make Table, Update, Append, and Delete. All right. Select queries have been the ones we've been using so far. That's a select query. Select some information, show it to me. Cross-tab queries are a little more advanced. We covered in our advanced seminar. Make Table query lets you make a table. Take some information, whatever you see, make a table out of it. Okay? Update query lets you change information or update it. Append lets you add records onto the end of a table. And delete queries are obviously good for deleting information. Be careful with these. All right, make table query. Now, make new table. What do you want your table to be? Well, let's call it our mailing list T. We're going to make a new table called mailing list T. Now, you could pick from a list of the existing tables in this database. I don't recommend it because it'll erase that table. You could also pick another database, a whole different database. You could make a table to go into a different database. Let's just type in mailing list T, hit OK. Let's run the query, and nothing appears to happen. In fact, I think I have my warnings turned off. Let me just turn my warnings back on. Edit, find. All right. If you go to, let me just show you what I'm doing here. If you go to Tools and then Options, on the Edit, Find tab, you'll find there's a box over here that says Confirm, Record Changes, Document Deletions, and Action Queries. This is normally checked on. In other words, Access will ask you if you're sure you want to do this before you run any action queries. I turned it off, though, because I use a lot of action queries. Right? If I run this now, watch it happen. See? Now, I already have it because I ran it once. The existing table, mailing list will be deleted. Are you sure? Yes. You're about to paste 5 rows into a new table. You're sure you want to do this? Yes. All right. But I'm going to turn all those warnings back off. Tools, Options, and I'm going to go to Edit, Find, and turn off Action Queries because I hate all those warnings. All right. Now, let's save this. Let's save this as our make mailing list Q. That's our make query. All right, we can close it now. Now notice it's got a different icon. See that? Make table queries have a different icon than select queries. It's kind of neat. Let's go over to tables and see what we got. Here it is. There's our mailing list T. Let's open it up, and there it is. And now we could save this table. We can export it and give it to our mailing list house. I'll show you how to do that in a bit. Okay, so we've got our make table built. All right, it's all set, it's all ready to go, and now the boss comes up and says, well, let me see here, let's see. Try not to skip around the book. Let's pretend, by the chance of my data here, all of my records have zip codes and such. So let's cheat. I'm going to cheat real quick. Let's go back to the customer table here. Open. And let's say that we're missing this person's zip code. Okay, I'm cheating. Sometimes as a developer you gotta cheat. And now when we run our make table query, open, and let's see what we got here. There we go. Now we're missing someone's zip code. So the boss says, well, that's not good. I want you to make sure that nobody with missing address information gets into the list. All right, not a problem. Let's adjust our mailing list team. All right, make mailing list 2. Let's come in here. Let's say, what information could we possibly be missing and still have it okay? Well, we need to have a first name and last name. So under criteria is not null. Remember we covered this in class 2. All right, last name's got to be there. I'm going to copy and paste that. Company name, we could be missing a company name and it'll be okay. Address has to be there. City has to be there. State has to be there. Zip code has to be there. Remember that criteria across is and down is or. So it's got to be city cannot be null, state cannot be null, zip code cannot be null. So all these have to have something in them. Save it, run it. You still get this warning message, by the way. It says the existing table will be deleted before you run the query. That's going to happen. Say yes. Let's take a look. What we got, and now we only have 4 records, all of whom have zip codes. So we fixed that problem. Okay, now, let's pretend that we don't just have 4 records in here, because obviously if we only have 4 records for people to get Christmas cards, it's not a big deal. Let's pretend we have 4,000. Now, I'm not going to sit here making 4,000 records, but just bear with me. And now the boss comes up and says, well, this is great. However, the mailing list people have told me that if we don't give them first name and last name together in the same field, they're going to charge us 5 cents a name to do it. All right, they've got to have them together in one field. So you go, okay, not a problem. All right, so let's close this again. Let's go back and edit our make mailing list T. And instead of first name and last name, all right, let's do this. Let's create a new field out here. Let's call this full name, colon. And let's say this is going to be equal to the first name and a space and the last name. All right, let's run it and see what we get. I ran it. Let's close it, save changes, and see what we get. Mailing list T design. Whoop, I didn't mean to design that. I meant to open it. Okay, now we still got our first name, last name, and there's our full name field at the end. Now, let's see if we can get rid of that first name and last name. Let's see if we can get rid of it. Let's go back to queries, design. Now, I want to have them in here so I can check to see if they're null or not. Let's turn off these show boxes and see what happens. Let's turn off the show boxes and run it. And let's see what happens now. Make mailing list T. Oops, I keep going into design mode. Close. Open. Oh, look at that. Company name, address. We're missing first and last name. So, if you need to have them in your query, but you don't want to see the results, just like in a select query, turn off the show boxes. You can still use them in your make table query, but you don't have to see them. Now, I'm going to reverse things around here a little bit. Queries, design. I want to put that full name up front. Let's grab that and drag it up front there. There we go. Save it. Run it. And let's see what happens now. Man, somebody slapped me. I keep going into design mode on that table. There we go. So now we're set. We got our full name, our company name, our address, our city, state, and zip. Everything's peachy keen. Now the boss says to me, okay, we got 4,000 records in there. In addition to our contacts at these companies, right, Richard Rost, Joseph Smith, Sue Smith, and so on, we also want to send a Christmas card to the president of the company. Now, let's pretend that most of our contacts happen to be the purchasing agents, right, which may or may not be people of importance. To show our appreciation, we also want to send a second card to the president of the company. Now, we don't have the names of the presidents of all these companies, okay, nor are we going to have our secretary call them all because that would be very time-consuming. So we want to send out a second card to each company that says on it President CEO instead of the contact's name. So how do we do that? Well, we want to leave this table exactly as it is and add on to it. So to do that, we're going to need an append query. An append query. So let's go to queries and go to new. Design view, of course. We need the same set of information, right? So we need to have our customers, add those. We need the same basic information in here. We need the first name. We need the last name. We need the company name. We need the address, city, state, and zip. I'm using the control key now, folks. See how I skipped over phone number? click on the control key and hold them down, drag them down here, and there we go. We don't need to see first name and last name. And I forgot to unplug my phone. Hold on a second, folks. Let's hide those. Let's put it in our is not null. Copy it. Paste. Paste, 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 paste. Now, for the full name field, though, actually, we don't need these, do we? We don't really need first name and last name here, do we? Let's get rid of them. Doesn't matter if they're blank. We're still going to send it to the President and CEO. Let's say, for the full name field, though, full name, instead of actually putting first name and last name together, I just want it to say President and CEO. So, quotes, President/CEO. See? Now, before we turn this into an append query, let's see what it's going to look like. Let's move this out front first. Let's run it. Okay, it's still a select query. And look what we got. President CEO goes in the full name field. All right, see how I did that? I substituted an actual constant value for fields. Full name, company name, address, and everything else is the same. Now, let's turn this into an append query, and it will append all these records onto our mailing list table. So, query type, append query. What table do you want to append onto? Mailing list T. Hit OK. Let's save this first. Let's save this as our append mailing list Q and run it. Okay, nothing appears to happen. If you have warnings on, you'll see a warning at that point that says you're going to append 4 rows. Let's take a look at our mailing list table. Let's open it up. And hey, I didn't go into design view that time. And there we go. All right, let's sort it by company name so you can see. See? 123 Corp. We got President, CEO, and Peter Wilson. Amacron, we got President, CEO, and me. All right, IBM, and so on. So we made a new table. We got 4 records in there. I'll pretend again it's 4,000. Then we added on a second record for the President and CEO for each company. That's an append query. Okay, now, let's say that we don't want to send records to anybody from New York. Okay, now, at this point, okay, it'd be easier to go through and delete the records from people who aren't from New York. Because let's pretend, again, we've got thousands of records in here. We've already spent a few hours going through, scrubbing all the data, adding on the new records. So I don't want to have to go back through and rebuild all that. So we want to work with what we have. This is going to happen in the real world, right? In the real world, you're going to have a whole big long list of thousands of records, and you need to just remove some information out of it. All right, so here we got 2 people from Pennsylvania. We want to remove those folks and only send our cards to people from New York. But we want to do it by deleting out the non-New Yorkers from here. So how are we going to do that? Well, let's close this table. Save changes, yeah. We need to delete queries. So queries, new, design view. Now delete queries are different. Let's go, let's see, we're going to need to delete out of our mailing list T this time. So pick mailing list T, hit add. Now, make your query show the stuff that you want to delete. So I want to delete records where, here's the state. Let's bring the state down here. I want to delete records where the state is not equal to New York. Now, there's 2 ways you can say this. You can say not greater than or less than New York, like that. That's one way to do it. Right? Greater than less than is the same as not. Or you can actually put the word not in here. Not New York. Either one. I prefer the word not myself. It's more programmer-like, just in my opinion. Okay, now run the query, and you should see the 2 Pennsylvanians. There we go. You want to make it so that when it's still a select query, you see the records that are going to be deleted. Okay, now let's turn this thing into a delete query. Come up here to our query types. Pick delete query. Now be careful with the delete queries. Notice how the query changes a little bit. It says delete what field state for mailing list T where the state is not New York. You're almost always going to leave it where. There's another option in here. If you drop this box down, it says from. Don't worry about it. We'll cover it in our advanced seminar. But where is 99.9% of the time you're going to use where. Okay, delete the records from this table where the state is not New York. Okay, I'm going to save my query first before we run it. This will be our delete mailing list queue. And now let's go ahead and run it. Okay, nothing appears to happen because I have my warnings turned off. But let's take a look at our table now, and there we go. Our Pennsylvanians are gone. We deleted them out of this table. Okay, that's how you delete stuff. Delete queries are great if you got, like, you want to remove a whole bunch of customers. Maybe you want to take out customers who have been purchased in the last 2 years, or you want to remove orders where the order date is less than 5 years ago. Or, I mean, delete queries I use all the time. I'll be honest. Make table queries I use seldom. Append queries I use a little bit because I use them for logging purposes. Like I have a real long contact table. It's kind of like a log of everything that our employees do. It stores it in contacts. And I'll take contacts that are more than a year old. I'll actually append them onto an archive table, an old archive table, and then I'll delete them. So I use delete and append queries often. All right, finally the last one, we got update queries. Let's say that 123 Corp changed their name. They're no longer 123 Corp. They're 456 Corp now. Now, again, I only have 2 of them here, so it's kind of silly because we could just go and just type in 456 Corp. But let's pretend that we've got, again, 40,000 records in here, and there might be 60 of them going to 123 Corp. So I want to just make one query. It's going to go down the entire list and change all the 123 Corps into 456 Corps. You'll find uses for this. I use update queries a lot. We just had an area code change here. The city of Rochester just changed their area code from 716 to, what is it, 565 now, I think? All right, so I had to go through and I ran an update query to find all the Rochester exchanges and change them to the new area code. Okay, so how do we do this? Well, again, let's close this. We need to go to Queries, New, Design View, of course. We're going to be updating our mailing list table. What are we changing? Well, we want to find company name. Okay, let's change this now to an update query. Notice how it says update to and criteria. Actually, before we change it to an update query, let me take a step back. I forgot. Let me take a step back. All right, put it back to a select query. See, it's a select query. You want to make the query first show you the stuff you want to change. So what's the criteria? Well, the criteria for the company name has to be 123 Corp, right? Let's make it show us the records first. Let's run it real quick. There they are. There's the 2 123 Corps. I know my data is good. Right? The select query is showing it to me. Now let's change it to an update query. Drop the box down, go to update query. Now it makes more sense. See, it says update to. Update to means what do you want to change these things to? I want to change these all to, let's say, 456 Inc. Okay? So change all the records where the company name is 123 Corp, update them to 456 Inc. All right, let's save this real quick. Let's save this as my update mailing list queue and run it. Okay, nothing appears to happen because I have my warnings turned off, but let's take a peek at our mailing list table now. Open it up, and there we go, 456 Inc. So that's the update query. Now notice you've got 4 queries you can use next year, right? When it comes time to make up your next batch of Christmas cards or stuff that the boss wants to send out to everybody. Run your make table, run your append, run your delete, run your mailing list T, or excuse me, update T, update Q. Boy, must be sleeping. I didn't have my coffee this morning. If you look in the book, all this information is in there. The update is on page 22. Okay, and you could link all those together with a command button. Right? You can make a button to run all those queries. If you wanted to. If we had more time, I'd show you, but we're running really late on time. And I'm going to keep going today, folks, because I know this course is dragging on. If you have to go, that's understandable. I'm going to go today until I finish all this stuff, because this course is dragged down to 9 classes, and it should have been 6. But again, that's my fault, because there's a lot of information in this course, and normally we cover it in 6 classes in our classroom, but the online format here isn't quite as expeditious as I thought it would be. But I will cover all the information today before we finish. Probably go to about another half an hour. A lot of this is just running through some wizards for the database security. Okay. Let's move on to lesson 3, compacting, repairing, and creating a work group. Let's talk first about compacting and repairing your database. If you get an error message that says you can't open the database is corrupted, whatever, or just on a regular basis, you should do this. You should come over here and go to Tools, Database Utilities, Compact and Repair Database. I recommend doing it for every 40 work hours of the database. In other words, if you got one person using it pretty much full-time, do it once a week. You got 5 people using it full-time, do it daily. Right, every 40 work hours that the database is being used. Just because the more it's being used, the more it tends to need to be cleaned up. I do mine probably maybe every other week or so, because it's pretty much just me and maybe 1 or 2 other people using it. But all it does, compact and repair database, you hit it, it runs, it compacts. It gets rid of all the empty space in your database. And that's it. It only takes a second on mine, but this database is really tiny. My main database that I use here, my company database, is about 300 megs. On a regular basis, and compacting it will squish it down to about 210 megs, 220 maybe. It gets rid of all the empty space. Remember, we talked about when you delete records out of your database, it leaves holes, kind of like a hard drive gets fragmented over time. So that cleans out all those holes, speeds the database up, because a small database is a fast database. And it also squishes down your notes fields, your memo fields. Remember, the memo fields, when you first use them, they blow up really big to 64K. And then when you compact them, it squishes them down. So it saves a lot of space. It makes your database run faster, and it'll repair any errors that it runs into. Now, sometimes you might run into a problem where the built-in repair utility cannot repair your database. That has happened to me a couple times. There's a utility on Microsoft's website called the Jet Database Repair Utility. If you go to Microsoft download page and type in Jet Repair, it'll find it. I've had to use it 2 or 3 times now in like the past 6 or 7 years. So, but it is possible, especially if someone's using the database and then they shut their computer off or they lose power and the database is left in an open state, it can get corrupted pretty badly. All right, and that repair utility will fix it if Access can't fix itself. Okay, talking about security. Now, there are many levels of security for your database. Okay. A lot of what people want to be able to do is to just prevent folks from getting into their code, all right, into their forms, their modules, their reports. If that's all you want to do, then Access has a really cool way of building what's called an MDE file. Everything we've been saving so far has been an MDB, Microsoft Database. But if you go to Tools, Database Utilities, Make MDE File, all right, let's go to Make MDE File. And we'll create a Rick's Online Web Seminar Database.mde and hit save here. Okay, it's done. Now let me go open it up here. Let me close this one. Actually, I'll leave this one open. Let's open up another copy of Access, and we'll find. Here it is. Notice I got 2 of them now. Here's the Rick's Online Web Seminar.mdb and MDE. Notice the MDE's got the little lock symbol next to it. Check this out. I have to log in here. Here I am in the MDE file. Now, the tables and all that are pretty much the same, but you know what? Tables are no big deal. But look at the forms. If I go to forms, look at that. I can't hit design or new. Right? Queries you can, tables you can, but forms, reports, macros, and modules are all locked out. See, I literally cannot right-click on it and go to designer. If I open it up, I can open it up, but I can't right-click design it. So if your concern is just to secure your proprietary, stuff, your code, then you can just make an MDE file the way I showed you, and that'll lock it out. Then you can feel free to distribute it. All the stuff that I make for clients, I make an MDE file out of it so that my clients can't get into the source code of the forms and stuff and break stuff. I don't want them getting in there. Plus, I've got a lot of proprietary stuff that I've built, for myself and for other clients that I just don't distribute freely because I wouldn't want it getting out. Like my calendar routines and my web download stuff and all that good stuff. All right? So if all you want to do is secure your database that way, making an MDE file is great. But sometimes you might want to actually control what people have access to inside the database. Okay? You might want to say, okay, you've got access to this table, you don't have access to that table, and so on. If you want to do that, it involves a lot more than just going through and making an MDE file. Now I'm going to run through it real quick. I will caution you that the book, okay, was written for Access 97. And in Access 97, it was a little more difficult to set up database security. Access 2000 and XP have made a lot of this unnecessary. All right, so if you want to read through the book, you can. All the stuff in the book, by the way, is still valid. You can still go through and do it the way that I do it in the book, but it's a little more manual, a little more work. All right, and that'll take us all the way through, let's see, all the way through page 43. But I'm going to show you how to do it here, the way that Access 2000 allows you to do it now. First, you have to find a thing called the Microsoft Access Workgroup Administrator. Now, it's not installed on your Start menu by default, so you got to go hunting for it. So I'm going to open up Windows Explorer, and it's going to be under My Computer, C, wherever you got Microsoft Office installed to. It's usually Program Files, Microsoft Office, and then under Office, okay, over here on the right-hand side, you can see a whole bunch of files. The Microsoft Access Workgroup Administrator is the only one with a long file name. So scroll down this big, huge list, and eventually you'll come to this thing right here. It says Microsoft Access Workgroup Administrator. You're not going to use it often, and Microsoft, I can understand why they don't make a shortcut to your desktop or to your Start menu, because they don't want the average Joe user finding it and playing with it. Okay? But all you got to do is open this thing up. And as you can see here, I'm already using a workgroup. Mine is C data database amacron.mdw. It stands for Microsoft Database Workgroup file. Now, don't get workgroup in the Microsoft Access sense mixed up with the workgroup that you're used to with like a Windows network. All right, that's not what workgroup means here. A workgroup is simply a file that controls the security for all your databases. That's what a workgroup is. The database and its related security. All right, so mine right now is in C data database amacron.mdw. Yours might be like system.mdw. That's the default. It's like, you know, C Windows system.mdw. But we're going to create a new one. Let's go to create. Okay, now it asks for 3 bits of information: your name, your organization, and a workgroup ID. It uses all 3 of these bits of information to encrypt your database. So I'll put in my name, Rick, company Amacron. Workgroup ID can be anything. Type in a random number, type in some text. The reason why you need to know it is because, again, Access uses this to scramble your information, to encrypt it. If you lose your workgroup file, your MDW file, then you can rebuild it if you know these 3 things. If you don't know these 3 things, then you're hosed. All right, so don't lose your MDW file. Stick it on a floppy or on a backup tape or something, and don't lose it. All right. I'll be honest, I don't remember what these 3 things are when I created my workgroup file, this amacron.mdw. I got no clue what it is. So I couldn't recreate mine if I wanted to. But I've got it backed up in like 6 different places, so I don't think I'll have to lose it. Hit OK. All right. Give it a path for where you want it to go. I'm just going to stick mine in my C root directory here. I'm going to go C:// I'm going to say sample.mdw. You can put yours wherever you want to put it. All right. Hit OK. Verify your information is correct. Yeah, that's fine. Hit OK. Done. It says you successfully created the workgroup C sample MDW. Now, what you have to do is, all right, if you're networked and you're going to be having other people using your database, you need to put this file on your server or in some shared folder. Okay? And then you have to run around to all the other computers on your network, and you have to hit join down here on the bottom and join them to that workgroup. Okay, that's how they get their logins and all that stuff. So if you're setting up a network, a database is accessible on a network, you got to run around and join everyone to that, which may involve mapping drive letters. You know, so everyone's got a common drive letter like I or something. You don't have to though. You can use UNCs, Universal Naming Conventions, where it's like / server / C / whatever. Okay, and if you don't understand any of that stuff that I just said, don't worry about it. Have your network guys set up a shared folder for you, and you can just simply map them to that shared folder. But now I've joined this new workgroup, so I can exit out of here. And I'm going to close my database and just rejoin it real quick. Let me close that, close that. Let's open up Access again. Open up my online web seminar database. And here we are back in here. Notice I wasn't bothered for a login prompt this time. Okay. My amacron.mdw, I have a login name and password that I have to type in. But now that I've joined this new one, it's a brand new blank workgroup file. I no longer need my login because I don't have a login yet. All right, now it's time to secure the database. Now, again, in Access 97, this is kind of a long and involved process. But now all you have to do is go to Tools, Security, and run this thing down here called the User Level Security Wizard. This is new. Okay? I'll be honest, I've only run through this a little bit in XP. I really haven't done a whole lot of it yet with XP, but with 2000 it's pretty easy. The security wizard cannot be run on a database when you are both logged in as the admin user and the database has been previously secured. Oh boy, to fix this problem, you may log on as another member of the admins group or import the objects into the database. Alright, this database might be secured because I created it with my other secured group. So what we're going to have to do is basically import all these objects into a new blank database. So let's close this, which this will show you how to import stuff into a new blank database. Let's create a new blank database right here. Database. Let's call this Online Database 2. Alright, so we got a blank database here. Now we need to pull in all the objects out of that other database. Alright, how do we do that? Real easy to do. File, Get External Data, Import. Okay, pick the Rick's Online Web Seminar database. Here's a list of tables, queries, forms, reports, and everything else. Go to Tables, hit Select All. Over here on the right, see it? Hit Select All. It selects them all. Go to Queries, Select All. Forms, Select All. Reports, Select All. We don't have any pages or macros. Modules. So hit OK, and that'll pull all those objects in. There. Now, none of them should be secured. I think I might have had security on because I was formerly in that amacron.mdw file, and so that might have done it. Let's try it now. Tools, Database Utilities, Tools, Security, the User Level Security Wizard. Can't run the Security Wizard because the database is open in exclusive mode. Do you want access to open the database in shared mode and run the Security Wizard? Yes. And there we go. Okay, now, Microsoft Security Wizard creates an unsecured backup copy of the current Access database and secures the current database. The workgroup information file contains the names of users and groups that will develop or use your application. To modify your current workgroup information file, you must have administrative permissions. Don't use the default workgroup information file. You want to create a new that's not seeing that I'm in a workgroup. That's what we just did, was we created a workgroup file. Well, let's have it create a new one for us. Next. Okay. Name the workgroup file you want for your workgroup. This is a unique alphanumeric string. Where is it going to put it to? It's going to put it in C Documents and Settings. Let's see here. Let's stick it back in my C drive, my computer. C. Sample.mdw. Let's stick it there. I guess it already exists, but alright. Workgroup ID, again, is just a random string of numbers. Your name, company is optional. I want to make this my default workgroup information file. Next. It just basically went through there and recreated a workgroup file for us. So you can skip having to run that step with the workgroup administrator if you want to. I'm just used to doing it manually. Okay, but obviously this will do it for you. Alright, so now you go through and you pick what stuff you want to secure. So the wizard by default secures all existing database objects and all new objects created. Now if you want to leave stuff unsecured, you simply uncheck it. But we'll just go through and secure everything. Alright, tables, queries, forms, reports, and so on. If you wanted to leave, maybe you had like a table in here, like your mailing list table that you didn't want to have security on, you could unsecure it. Alright, let's hit next. These optional security group accounts define specific permissions for the users you will assign to the group. So you can set up, it's going to create two groups for you. It's going to create admins, which are people that have access to modify and design everything, and then users, which are people that have access to go in and look at stuff. Well, you can add new different types of groups if you want to. New data users are people that can go in and just add new records that can't see the old ones. Right? Read-only users are people that can go in and read everything, but they can't change stuff. So you can set up whatever new groups you want out of here. Alright, let's say I want to create some read-only users, so I'll pick that. Okay, next. Alright, all users belong to the users group in all workgroup information files. By default, the wizard assigns no permissions to the users group, but you may want to assign limited permissions to this group. All right, don't assign full permissions to the users group because this will remove all security. So in other words, if you want to give, let's see here. I just got a junk message popping up on my screen. All right, so do you want to give information to, do you want to give some rights to the users group? In other words, if someone logs into your database and has no username and password, or they're not joined into your work group, do you want them to see anything? Let's say no, the users group should not have any permissions. Actually, let's go back a step and let's set up a full data users group here too. Right, full data users means they have access to go in and view stuff, but they can't alter the database design. All right, next. All right, you can add users to your workgroup file and assign each user a password. Okay, what users do you want in your workgroup file? Let's add some users here. I'll add a username. Let's add Rick. Password, let's just make it password so I don't forget it. PID is just, again, a random string of numbers. All right, let's add them to the list. And let's add Joe. And Joe's password will be password. Let's add him to the list as well. There, so now I got Rick and Joe. I got administrator, I got Rick, and I got Joe. Okay, next. Now, you can assign users to groups in your workgroup file. All right, you can choose it'll either show you a list of users and let you put those users in groups, or it'll show you a list of groups and let you pick the users that go in them. It's either way, right? Select a user and assign the group. So let's say here's administrator. Administrator will be in the admins group. That's good. Let's pick another user. There's Rick. Rick's going to go in the full data users group. And then we'll pick Joe, and Joe will go in the read-only users group. So I did that. Or you can go the other way. You can say, okay, show me admins, or show me full data users, or show me read-only users, whichever way you want. Okay? Next. That's all the information the wizard needs to create your secure database. What name would you like for a backup copy of your unsecured database? It's going to call it onlinedb2.bak for backup. That's fine. And then hit finish. Let's see. Unexpected error occurred while creating the workgroup file. Oh, lovely. It probably had a cow because I picked the name of an existing workgroup file. I didn't like that. But that essentially is all you have to do to set up security. Now, when you shut down and log back into the database, I'm not going to go through that entire setup again. Trust me, it works. Run through that wizard, set up users, and you'll see when it's done that when you restart your database, you get a login prompt. Depending on who you log in as, whether administrator or in my case Rick or Joe, you'll either have access to everything if you're administrator, or Rick will have access to change all the data. I got full data rights. Or Joe will have access only to go in and look at stuff. Okay? So that's basically, in a nutshell, how you set up security. Okay? So you don't really even have to worry about setting up your own workgroup file because the security wizard does it for you. Okay. Any questions about security? Drop them in the chat room. All right, let's talk about importing data and linking tables. I already showed you how to import data from another database. Go to File, Get External Data, and then Import. But you can also link data too. You can also link to different tables. Notice I'm in my OnlineDB2 database. Okay? Let's say that you got accounting and marketing, two different departments, and the accounting guys need to get at some of the marketing information. Or probably the other way around. The marketing guys need to get at some of the accounting information. But they don't want to have to keep re-importing this stuff every week. So they just want to use the tables in the accounting database. They want to link to them. All right, how do you do that? Well, File, Get External Data, Link Tables. Okay, pick what database. Here's my other one. I'll pick that one. Here's a list of tables in that database. Let's say you need to get at the customer, or the order table. Hit OK. Now, I already have an order table, so it renamed it Order T1. But notice the little link sign next to it. Okay, I can open this table up You can do everything except design changes, right? There it is. There's the data in that table. Now that is a table in another database, in a different database. Okay? So if you know where the database is and you have permissions to it, right, if it's not secured and you've got permissions to it, you can link to a different table and use the information in that table just as if it was a table in your own database. You can make queries off it. You can make forms and reports off it. Okay? So that's what linking tables does. Now, you can set up, I usually set up two databases whenever I build a database. I set up a front end and a back end. What's that mean? Well, a front end is the interface, the forms, the queries, the table, or not the table, the forms, queries, reports, right? And that links to a back end. A back end database is a database that literally has just tables in it. Okay, maybe a couple queries, but usually just the tables. What's the benefit? Well, the benefit is you can put the tables or the back end database up on your server. Okay, and have the forms query, the front end database on your local hard drive. And then give the same copy of the database to everybody else who needs to use it. Or have two copies sitting on your server, whichever one works for you. But the bottom line is you can be making design changes in that front-end database while everyone else is still working on their own copies of the database, so you're not bumping into each other. Okay? I can change my forms and stuff without affecting anybody else because we're running a different front-end copy of the database, yet we're all still pointing at the same tables. Okay? Or you might have multiple front ends. You might have a front end that is for the people up at the front desk that only have sales stuff. So I can't talk today. So they literally don't have all your accounts receivable reports. It's not in their database, right? You build yourself your own front end in the back room where you've got all the accounting stuff. So you can see you can break up your database into multiple pieces. Now there is a wizard in here that will split your database for you. Tools, database utilities, database splitter right there. Basically what it does is it takes one database and turns it into two. And I'm not going to run through it. You can run through it on your own. It's really easy to work with. It'll split your database into two copies. It takes all the tables out, puts them in a new database, and then links all the tables to, or links your current database to all those tables. It saves you from having to make another database, pull everything in, and make all the links yourself. Okay? Another benefit of doing that is there's a thing down here called the upsizing wizard. Okay? If you decide later on that Access isn't handling your needs as far as a capacity or speed problem, you can upgrade to a thing called SQL Server, which is an enterprise-level database engine that really pretty much only works with, it has tables and queries in it. Tables and stored procedures they're called. But it's designed for real heavy workloads on, real heavy servers. So if Access is getting slow for you, you can run SQL Server, and you can take your Access tables and queries and upsize them automatically into SQL Server. And it's pretty straightforward. Again, I don't cover that in this course. I'm going to have an SQL Server class coming up in a couple months. But it's fairly easy to do. Do you have to do it? No, of course not. All right, what about importing from Excel? Importing data from Excel is pretty easy. Again, File, Get External Data, Import. Okay, to import is to pull in, to link. You can link to an Excel table, by the way, too. All right, import. Let's find an Excel. Do I have any Excel spreadsheets on here? Let me poke around my hard drive real quick and see if I have any. Oh, let me see. I'm going to slide this over here so you guys can't see what's on my hard drive. Let's see. See, data, spreadsheets. Okay, here's one. Looks online spreadsheet. Let me take this. I'll copy it to my desktop. All right, let's go up to my desktop here and grab the spreadsheet that I just dropped there. Where'd it go? Oh, I'm sorry. Down the bottom, we want to import from Excel. We got to change files of type to Microsoft Excel. Here's all the files you can import, by the way. DBase, your Microsoft Exchange, HTML documents, Paradox, you name it. Excel. There it is. Import. Okay. It's going to ask you what sheet do you want. All right, Calc 101, S Data, Calendar. Here's all the different sheets in my Excel file. I'll pick the Calc 101. Next. Does your first row contain column headings? Yes, it does. Next. Where do you want to store the data? In a new table. Next. Now you can go through and you can specify each field if you want to. You can say this is a text file, this is a currency, whatever. But I like to do that after the fact. I like to import all the data, and then I'll go through and change the table design. So I'll just hit next. Okay, do you want to add a primary key? Sure, that access added on its own. We'll just add a counter. Next. Import the table, Calc 101. Of course, I'm going to call mine T, right? And then finish. Finished importing, okay. And there it is. Open it up. There we go. ID, student. This is the list of students and test grades. We did this in our Excel course. Show how to make averages and stuff. Passing grade, letter grades. That's it. That's how you import information from Excel. And using the same basic steps, you can import from Excel, Lotus, ASCII delimited text files, you name it. You can import from pretty much any file format that you want. Questions, please drop them in the chat room. Let's see here. Exporting data. Let's talk about exporting data. Let's say we've got that mailing list table, right? We've got to send it out on disk now to the mailing list people, and they say that they want it as an ASCII comma delimited text file. What does that mean? Well, it's basically a straight plain text file, ASCII comma delimited, and each file or each field, right, first name, last name, all the fields are delimited or set apart by commas. So I'll show you how to do that. It's really easy to do. Click on the table first, mailing list T, file, and then where is it? I'm going to hit the chevron, export, file, export. Okay, save as type. How do you want to export it? We're going to export it as, scroll down the list here, you'll find text files as one of the options. Okay, give it a file name, mailing list T is fine. Hit save, and a wizard will start up here. How do you want to export it? You got delimited, which is the default. See, it's pretty much all set for you. Or fixed width. Fixed width means you got so many characters across for the name, so many characters across for the address. No one ever uses delimited anymore, or fixed width anymore, so stick with delimited. Okay? Next, your delimiter is going to be a comma. That's pretty much standard. Comma between the fields. And over here on the right, you got text qualifiers quotes. It means each text field has got quotes around it to set it apart from all the other guys. See how Amherst has quotes around it? Do you want to include the field names in the first row? I like to. Right? Full name, company name, address, city, state. The first row has your field names in it. Next, where do you want to export it to? I'll just type in C:\myfile.txt. Let's call it. Okay, finished exporting. And now, I'm just going to open up Notepad. You guys have probably all seen Notepad before, right? Here's Notepad. Let's open it up. All right, file open, C:\myfile.txt, and there it is. I'm going to widen it out so you can see it, and you'll see what it looks like. There we go. See? That's it. That's all it is. And that's pretty much universal. Everybody can import that, even Mac users. Now we could easily take that file and put it on a floppy disk and hand it to them and say, here you go. Okay? But you can also export in many different formats. You can export it in Excel, Lotus, DBF, you name it. All right. Lesson 10 talks about public subroutines and functions. Page 58 if you're following along. Excuse me. We've already talked about making subroutines and functions. Okay, we did them before when we built our order form, right? All modules are really used for are for making functions and subroutines that anybody can use. Because if you make a function or a subroutine inside of a form module, only that form pretty much can use it. Pretty much. There are some exceptions. But stuff that you throw out here in a module can be used by anybody. Okay? For example, and I'm just going to go through the book. I'm not going to actually take the time to type these out. because these are quite time-consuming to type out. But you can pretty much just follow along with me in the book. Lesson 10. You see that I got a public sub open order? Okay? Feed it a customer ID as long. There's stuff inside of parentheses is what you send it. Okay, so it says do command.open form order F where the customer ID equals customer ID. We covered that in lesson 3 or 4. So now if I stick that in a module, see lesson 10.1, stick it in a module, just type that information right into a module and save that. I save it as generic modules. Right down here, right, click on modules, hit new. Just type that code in there and then save it as generic modules. All right, save generic modules. Yeah, I used a space. Sue me. Right? Now we got generic modules. Module names, by the way, aren't important. You're never going to call a module by its name. That's just a container, basically. The names of the subs and functions inside the module are what count. But now, from anywhere, on any form, anywhere, I can type in lesson 10.2. I can just type in open order and then give it a customer ID. All right, and it will open up all the orders for that customer. And that's how that works. Okay? Lesson 10.4. Here's a public function called proper. Okay? What it does, if you follow through it and you want to follow through the code, be my guest. But all it does essentially is it takes a string of characters and it converts it so that the first letter of each word is capitalized. Okay? And you can run through the logic if you want later. But it's got a for loop in there, right? For x equals 1 to the length of whatever the string is. And it capitalizes each first character based on looking for a space or a period or a quote. Okay? The point here is that you can take that function and you can stick it in a global module and then anybody can use it. Okay? There's another function on page 61 called RTP, round to pennies. Takes a currency value in, rounds it off to a certain number of pennies, and then returns a value. Okay? All right, that'll do it. Like I said, we have an advanced access course which focuses more on Visual Basic Programming and some of these more advanced topics. I think we have it scheduled for the end of July or early August. If you are interested, send me an email, and I'll make sure you get the information for it. Also, we will have all of these lessons from this course available on CD-ROM. We're charging $10 to cover the cost of making the CD and shipping them out. I will put an order form link on the archives section when I put this class on the archive if you want to order these on CD. If not, if you have any questions, feel free to send them to me, training@amacron.com or richard@amacron.com, either one. I will be hanging out here in the chat room for about another 10 minutes or so. So if you have any questions, drop them in there. If not, I want to thank everyone for attending. We will be running this live seminar again, I believe. Let me check the schedule here. I believe it starts on July 2nd. It'll be running from the 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern time slot. You are all welcome to attend again if you wish. Just, again, send me an email. Let me know that you want to join in the next series of live classes as well. I hope you guys all learned some stuff. I know there's a lot of material that's covered in this course. In fact, I have seriously thought about splitting this course in half, offering like a real basic access course and then a more advanced access course that covers all the programming stuff. But every time I suggest that, the students say, no, it was good, it was good. So, I don't know, give me your feedback. I'll be sending out everyone links for surveys in a little bit too. So you can let me know how I did and how much you enjoyed the course, what things you'd like to change, and stuff like that. So, again, any questions, either send them in the chat room right now or drop them an email. Hope to see you soon. A little bit of shameless advertising real quick. I have a web design online seminar starting next week on Tuesday. It'll be running from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. It, again, is a six-class course. That one is on the schedule on the website. Go to amacron.com/learn, and you'll see that one on the schedule. Or, again, if you're interested, email me and I'll send you the information. We use Microsoft Front Page for building websites, and we go through everything from real basic site design all the way up to advanced stuff like hit counters and banners and all that nifty things. All right, great. Well, hope you learned some stuff, and we hope to see you in class again. Thanks.